We're going to go ahead and call the Admin and Finance Committee to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Beebe?
Here.
Ms. Beebe's present. Ms. Bopey?
Here.
Ms. Bopey's present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford's present. Mr. Garvey? Here. Mr. Garvey's present. Mr. Guillo?
Present.
Mr. Guillo's present. Ms. Hill? Present. Ms. Hill's present. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee's present. Dr. Moranti?
Present.
Dr. Moranti's present. Ms. Orange Jones?
Present.
Ms. Orange Jones present. Mr. Romer?
Here.
Mr. Romer's present. And Mr. Waggesback? Here. Mr. Waggesback's present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Just a quick point of personal privilege. I'd like to recognize Representative Price from Ascension, I believe it is, that's here. Appreciate you being here. Are there any other senators or representatives with us right now? I'd also like to welcome Dr. Judy Moranti to the board and Stephen Waggesback. It's good to have you here with us and look forward to your contributions to the board as we go forward. First item, please.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding item 7.1 and removing items 2.1, 2.2, and 3.1.
Do we have a motion to?
I move, but Mr. Chairman, I would like to remove item 3.1 for discussion.
Okay.
I second.
Was that a motion to that, including Mr. Lee?
I'm made a motion to approve the consent agenda, but removing that one item for discussion.
In addition to what you've noted?
That was in the, excuse me, for clarification, that was included, the 3.1. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 2.1 on page 1, consideration of a report from the LDE's Director of Internal Audit. This item recommendation is to receive.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Bradford and a second by Mr. Lee. We do have one person that would like to speak to this item, Ms. Berrios.
Lee Berrios, retired teacher from St. Tammany Parish. Yes, I'd just like to ask in the recommendation to receive item 3 under audit projects in progress, I'd like to be able to understand where these audit findings can be found for school boards and charter schools with the redo of the website. I don't know if they were ever on there, but I'd like to be able to access those. I'm sure others would. Where can we find those audit findings, and are those the audits for the October 1st?
I believe the legislative auditor is the one that shares audits of all public institutions, whether it's a charter school or a school district.
So the Department of Ed would not release those?
It's just a typical practice that the legislative auditor posts those for public review.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this item? Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 2.2 on page 3, consideration of LDE contracts of $50,000 and under, approved by the State Superintendent of Education. The recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a motion to receive? Ms. Bradford, second.
Second.
Ms. Jones. And we have one comment on this item, Ms. Berrios.
Lee Berrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany. Again, it's primarily a question of access and transparency where we can find some of these contracts. I have some questions about, for instance, City of New Iberia, $30,000. Resources to improve the quality of life for youth of our community. Also the contracts, there's one 12-day contract for $7,500 to deliver training to facilitate implementation of Compass, along with some others. East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, $49,000 to a cooperative agreement to increase academic achievement for all students. I'd like more information on that and to understand why East Baton Rouge Parish would get that. There are several contracts. One, Louisiana DECA, $8,000, provide Louisiana students opportunities for leadership development, competitive events, and professional competencies. McGlinchey Stafford, $50,000, Oh, I was going to look that up myself, sorry. Look up that court case. Skills Louisiana, USA, again, $12,000. Provide Louisiana students opportunities for leadership development. I think the public would like to be able to understand why these monies are being spent and why they're going where they're going. Thank you.
The
Where can we
members,
access it?
the answer to the question is that the legislature in House Bill 1, which is the state's budget bill, appropriates specific funds for specific programs. That's a process that every year in the budgeting process the legislature walks through. Oftentimes they will, when they make those amendments to the budget, they'll appropriate them by way of a various department's budget. So they will say in the House bill, which is the state's budget, this is to be appropriated through the Department of Education for that specific use. So the reason that they're being appropriated here is the legislature put it in the budget, voted on it. It's sent by way of our agency, which is just a pass-through. We're doing as instructed by the legislature.
And where can those contracts be accessed in their detail? Is that on the LaTrack system?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion, Ms. Beebe?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Gill. I concur with Ms. Barrios. In fact, the one that she called attention to, I also had questions about, and she did allude to several contracts. But here it's like we have a duplication of effort, particularly with the deliver and support of Compass information. You know, I mean, this is, while it's $15,000, I just have concerns with, you know, we pay salaries to Department of Ed staff, and then we're contracting out to provide services, which is something I feel that staff should be able to deliver. So just would want some additional clarification regarding this. I mean, that's just one item, and as I say, it's $15,000, but all of these add up. And I'm just wondering if there is a duplication of effort.
Well, I don't think there's a duplication of effort in that the department's budget has been reduced last year by nearly 15%. In this year's budget, there's again a reduction of more than 10%. So I think you're actually talking about an organization that's trying to operate more efficiently and achieve the same things, just like school systems across the state are. A lot of these, as I said, are legislatively required. They're instructed to us to say that you have to appropriate funds, you have to use funds for this purpose. In this case, we chose to use general fund dollars, as you say, to support our Compass initiative.
Well, I just see that these are a number of contracts that, you know,
I mean, people are
I
asking for...
understand, you know, you have the entire state to facilitate, but again, you know, Compass, we've all been trained within our school systems to redeliver. And so again, you know, I don't know why school systems are not delivering this, and with the facilitation from the Department of Ed staff.
Any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item 3.1 on page 56. Consideration of ratification of the board president's submission of required legislative reports to the Louisiana legislature. The recommendation is to ratify.
Do I have a motion to ratify? Ms. Bradford, is there a second? Mr. Romer, any discussion? We do have public comment. Ms. Barrios.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher from St. Tammany. I didn't have the time or the expertise to really go through and analyze this report on Compass, but I did ask Dr. Mercedes Schneider to comment on it, which he did, and I'd like to read some of the findings that she has, and you all have been provided previously with Dr. Schneider's peer review on Dr. Noel's VAM studies and Compass. She says, their stability findings contradict Dr. Noel's erratic VAM stability from his 2011 report, though they do cut and paste his wording of, quote, moderate stability and other parts of his study. It's highly suspect that no researcher names were included in this study, just as no researcher names were included in the 2012 study, which also showed an erratic VAM. The current study is conspicuously absent actual data tables regarding supposed FAM stability. The 2011 and 12 reports included such tables. They were included before anyone had publicized clearly what the tables mean. Now that I've written about the meaning of the tables, they are suddenly removed. She'd like to know who actually wrote the study, and says it's a violation of researcher ethics not to reveal the author so that one can examine the qualifications of the author. One last thing, she says she'd like to remind you that Charlotte Danielson publicly objected to you using only part of her rubric, but that you chose to ignore her. As it stands, you're limiting her 22 indices to 5 and presenting a severely narrowed perspective of the role of the teacher. And that was actually clarified in an email of July 18th, 2012 from Chief of Staff Kunshan Narachania to Mr. White, when she said, with regard to Ms. Danielson, quote, Charlotte Danielson is being a pain again. Apparently some reporter interviewed her about us using a version of her rubric for our system. She said she thinks it's a bad idea for us to use an abridged version of her rubric and that we should have piloted for a year. So lame, unquote. Thank you.
Mr. Wayne Free.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
The last speaker talked about us using less items from the Danielson rubric than the Danielson rubric originally contained. And I have a question for the superintendent. Didn't we receive recommendations from classroom teachers and principals asking us to cut those numbers down?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Certainly.
Oh, excuse me. The instrument, Mr. Garvey Pollock, it was Dr. Strong's rubric. And yes, that was the feedback received from the trenches. I am within the trenches. And then again, regardless of what principals and teachers ask for, if a rubric is viewed to lack reliability and validity by the architect, Charlotte Danielson herself, well, I think that we as representatives of the public should take that into consideration. The instrument lacks stability. We have an individual, Ms. Barrios, referred to, who has a doctorate in statistics, and she has given her review of the findings, which the instrument it lacks stability. And I think that we're doing a disservice to our teachers. Every day they are walking into personnel offices, relinquishing their positions, resigning, or retiring. And this is a reality. I'm speaking the truth on behalf of many school systems in Louisiana.
Mr. Free.
I don't know if you have a copy of George's report or the department's report, so I'm going to read just a little bit of data to you. This is George's report from last year. The results show moderate stability across the years. Teachers who fell in the bottom 20% in 2007 and 8 were likely to fall in the bottom 20%, and that is 45% of the time in mathematics and 39% in language arts. Less than 50% of the time otherwise. Many of you know this data because I have provided it to you along with George's email that indicated that the stability at the 10% level was less than 25%. I'm now reading you the department's report. The results show a moderate stability across years. Teachers who fell in the bottom 10% of the data were likely to follow in the bottom 10% of the data or move up 78% of the time. Essentially what the department did is totally change the percentages and the processes for reporting, showing a stability of 70% if you looked at a 50% range rather than what you are doing as it is currently. There was no change in the stability rating within the department's data, except they chose to report it in a way that indicated a large growth in the stability. It is one thing to hide data with the public, but when the department chooses to produce data to give to the legislature that hides the true effect of the stability, then that's called malfeasance. And for you to ratify this without looking into it in depth would put this board in a very difficult position. In addition, in George's report, he goes on, quotes the correlation data, and provides some numbers. The department says, quoting the correlation data, there still is moderate, but no numbers show up. That's because there was no increase in the correlation data. In most cases, in some cases, that data fell. Again, let me say it very clearly. It is one thing to report fairly and accurately and to hide data, but when you do it to the legislature on a report they have demanded, you are bordering on or have crossed the line into malfeasance. I have the following recommendations.
Mr. Free, we have 30 seconds remaining.
I have the following recommendations. You should immediately appoint a committee of outside experts to examine the report and the data and to provide that information to you so you can present it to the legislature in a fair and accurate fashion. Number two, depending upon the data they give you, you should look at amending Bulletin 130 and looking at changes to Act 54 that would more accurately reflect the lack of stability in the value-added process. Number three.
Mr. Free, in the essence of time, I'd ask that you submit the report to the board that your
I
time's
will
up.
certainly. I will do this last one for you, and then I will give you this
Thank you.
information. Number three, appoint a committee to do an in-house investigation, determine who was determined at the department, who was involved at the department in the decision to improperly report the VAM stability and determine if anybody outside of the DOE played a role in that process. I will provide you with the data. For those of you who are new to the board, I apologize that you did not have the earlier data that the department reported, but I will get that to you as well.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Bophy?
Superintendent White, it's my understanding that districts are able to select rubrics and are not required to use the 5 components of the Danielson rubric that the state has put out as a model. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that districts will continue to have the ability to select whichever rubric that they would want, or take the Danielson rubric and use it however they would like. Is that correct?
That's true, and we have an approval process, but I think 28 districts opted to use a different rubric this year.
So this coming year, districts who would like could use the entire Danielson rubric if they would choose?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Ms. Hill?
Superintendent White, just to make reference to what Mr. Free commented in reference to the data, there has been a tremendous issue in the community in reference to trying to receive data for various issues. Even as a BESE rep, I have requested data, and no one in the department would give me any data. And if I do go to the department and speak to one of the staff members, they won't even speak to me to even give me information that I needed, because they've been instructed by the superintendent to not communicate with BESE members. So just to make a statement to what Mr. Free has made, we have to be more responsible in getting this information out to the public, because we're not being transparent. And when it comes to the data, as a BESE rep, if I can't receive it, how can the community receive it, or even our state representatives, state senators? So that's something that I would like the department to work on, and to make sure that we're giving information, accurate information, and making sure that the data is out there, that it's accurate data.
I agree with you. I think it's important if you could just send me directly, Ms. Hill, a list of the data sets that you've requested, and I'll make sure you get them.
Ms. Beebe?
You know, I think the comments are lame with regard to districts have the autonomy to select the rubric that they want to use, because in the trenches, we are doing our due diligence just to comply with all the directives. And I think we have a responsibility to provide to districts instruments that are reliable and valid. That is our responsibility. And at this time, if there is no further discussion, I would like to offer a substitute motion to accept the recommendations offered by Mr. Wayne Free as we move forward.
And I'll second it.
There is a substitute motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the substitute motion?
I'll discuss it.
Okay.
I mean, I disagree. I oppose the substitute motion. I appreciate Mr. Free's comments. I don't agree with his characterization of the report. All the information in here reflects that, in fact, we've not received all the data, end-of-the-year data. It is subject to change, that these are projected stability ratings, and this is what they are projected to be, and we'll know when the final information is in. So, in fact, it says exactly what the facts are. So he and I we've discussed this before, and I just don't agree with his assessment. Now, when we have the end-of-the-year data in, then we can have a more thorough analysis of the actual data. This is a preliminary report based on the information we had to date, not based on the end-of-the-year data from this year, which will be the first time we have comprehensive data across the state. So to claim that the report is wrong, to claim that it's erroneous, the report is a mid-year report. The report is a status of where we stand at this moment and where we think we'll be. And we'll know exactly at the end of the year when we get all the data where we report. And we'd be glad to examine the stability at that moment. But to change the report at this point or to claim that the report is erroneous is a mischaracterization of what the report actually reflects. And I think it's actually exactly what the legislature had requested us to do at this point. And we will have additional information later in the year when we have additional data.
Is there any further discussion from the board on the?
Yes, I do. I just have to disagree with Mr. Romer. I think you're missing the point. The point of the issue is that the information that has been presented, of course, you may say that it's accurate, the department may say that it's accurate, but the community, the people who we serve, they don't even have any information in reference to how to even retrieve the information, the data, or how even they go to the website. There is no, it's not friendly. It's not friendly for the community. So, Mr. Rome, I think the point that the community is trying to make is that the information that is being put out there, when it's put out there, is at the last minute. Or if it is put out there, it's inaccurate, or there's no feedback. And I think that's the point that, as the BESE rep, that's what I'm making. Oh, I can't even get the information. Like you said, well, let's wait till the end of the year. The end of the year comes, they still won't have the information. Or if the information is out there, it's still not accurate, or no feedback.
If I may respond.
Mr. Roman?
This is a report that the legislature asked us to provide by March 1st. Now, what's interesting about March 1st is we don't have the full school year's data yet. So we have to make projections, guys. Okay? And you're talking about a different issue. The issue of data being made available to the public, I agree with. Okay? We should make as much data as we can available. I've always said that. I always supported it. I've made us move with more haste and making sure we get data made available to the public. I agree with you 100%. The question at hand is this item, which is a mid-year report to the legislature. They requested us to get to them by March 1st. And that's all this is.
May I make a
No,
point?
so we're going to have board discussion right now.
Would a BESE member ask that I may be allowed to make a point?
I so move.
As the board chair, as the chair of the committee, I'm not going to allow it at this time, Mr. Free.
Well, if I would have a question for Mr. Free, I would like to ask what, I need to know what he has to say so that I can make my decision. So I feel this point is part of.
Well, Ms. Beebe, if you'd like to visit with him, that'd be fine. We have a motion on the floor and discussion relative to the substitute motion.
You know, this is ridiculous. We have individuals, we need to base our decisions on information that the experts, such as Mr. Free, has, and then we're denied the opportunity to hear the comments that he would like to.
Well, Ms. Beebe, it's not going to change a mid-year report at this stage. There's plenty of opportunity going forward.
Well, I have to agree with Ms. Hill, the timeliness or lack of when we receive these reports. Because honestly, in my packet, it said that it would be presented today. I did receive an electronic file, and it's not your problem, but I had some internet difficulties. So I think it's unfair to just rush through these proceedings without having all of the information we need.
Point taken. Is there any further discussion on the substitute motion? Any opposition?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey opposes the substitute motion. But let's take a roll call vote. Let's do that. Ms. Beebe?
I offered the substitute motion.
To accept the recommendation ordered by Mr. Wayne Free, and I imagine that what he read, and he's going to
Yes.
turn it into the board to accept his recommendation.
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Beebe?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Ms. Bofi?
No.
Ms. Bofi, I'm sorry, Ms. Beebe voted yes. Ms. Bofi voted no.
That's correct.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Bradford voted no. Mr. Garvey? No. Mr. Garvey, no. Mr. Gill, are you voting?
No.
Okay. Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill voted yes. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Lee voted no. Dr. Marante?
No.
Dr. Marante voted no. Ms. Orange Jones?
No.
Ms. Orange Jones voted no. Mr. Romer?
No.
Mr. Romer voted no. Mr. Wagasback? No. Mr. Wagasback voted no. Motion failed.
Would you read the original motion, please?
To ratify the recommendation by the department.
So, go ahead.
I'm sorry, ratification of the board president's submission of required legislative report to the Louisiana legislature.
Is there any further discussion on the original motion?
I'd like to make one comment.
Okay.
And I'd like to have a comment. Comment as well.
I would suspect that between now and the end of the legislative session, we will have a great deal of discussion on this item. And let's be clear what this item is and what it's not. This item is a mid-year report to the legislature. I have a strong suspicion that they, in fact, will want to discuss this in much more detail during the course of their legislative session. And at that time, we'll also have the advantage of perhaps more information. But one of the inefficiencies with what we do, which I will admit, is the school year doesn't necessarily line up with the legislative calendar or the BESE calendar. So we will have ongoing reports to the legislature in regard to Compass. And each report, hopefully, as we get more data, will become more defined. Thank you.
Ms. Bofi?
I'd like to offer a substitute motion that we take this up tomorrow. I understand that not everyone has had a chance to read it, and it was handed to us in writing just now, and so that's my motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Ms. Beebe has seconded. Any discussion on the motion, the second substitute motion? Is there any opposition to the substitute motion? Substitute motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item 4.1. This is found on page 77. Consideration of the Minimum Foundation Program, or MFP, formula for fiscal year 2013-2014. The recommendation is to approve.
I'd like to do just a few comments. I'd like to recognize Senator Clater, who's here from the legislature. Representative Pat Smith has joined us from the Education Committee and the legislature. Any other representatives or senators with us today? Yeah, Representative Price. Yes, I'd recognize you early, but welcome. Glad you joined us. There'll be a presentation on MFP by Superintendent White. There are a lot of comment cards, which we certainly appreciate. What we'd like to do is I'd ask you to limit your time to 2 minutes. We'll give you 3, but if you can limit it to 2, that would be helpful. If you feel like it's duplication of somebody else that is presented, then it would certainly be helpful to just reiterate that you would agree with that position. If you have a report that you'd like to present because you can't fit that into the time, then certainly feel free to submit that report. And from an association standpoint, we would allow 5 minutes of public comment. What I'd like to do first is we'll have the presentation, and then we'll open it up to public comment, and then the board will have their discussion afterwards.
Thank you. I think, board members, I'm going to forego the PowerPoint and just talk. We can reference the slides as we go ahead if that's helpful. Here's how I'd like to spend the next maybe 5 minutes just to talk about this. And I think this is important for the audience as well. First, I want to recognize that I know my sense from having worked with LaTeach, from having worked with the special education advisors, some of the non-public schools in the room, is that a lot of people are here to talk about the MFP, and that's good. It's a big piece of policy. It's a complex piece of policy, and I want to thank all the parents of children with special needs. I want to thank the special educators who came to join us today. I want to thank the School Board Association. Looks like we have the LAE, the LFT, BEO, and of course representatives from our school systems and our legislature here today. So it's great that everybody is here to have this discussion. Let's talk just for a second about what the MFP is, because I think sometimes people get a little confused about what it is. So I'm just going to talk real quick about what it is. In the Constitution of our state, it says to you, the board, that you have two responsibilities as it regards the MFP. Number one, your job is to calculate a minimum cost of educating each child. And then number two, to calculate what percentage of that should be paid by the local district as opposed to what percentage should be paid by the state. That's what this is about. Meaning that after you've calculated what the cost is per child, and after you've figured out what the share is from the state to the local, it ends up in one check. We send that district one lump sum amount of money. So the question in front of you is not a question of how those dollars are used. There is nothing today that will be discussed about how dollars should be spent on special education. There's nothing about how dollars should be spent on gifted education, nothing on career education, nothing on literacy, nothing on math, nothing on pre-K. There's no requirements on the school system as to how they spend their dollars. If they choose to do the right thing and spend them on special education services, that is their choice. If they choose to do the right thing and spend it on gifted education, that is their choice. This is simply about what is the cost per child and about how much does the state pay of that cost. That's the only question in front of the board today. So let's talk about the current state of things that you are, the kind of universe that you're playing in, board members. Number one, this state is facing a $1 billion shortfall. The three representatives from the legislature, one senator and two representatives who are here today, are looking at a budget that represents a $1 billion difference in terms of what we would want to spend versus what we are able to spend. At the same time, districts are facing similar challenges, and I think that's important to acknowledge for Superintendent Beebe or former Superintendent Lee or a lot of the superintendents and board members and so on in this audience. Districts are facing a similar challenge. They've got a federal sequestration coming up that they're wrestling with. They've got increased costs that the teachers' retirement system and so on have assessed on them. And there are other increasing obligations. So it's a challenging time for them too. So your job, our job, is to figure out what is the cost per child and then what share can the state pay in a time when the state has less money. So let's talk about what is in front of you then today. I think there are five, given that mission, there are five critical components of what's in front of you today. Number one, the proposal in front of you continues that the state will pay 65% on average of the cost at a minimum, and the local will pay 35%. I should say the average is 65%, and the local will pay 35%. So the state has less money, but the state is maintaining its commitment to pay nearly two-thirds the cost. The state has decided not to drop its share. Number two, you have committed that the MFP will continue to pay a per-student count, meaning that when the number of students goes up, the state, which is paying more, the majority share, is required to pay more, which means that this year, even though we've all known about the challenges faced in higher education, we've all known about the transition faced in the healthcare system, in K-12 education, we will be spending as a state $40 million, roughly, more dollars than we spent last year. That's not to say that that satisfies the challenges that the school boards or the superintendents and their teams are facing. It's not to say that. But it is to say that as a state that is a $1 billion challenge, you have elected, if you accept this proposal, to remain at the state paying 65%, because you could drop it. And it means that you've elected to maintain a per-student rate. because you could go to a flat rate. And as a result, the state will be paying, according to this projection, $40 million more than it paid last year in a time when statewide services are getting cut. Now, if you accept this proposal, you've removed some of the restrictions that used to be in the MFP. You've removed the restriction that the MFP, that district spends 70% of their funds in ways that the state says they have to spend it. You've removed the rule that's saying that if there's any increase, it has to be spent on specific personnel costs. And that's in line with a lot of things this board has done to try to loosen the strings and the constraints on particular districts. Number 4, if you accept this proposal, will continue a system of weights that say that some students generate more money for their districts because in the aggregate it costs more to educate those students. There are a lot of folks here, I'm imagining today, to talk about special education. I'm happy to talk about that. But a basic fact, because the question in front of you is not how do they spend their money on special ed, that's their business. The question is how much money is generated as a reasonable cost and what share does the state pay? This proposal, at a minimum, holds steady and likely increases the amount of money generated by special ed students. This proposal holds steady and likely increases the amount of money spent or generated by gifted and talented and advanced coursework. I'm happy to talk about the details, but since the question in front of you is how do you get to that one check? What does it cost to educate in the district? And what percentage does the state bear? You should know that those weights will hold steady or generate more money next year than they generated last year, which is the basic question in front of you. And 5th and finally, if you accept this resolution, you will have accepted to maintain programs that represent school choice and the rights of parents to exercise school choice, while at the same time acknowledging that there is jurisprudence in front of us that, if it goes a certain way, would be removed from the formula. Now, I should say, so you know, and you may have read about this and we've corresponded about this in email, that we have submitted a proposal to districts that stands if people want to fund those choice programs in an alternate way, in a way that just works within the formula, irrespective of the courts. It saves districts more money. But in this formula you're hearing today, the right to exercise school choice is preserved, while at the same time, if the courts decide against that, then it would be removed. Now, in each of the 5 areas I just named, whether it's the state share versus the local, whether it is the cost overall of educating on a per-child basis, whether it is the weights specifically, whether it is the choice aspect, there are going to be people here, I would imagine, who are going to say things for and against. And I don't know exactly what they're going to say, but let me just give you a couple points of fact to consider. Number 1, as it regards the state share versus the local, the number 1 reason far and away why a given parish gains or loses money has nothing to do with school choice, has nothing to do with the individual weights around a special ed program or a gifted program. It has to do with the state contribution versus the local contribution. How many kids are in the local? What's the tax revenue in the local? That is far and away the number 1 contributor to any change any district experiences. Second, I'm imagining it will come up that there is not an increase in the per capita amount in the MFP. Please bear in mind that the choice that you are making to continue to fund on a per-child basis grows the size of the MFP. Now, if there was more money in this state, I'd be the first in line advocating for, yes, we should help our school system, we should help our kids with more funding. But you are taking a step in that direction by continuing to fund per child, which is driving a $40 million increase as the state's population grows, as we grow our graduation rate. Fourth, on any change in the weights, special education, gifted, there is going to be more money in that weights system next year than there was last year. There is going to be more money generated by special education students according to our projections. there's at least going to be as much money generated by gifted and advanced coursework as there was last year. There is no losing money in this state by way of any change in the weights. And finally, as it regards the choice programs, in this resolution, people will say, well, you know, the court has decided this or the court has decided that. There is a pending court decision. We don't yet have a court decision. So this proposal simply says what the law instructs us to do is to maintain this program in the MFP unless the courts decide otherwise, and the formula then says we remove it. It has contingency language. So, coming back to the original question. Question is, what is the minimum cost of educating each child? And have we calculated a fair state share of that cost? We're increasing the amount of money. We are doing it in a way that honors the choices of parents. Thus, the answer to those two questions that are in front of you, the cost and the state share, is that you have absolutely done the right thing in supporting this resolution. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for giving me the time.
Thank you for your comments, Superintendent White. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to a public comment at this stage, and then afterwards the board will discuss the issues. Senator Claytor.
Go beforehand and show passion for the students and kids in our state. Briefly, what I was hoping to address you about in my 2 minutes was I filed 2 bills last year that were important to your mission. One was Senate Bill 726 that Superintendent White spoke about relative to the formula. The bill essentially said we, the legislature, would appreciate it if you would focus on the formula and less on policy within the formula. And so, frankly, I couldn't do a better explanation of what I believe your mission is than what Superintendent White said earlier. But sometimes we stray from the formula discussion and we get into a lot of policy. That's a natural thing for us to have a disagreement about in there, but that was one bill I filed last year. The other bill that we all have a lot of friends here today to discuss that we have different views on, and that's good that we're having a discussion on it. I filed Senate Bill 728 asking that we devote some attention to the manner in which the funds are distributed to the special needs children. That bill was pointed out to me that, hey, Senator Claytor, this is the province of BESE. If you're asking us to stay out of policy, why don't you stay out of the formula? And so I turned that into a resolution and asked that you do that. And so I followed the proper role on that, I believe, and asked that you study this issue. And lo and behold, there we have cooperation between BESE and the legislature, and that you have, in fact, studied the issue and made a recommendation, which I'm here to thank you on. A lot of my friends in the special needs community are very concerned about how this will be applied, but and I'm not the expert in it. That's why I asked you guys to study this and come out with a recommendation. But from my point of view, where I am, it seems to be a very responsive and thoughtful response that has a ceiling and a floor on it to make sure that no group is penalized in this year, and that it's mostly, and these are my words, a flag to the locals that this is something that's important and that we want you to focus on. It doesn't necessarily have a tremendous impact this year. But that's the extent of what I'm here to say is thank you for heeding the things that we've said. I appreciate the spirit of cooperation between you guys and us folks just across the lake on this, and I encourage us to have healthy discussions on it, and that we don't always agree in the legislature, and obviously we're not always on the same point here. So with that, I would say thank you. It looks like Mr. Romer may have a question for me.
Mr. Romer?
I appreciate you coming today. It's actually, I like to see when the legislators come over and give us direct input while we're making it the policy rather than reacting afterwards and when we have less chance to consider. I would like you to one of the interesting aspects that the superintendent touched on in MFP is that it's really just a grant that goes to districts, that we do come up with a formula that is weighted on particular interest, but at the end of the day, that money is not necessarily spent in that area. And that's an interesting dilemma. So we're saying it's important to provide extra funding for particular needs or particular talents, but the money then is sent forward to districts to spend as they wish, quite frankly, which I support autonomy. I support local decisions. So one of the, and you touch on this a little bit, the challenge then is how do we provide incentive for those dollars to be spent effectively without mandating it? And that's what I think we've tried to do here. And we certainly would be interested if you have any additional thoughts than what you've already given, which is we've tried to make changes within special ed so that the severity of the disability is important and how the dollars are accounted for. We've tried to tell districts that outcomes with these students are important. It's not just that they be classified in a certain area, but that in fact they are educated to the best of our ability. And so we've tried to put within this formula some framework that gives districts an incentive to do that. We've done the same on the gifted area. It's not enough just to tell a student or to identify a student as gifted. What we really want you to do is take that gifted student and have incredible outcomes. And if you're able to do that, you'll receive more money, not less. Do you have any thought on the MFP in terms of it being a block grant and trying to balance the idea of allowing local autonomy, but us trying to come up with a formula that promotes certain decisions to be made? And you may not have a thought on that, so feel,
No, I have thoughts on that, but it looks like I've passed up my 2 minutes, and so I'll have to come back.
I appreciate
and
that.
share those.
Thank you, Senator Claytor. Appreciate you being here.
I just had a question for Senator Clayton.
Ms. Hill.
Because I'm just torn here when it comes to special education proposal in reference to the MFP. And I just want some clarification because I've had so many constituents reach out to me, so many community leaders to reach out to me, which in concern with this special education formula that's going to be implemented for this year. And as a senator, I just want to make sure I heard you clearly. You said that the feedback that you have been receiving from the special education community has been
Fearful.
okay.
And let me just, if I may just go over my 2 minutes for
This
just
is
a moment.
selective. Wait a second. This is not right.
I'll come to you, but initially what I was concerned about, I sit on finance in addition to education. What I was concerned about with all the choices that we now have for our students on education, that the children with less severe disabilities were going to find options outside of the traditional system, which is what this is all about. We want all of our students to have options. But that as these children took advantage of these other options and took their MFP money with them, that the kids with the more severe disabilities were going to be left to languish in the public system without the amount of resources they previously had. And how do you balance that? I want any child that can have a choice and be mainstreamed, which is what every parent wants, whether your child has a disability or not. You want to be with the other children. You want to be mainstreamed. I want those kids to have their opportunities, but at the same time, I'm very concerned about the kids that will potentially be left behind in the system without the resources. We had the question about the money as a block, and how do we get these locals to respond and actually do the things that we're asking, and that we just throw the money out there and spread our bread across the waters and hope that we get a good response out of them. But to your question, maybe audits are perhaps better means of finding that out. But yes, I'm very concerned about that. But the superintendent's program has bracketed this stuff so closely that there's really not going to be a tremendous effect in the money at this time, but it will send a message, I believe, to the locals that we'd like to see some better outcomes here if we can do that. I like the idea that we recognized that we weren't doing as good as we could by our kids with special needs, and that we're looking to improve outcomes, that we're looking to reward those that are doing that. So everybody's afraid of change. Everybody's child's disability is very, very concerning to their parent, and I can understand the fearfulness. But I think with the guardrails that we have on the proposal as it is now, that we've got training wheels, a helmet, guardrails, elbow pads, and that nobody's going to suffer on this, and that if they do, you guys will come back and make the further adjustments. So, again, I'm sorry that I took too long.
Thank you for coming and speaking.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yes.
I appreciate your service.
Mm-hmm. Representative Smith.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and good morning to all of you. It is still morning, yes. As I listened, your proposal is to remove all restrictions on how money is spent at the district level. Is that correct?
You're asking me?
Yes, Superintendent, yes.
No. The proposal is to, through the MFP, which, as I read the Constitution, says that the job of BESE, and as the legislature, I believe, has voiced in many occasions, the job of BESE is to calculate a cost and to then apportion how much of the cost is to be borne by the state versus the local. There is not in the MFP area, as I read the Constitution, anything about how the locals should spend their dollars. Now, there are plenty of other dollars where the state does exercise discretion over how the local spends their dollars, but as I read the Constitution, it doesn't says about a formula. It doesn't say anything about how the local is to spend their dollars. There are other statutes that do that, but the Constitution does not say that.
But I heard you clearly say that your ideas were to allow districts to spend that money the way they choose to spend them in their districts. Is that correct?
That's not my idea. That was the idea of the Constitutional Convention.
Okay. Yet there are statutes that mandate certain spendings that districts have to make. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you, as I think I read, you were going to remove the 70% per classroom, which are BESE rules. You were going to remove some of the other restrictions that BESE has placed upon some districts. That was in the paper, so maybe that wasn't a correct statement. Is that correct?
In the MFP, there were some provisions that said this is a guideline as to how the district may spend. All I'm suggesting is that, as I've learned from attorneys, whether they're in the legislature or not, when you look at the Constitution, it doesn't really say that BESE's role is to say you have to spend your money in this way or that way. There are other areas where BESE can do that. There are certainly other areas where the legislature does that regularly. But the MFP is a creation of the Constitution, and the constitutional authority granted to BESE does not, by way of that provision, allow BESE to say, and you have to use the dollars for such and such.
And I'm glad you acknowledge the Constitution. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Well, I appreciate your respect for it as well. Your hearty respect for it. And let me say this. I do think that a lot of the folks in the room, BESE, myself, et cetera, it is very easy to be confused between the calculation of the cost, how much the state will give, as opposed to how the dollars should be used. BESE's job is to calculate one check. That check has no strings. That check arrives at the school board, and the school board then has discretion over it. If the legislature wants to create laws that require the school board to spend its money in other ways, they're more than free to do that.
It almost seems like, in my opinion, and I have opinions just like everybody else, that this is almost an attempt to throw districts under the bus, to basically give them a block of money saying that we're not going to give you any instructions on what you do, but when you fail, we're going to be right there at your doors, knocking on your doors to say, oh, we're ready to take you over, and you're not doing your performance, and you're not going to get this or that. That's what I see this as being a way to throw school districts under the bus. Now, this is my opinion. My other questions that I have for you, though, are, what is the formula between, or the difference between IDA funding that we get from the federal government and state funding for special education?
What do you mean, what is the difference?
There is a difference. You get money, we get money from the federal government for IDEA, which is for special ed, and the state puts in a certain amount. Do you know what those ratios are?
I don't know off the top of my head what the ratios are, but the difference in the nature of the funding is that, per your previous conversation, IDEA requires specific activities
Correct.
as a condition of accepting the money. It also, as a federal law, just simply requires certain rights be given to students with disabilities. Let me say this. The spirit of IDEA is really threefold. Number one, acknowledge the individual needs, the individual unique to the child of students with disabilities. Number two, create a plan that is unique to those students' needs. Number three, make that plan in the service of that child's achievement such that that child can aspire, or such that we can aspire to the same level of achievement we would expect of any child in our society. Our current funding formula, the formula that has been passed by BESE boards past, is a one-size-fits-all system that disrespects the principles of IDEA by not acknowledging the needs of any individual child, by not funding the specific plans that cater to that child's needs, and number three, by not acknowledging the outcome academically at all. This formula meets with the specific parameters of IDEA.
I think there has to be some precautions and also some hesitation and fears, as you heard Senator Clayton say, from the special ed parents or exceptionality students, I should call them, not special ed, students with exceptionalities, that there are fears in what's going to happen when you put this formula in place and it goes down to the districts. So I'm still not understanding. You're trying to actually change the way your state funding is dealt with as far as special education needs, rather than looking at doing anything with the IDEA money from the feds. Is that correct?
Well, no, actually. This year we looked at the IDEA budget when our administration came in. We think that there was a fair number of bureaucratic, wasteful programs to IDEA, and as a result, we ended a set of programs that frankly weren't getting to the classroom. We, through a competitive grant program called Believe and Include, increased IDEA funding to the districts by $4 million. To fund students who have the most significant disabilities, we increased our high-risk pool through IDEA savings by 50%, from $4 million to $6 million. So we are changing it by giving more of it to school systems, getting more of it to the classroom. But it is the federal government that controls the restrictions on IDEA.
Well, that's what I was asking. So you're only looking at the state portion of the special ed dollars that go to the districts.
No, we're giving more IDEA money right to the districts, getting it out of the hands of bureaucrats.
But the restrictions for federal dollars will still be there.
Well, that's a matter for Congress.
Yes, well, it is, but it's still a part of every school district's opportunity to look at how they deal with special education students. And when you have two laws that are going to be in direct conflict, that's going to be a problem possibly for school districts in how they actually deal with special education students. Just putting it on your mind.
I've spoken to the head of Office of Special Ed Programs in D.C.
Okay.
I'm very, very confident that these two things are not only not in conflict, but they're actually entirely in sync. The Federal Education Department is moving in the direction of looking not at a cookie-cutter system for IDEA like we have, but looking at a system that actually achieves and rewards outcomes with special education children.
My other question regarding the funding, is this going to take into account, since special education in Louisiana covers both gifted and exceptionalities, are you looking at the spectrum of both issues of special ed, or only at the exceptionalities for those at the lower end of the spectrum?
Well, there are two. BESE has historically had two categories of weights in this regard. There's actually a number of weights. There are for children growing up in poverty, for children in career courses. I know you know this well. There are two weights that you've just mentioned: our gifted weight and our gifted and talented weight, and our weight for children with disabilities under IDEA. IDEA does not cover students who are classified as gifted and talented. It does cover students who are classified as having a disability. We are proposing adjustments in each of those areas. Each of those adjustments will, at a minimum, hold the amount of funding that districts receive steady. And in fact, I believe projections indicate, at least, it will lead to an increase in funding for students with disabilities and in funding for the gifted and advanced coursework category.
So they're both included, is what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The other question I have, since I'm looking at or listening to what your plan is as far as students with exceptionalities on the special ed side, not gifted, and trying to attempt to get the graduation rate up for those students, are you eliminating the certificate for special education students?
We're not eliminating the certificate. It is not included in our accountability formula. That is a federal requirement.
It's a federal requirement?
Yes.
For students, okay. Well, I just wanted to give you my concerns on what I'm hearing, because I do feel that folks need to be cautiously optimistic in looking at this. Special education parents have long been those who have, first of all, been those parents who've been critically involved in their students' education, because of the fact there's an IEP that goes with them and it follows them forever wherever they go. And if we're not going to use IEPs in trying to determine how a child gets through a system, then it's going to be inherently difficult to see how those parents are going to agree, in essence, on how the funding scales are going to match up. So it's going to be something that I believe everybody's going to be, ought to be hesitant about until they actually see it. But I think more so, Superintendent, it's just, to me, this whole idea that you're being put out there, that you're putting out there right now, seems to me another dig on districts, throwing them under the bus, because BESE takes the responsibility away from themselves. They are not doing anything. They're telling the districts that you're going to be responsible for this, and when you fail, we'll be there knocking on your door. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Michael Falk of the Louisiana Association of School Superintendents.
Michael Falk, Superintendent of Schools at Central, and the President of the State Superintendents Association. And I don't know if I want it to be first or last, but if I'm first, I can get out of here quick. The superintendent has attempted to give you an overview of probably one of the most complex issues that we've been facing in the state. Mr. Lee and I have been dealing with this MFP now for 20-something years. We've seen the dynamics of change. We've seen full funding. We've seen frozen per pupil amount. We've changed weights and all that. And I came to the conclusion that I don't need to be looking at the final numbers, the dollars, because everybody tries to look and say, oh, I get this much or I get that much. The issue really is the resolution. And with that in mind, I held a meeting of superintendents from across the state this past weekend. We had over 50 in attendance. And what we did is we analyzed and broke down the resolution, and they've asked for me to share with you some specific concerns we have with the resolution. And this resolution, once enacted, if the legislature approves the funding, they're going to approve $3.4 billion, which is approximately 45% of the state general fund budget. These are the points. The resolution is not worded as a resolution. If you review all resolutions in the past, it specifically began each paragraph with that wording. There is some language throughout the resolution that appears to be vague and does not specifically spell out the method by which to distribute funds. The flexibility and some lack of specific language compared to past resolutions would allow more reduction of individual districts' MFP monies. There are no goals stated, no references to statutory or constitutional requirements, no reference to providing adequacy or equity. Additionally, there is no specific outline how funding will be derived and distributed for course choice program are the student scholarships. The special ed funding format has significant implications for the following reasons. This is not a pilot, but in reality an implementation plan. And if it's included in the resolution, it is harder than the dickens to get the resolution changed or something removed from a resolution. It would be more appropriate to institute a pilot, such as was done with student-based budgeting, the compass evaluation, and is currently being worked on for early childhood education. The issues of discrimination, maintenance of effort, legality of distributing funds relative to performance, denial of a free, appropriate public education, establishing performance measures that are not in line with other states and using their statistics to compare with ours, the reduction of the gifted and talented weights in high school, and provision of monies for non-identified students. There are approximately 17 categories with weights assigned to the categories and the newest breakdown per the resolution. This will entail more work by school system staff, more record keeping, and more oversight needed by central office staff. It is for the aforementioned reasons we have two recommendations. Number one, the board reject the proposed resolution and replace it with the 2011-2012 MFP resolution. The current resolution of 1213 has legal issues which have not been resolved. There also remains the negative impact on equity due to the redistribution of hold harmless monies that were previously distributed to less wealthy districts on a per pupil basis. Number two, the board revived the MFP study committee and appoint superintendents, LSBA representatives, and business managers representing a good cross-section of districts. This committee would work with the department and the board in reviewing pertinent financial data, analyze the impact the data has on the equitable distribution of state funds. Any recommendations would be brought to the board for consideration. This committee should begin their work in July and have specific recommendations for the board to consider in January. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to address this very important topic.
Thank you, Mr. Park.
Thank you. Let me just respond for the board to a couple of points. On the question of the resolution versus the formula, I think probably, Superintendent, this issue is that what is in front of the board is a formula, not a resolution as an instrument, and that is somewhat of a shift in approach, but I take your point. We have tried to make this a formula, not a resolution, and part of the urgings of the legislature that is what you're approving, a formula that is a set of numeric inputs, not a resolution. On the record keeping, for whatever it's worth, I take, we believe deeply, as you do, that we should try to remove as many things as we can that are just administrative burdens. I would say every one of the data pieces that is then piped into that formula is just removed from a system that districts have entered their data into. So the tax data, for example, comes from a system that locals enter their data into. We just pull it out. The special ed data is all in the special education reporting system, sir. We just pull that out. So I think that's already being reported because that's where we get the data from, unless there's something I'm not right about. On the special ed stuff, on the legal issues, we've conferred with the Department of Education. We have legal opinions that none of this is illegal or breaks the requirements around FAPE. But I, of course, accept your comments and thank you for them.
Thank you, Mr. Falk.
Yes.
William Arsenault.
Mr.
Yes, Ms. Beebe.
While we're waiting for the gentleman to come forward. So, but I thought as BESE, we were asked to approve an MFP resolution. So if this is not the resolution, when will that come before us?
I can have the lawyers speak to that, or Aaron, if you want to speak to the specific distinction between a formula and a resolution. This is what you see in front of you today as a formula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
1 minute, if you would, please.
Pardon me.
Yes.
Erin Bendeley with the department. Ms. Beebe, the requirement for the board is that the board adopt a formula every year. Now, traditionally, the vehicle of getting that formula over to the legislature for their consideration has been through a legislative instrument called a resolution. But that is an instrument used by the legislature for them to basically send the formula throughout their committees and to the Senate and House floor for their consideration. But the job of the board is to develop the formula, which then a legislator will insert into a legislative resolution.
So in response to what you just said, in the resolution in the past, there was language that referred to the Constitution, and then there was also language that said that if the legislature rejected the MFP, it would revert back to previous or past MFPs.
And I believe that was language that the board had chose at that time to insert into the formula.
So you're saying, in essence, that this formula that is being presented for our consideration and approval today negates any of that language that we entertained in the past?
That is it is really, I don't think we need too much further comment. It is the distinction between a resolution, which says all of this stuff about this is what we're going to do, this is what you have to do with the money, this is what the legislature has to do, and a formula. A formula is a set of indicators that are a numeric calculation, that lead to a numeric calculation. That's what you see in front of you here.
Okay, I understand.
So there's not any language that says this is what the legislature has to do with it, this is what the districts have to do with it.
So we're just moving away from what was discussed in the past practice. We're moving away totally, and we're just being asked to approve the formula.
The formula, yes.
I have some serious reservations. You've answered my question.
Mr. Arsenault? Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Members of the committee, my name is Bill Arsenault. I'm here as president of the Council for the Development of French in Louisiana, and I'm very pleased to see my colleague of long standing, Judy Moranti, on the board now, and we worked. Notice I didn't say old colleague, Judy. I said colleague of long standing. And I'm here to support the MFP as we have in the past because, and I want to compliment the board on its vision for providing for multilingual and bilingual education. Obviously, in my situation, I'm primarily concerned with French immersion programs and the French language in general. And I would like to point out that students in these programs, regardless of their socioeconomic background, score better in every subject matter and on all tests. Now, I could say it's only French immersion, but regrettably it's not. It's any multi-language, whether it's Chinese or Russian or Spanish, they simply just do better. And why? Imagine you're in the 3rd grade and you're getting ready for school, and you have to recall, you're looking forward to your day, and you remember that you have to read and write and speak in 2 different languages. As Hercule Poirot would say, it tickles the little gray cells. And after all, that's the real purpose of an education, and that's to teach students how to think. And this is what multilingual and bilingual education does. You provide for it in the MFP. We are deeply grateful, and we thank you for that.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Arsenault. Scott Richard.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today on such a monumental dollar amount that is allocated to local school districts for the provision of education services to the many, many students here in Louisiana. After reviewing several funding-related issues at our recent convention, where over 500 school board members convened to discuss issues that are on the table today, we felt it was an important enough matter as an association, the School Boards Association, to raise the following issues, and I think there's a handout going around. The first issue is we know you have limited control over the first point, but it definitely warrants discussion. There has been no consideration given in this resolution or formula, whichever one it is, in regards to the negative impact that the governor's proposed tax swap will have on local school districts. Issues such as increasing the state sales tax rate, considerations regarding inventory tax matters will have a tremendous negative impact on local school boards' financial solubility and could severely limit local school boards' ability to raise funds at the local level. And there has been no discussion or consideration given as to the actual mechanics of the MFP, mainly level 2 funding, as to how this proposal would affect the MFP. Point number 2, on the back of your handout, we've had a lot of discussion about constitutional requirements and statutory requirements. We raised the issue of the inclusion of the employer's contribution for budget purposes, revised statute Title 17, Section 420.1, which simply mandates that a line item be included in the MFP formula that addresses the employer's contribution rate, and that it be part of the calculation of the formula. And we'd like to ask today for some commentary or discussion on that item and why it's not included in the MFP. The third point we'd like to address is decreased funding for local school districts. We're in the process as an association of completing financial impact surveys from all of the school districts across the state. When we total and calculate from the 60 of the 69 districts that have submitted their surveys, over $1 billion in lost funding over the last couple of years when you cumulatively look at the total of lost revenue due to federal and state funding streams. The next issue, we certainly feel it's not the wisest posture to be in to include some of the initiatives like course providers and vouchers in the MFP formula simply for the obvious reasons that these have been declared unconstitutional at the district court level and a pending Supreme Court review. And finally, we also would like to point out that based on our analysis, limited analysis at this point in time, the special education pilot is more of an implementation, as Superintendent Falk referred to earlier, and will have a negative impact on local school districts at a time when districts are on the verge of financial crisis across the state. We also concur with the Superintendent's Association that it is time, past time, to reconvene the MFP Study Committee and include all stakeholders for meaningful dialogue as to how we can better address the equalization of state funding for public education in our state. Not in opposition to anyone, but meaningful, sincere dialogue amongst all of the stakeholders, including you all sitting at the table today. And finally, we want to remind those naysayers who say you can't just keep throwing money at local school boards for initiatives that are not working. It's our statutory responsibility as elected school board members at the local level to pursue every dollar that we could possibly pursue, as noted in the handout in Statute 1781. It is the main responsibility of local school board members to ensure that every dollar that can possibly be attained be routed to local school systems to serve the students of our great state. Thank you for your consideration today, and we would respectfully request that you lay this MFP formula on the table, and we would hope that you would reject it today and take into account the sincere request that's being made to you by many of the stakeholders in this state that have to deal with things on the ground in classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mashar. Ms. Courtney Handel.
Hi, my name is Courtney Handel. I'm the assistant principal at North Lake Christian School in Covington. We are a pre-K-12 school of about 850 students, and we have 42 scholarship students. We actually were not sure at the beginning of the program how it was going to pan out for us when we decided to participate in the scholarship program, but we knew that philosophically the mission of the scholarship program of school choice lined up perfectly with the mission of our school. Now we're three-fourths of the way into the school year, and I can tell you that we now can't imagine North Lake Christian without a scholarship program. Our scholarship kids have fit in like they've been there since pre-K. They're achieving, they're happy. Our teachers are working overtime to intervene academically, to remediate, to prepare them for testing, to do all those things that good teachers naturally do. It's just been such a positive experience overall. But I had to explain to some of our students where I was going today, and I told them that I was coming to Baton Rouge to talk to a bunch of adults that can't seem to agree on a way to keep this program working. They looked at me like I was crazy, and they said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? And I just want to remind you that the students don't care where the money comes from. The students don't care whether the MFP goes from the state to the school, or the state to the district to the school, or is dropped from the air from flying pigs. They don't care. They care about their education. They care about their opportunity. Superintendent White has come up with a way to make it work, to make a way that honors parental choice, like he said, and that gives students their opportunity. And I just implore you, I implore us as the adults in this situation, to remember why we went into education in the first place, why we went into public service in the first place, for the good of the students, and not to get bogged down in all the politics in it. I asked some of our kids what they would have me tell you. We have an 11th grader who said, this is my first year at Northlake Christian. I think I've grown academically. I've made a lot of friends. I can stay focused here a lot better because the classrooms are a lot smaller. I joined the dance team and I loved being involved. We have an 8th grader. Northlake Christian has really changed me. The classrooms are a lot smaller. You have more time with your teacher. I love this school because it's taught me better people skills. Last year I was really shy and I didn't know who to open up to at my old school. At Northlake, there's none of that bad stuff. And from a 7th grader, it seems like the teachers at Northlake feel that my education is more valuable than they did at my other school. It really means a lot to me that Northlake Christian allowed me to come here to have this opportunity that a lot of students don't get. If you fail here, the teachers pull you aside and discuss it. It really means a lot to me that I'm a scholarship here at Northlake Christian. I just want to end there because I know that those students speak a lot more eloquently than I do.
Yes, Mr. Garber.
I wanted to thank Ms. Haydell for coming today and reminding us that we should stay focused on the students as opposed to the adults. I'd like to thank you for participating in the scholarship program. If I understand it right, your school is the only school in St. Tammany Parish that participated this year in giving parents and children a choice. Let me ask you if you could help me for a second with the special education issue. Do you have any special education students in the scholarship program?
We don't have any, no, but we do have students who needed academic remediation just like our current students do.
Okay. One of the reasons I have heard for voucher or scholarship receiving schools not wanting or not being able to, I guess is the way they phrase it, take special education students is because the funding doesn't cover the costs. Does that sound like a statement that you may have heard before?
I have heard that.
Okay. Would you disagree with that?
I would disagree with that.
You would disagree?
The bottom line is we're going to do the best thing for the kid, period.
Okay.
Whether they have a diagnosed IEP or not, we're going to do the best thing for the kid. That's what we do.
Let me ask you this, and this is not just speaking of your school, but schools that are in your situation taking or receiving scholarships. Do you think that they would be more likely to take special education students if the funding was more in line with the costs of serving those students?
I think that would be the best for the kids, yes.
Okay. And I would like to say, in my opinion, what we're proposing today will put the funding more in line with the costs. So I thank you for helping me with that.
Thank you, Ms. Haydell. Mr. Steve Moynihan, the Louisiana Federation of Teachers. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Gilliott, members of the committee, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee today on an issue that we all recognize to be very important. I'm going to try very, very hard not to repeat anything anyone else said and deviate a little bit from perhaps those that are thinking that what we're going to say here is simply more money. I'd rather take it to a different perhaps perspective. I agree what I've heard in the presentation from the superintendent that the minimum foundation program is a money resolution. It wasn't, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not directly quoting, but That's basically the message we're hearing, that it's a money resolution, and the form it takes is not really important, though we do know that when it gets to the legislature, it's going to look like a resolution looks. That's my assumption. I have to add, though, for everyone's consideration, in a room full of adults that are making decisions that affect children, because that's what really is happening. We're all interested in children, so I don't like the idea that the argument is made that there are lovers of children and there are those that are involved in the arguments of adults, because the arguments that we have in here affect children. And we all argue with respect to their well-being, and I think that ought to be the established position that every member of the board has, and also every member of the public. So I mentioned that a number of times, and I repeat it now. I want to add to my understanding of the resolution and yours, perhaps, an agreement that while it's a money resolution, it delivers very powerful messages, both by the words within and by the words that are chosen to be omitted. And I'd like to draw to your attention some that have been omitted, and also make some recommendations when I conclude, and I will be within time, I hope. The message that this MFP presents is murky at best. It's a murky message. It's not clear. At worst, it creates a moment in time that represents very bad history. And I say that with respect, not accusatorially, but with respect. I pulled, for my own sick purposes, the resolutions from the last 13 years. And I picked 13 because 2000, not as an omen of bad things to come. Okay, 2000 was an even number. And it's an interesting read. I suggest that everyone would do it. And I kind of gathered the following major omissions. First omission, on the first page of every resolution, be it poetic or prose, that I read from the 2000 to last year, contained the language specifically alluded to Article 8, Section 13B of the Louisiana Constitution. It's not a policy moment. It is a constitutional charge of what this MFP is supposed to do. And it is a point of adjudication right now. On March 19th, the Supreme Court will entertain oral arguments on what the district courts have already declared to be unconstitutional. Now, if we had lost that case, putting it on the table, I am certain that the district court's word would be bannered about, and we would be the angry litigants that continue to beat the drum after the judge has fairly ruled. But I understand that messaging piece here that we're all involved in, so I'll skim over it. But it's been omitted from the first resolution ever, guys. It's out. Article 8, Section 13B. The people haven't removed it. It's being removed from the resolution. Second, for the fifth straight year, and I have to stress this, for the fifth straight year, the MFP is frozen. It is not an inconsequential freeze. Teachers and students alike are suffering in school districts because of it. School districts have frozen salaries. We have seen an acceleration of teachers leaving the classroom. And there are going to be parents, good parents, who make a decision to move their children because the services are going to suffer at the local level. So that's consequential to children. Third, there's been a surgical removal of the 2.75 reversion language. That's been in every MFP. And it's an incentive for the legislature to address your recommendation to appropriately fund public education, because if they don't, we revert back. Last point on the omissions, and then my quick recommendations, Mr. Chair. And I guess this one is the most disturbing, because as someone who lives, just as you do, through history and with it and tries to affect it, I looked at the at-risk promises of the past. In 2007, a body like yours, and I know Mr. Lee was here, looked at risk and said, you know, we ought to put more money in there, and made a promise to itself and the people of Louisiana that we would target 0.40 as what we'd like to do. Not based upon a random number, because that was the number that was supposed to be data-driven and represent the extra cost of educating children that start way behind. And then, this is what is almost comical. In 2007, it was a 5-year goal. 2008, another resolution, we froze in time. It was still a 5-year goal. In 2009, it was a 4-year goal, so we're living the life of a dog. You know, they age differently. And 2010, it was a 4-year goal again. So in over 3 years, we reduced by 1 year. And without taking you through what you can read in history, in 2012, the .40 was a 7-year goal. And guess what this year? It's not a goal. It's not in the formula anymore. So we're not moving toward any target on what we believe, you believe, and those that you hire to bring to you the data, the expertise, are no longer recommending to you the direction you should go. And legislators depend upon you to give them that. So I would like to conclude by simply saying this. We support the superintendents in the 2 motions that they've made, particularly the one of bringing the MFP task force back into being, so we can have a discussion, and that discussion is transparent, that big word, transparent, open. And I would like to add, with all respect for the superintendent and every member of this board, we had a discussion in 07 and 06, as I'm a member of that task force then, of ascertaining not the minimum cost of educating a child in Louisiana, but ascertaining the cost to adequately educate a child in Louisiana. We're not discussing it. So my third recommendation is the panel comes together and we do the serious work of actually finding out what it really costs to deliver quality education. Because I don't want to go back to the final goal. The final goal of a couple of years ago was world-class education. Some of y'all were sitting around here. We talked about it. Never defined it. Just the goal of delivering quality to every child without dismantling and creating an illusion of quality. Thank you very much, Mr. Gilliard. Thank you, members of the committee. Please, please, let's not rush this thing into being without the participation of the people who work with and for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. I'd like to recognize Representative Randall Gaines that has joined us from St. John the Baptist Parish.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? It's in regard to something that the speaker just brought up. He said that I don't remember the term he used, but the 2.75 reversion clause that used to be in every MFP, I think he said it has been removed. Is that true?
What the clause said before was that if the legislature rejects, then the BESE board will insert the 2.75% again. That doesn't say that the legislature has to agree with it. It doesn't, meaning that effectively, if there's any aspiration that in the MFP, BESE can somehow say to the legislature, well, because you rejected it, you must now adopt an additional cost. That's just flat out false. That power is not entailed in the Constitution. And while I understand its importance, as Mr. Monahan mentioned, as an incentive, it's an empty tool, because BESE cannot tell the legislature you must appropriate money for something or hold a threat over the legislature's head. I think it's clear after significant discussion with the legislature that this is a formula, that a formula is a calculation of a cost and the amount of the state share, and that's it. Not a set of consequences for the legislature as to what happens in the event that they choose to take up or not take up, because BESE has no authority to make the legislature appropriate money.
Okay, I don't know where to start with this exactly, but somewhere in the MFP, or maybe it's in the Constitution, it says that if the legislature rejects the current year's proposed MFP, then the previous year's MFP will be instituted.
Yes, and that's in the Constitution.
Okay, and in every year, up until the year where we froze the MFP, there was always a provision, or for the last 10, 15 years, a provision that the MFP would increase by 2.75%. And the year that we didn't grow the MFP by 2.75, if that had failed, then the previous year's resolution would have gone into effect, which contained a 2.75% increase. The year after that, I think that some wording needed to be changed regarding the 2.75 because the previous year's MFP didn't have a 2.75% increase. But some wording was inserted such as if this MFP doesn't get approved, then the previous year's MFP plus 2.75 will be instituted. Does that sound right?
I think the language...
Somehow we phrased it so that that 2.75 from previous years was contained in the ramifications of not approving the MFP.
Yes, but BESE could always put in a 2.75 at its discretion, and then the legislature choose to reject it or accept it. The BESE has no power to make the legislature appropriate additional funds. It has the power to approve a formula. This is the recommendation today based on an estimation of the cost and an estimation of the state share. If BESE were to make a suggestion as to additions, that's within its power or not to do so. It doesn't need to be in a formula, and it's frankly out of place in a formula because a formula is a numeric calculation, not a set of steps that say in the event that something happens, this is the recommendation that BESE will make or the formula that BESE will approve. In other words, it is not that is a policy consequence, not a piece of a formula.
Let me try another question. The very first year that we decided not to grow the MFP, if the legislature had rejected that year's proposal, the previous year's MFP would have gone into effect and there would have been a 2.75% increase. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Okay. This year, if the legislature rejects our proposal, will there be a 2.75% increase?
I don't want to speculate on what would happen as a result of this year's rejection because I think that then comes into questions of timing with respect to court decisions on last year's formula. What I would say is that because the 2012 and 2011 formulas, neither of them includes a 2.75% increase, that yes, it would be, I assume, it would not entail a 2.75 increase. However, what I would also say is that even if there is a clause triggering a 2.75% increase, if the legislature rejects that, then it comes back and it says, well, BESE shall insert a 2.75 increase. That has no bearing on whether or not the legislature would then accept that 2.75 increase. So the whole idea of a 2.75 increase that is triggered by a rejection of the legislature is still contingent on the fact that the legislature then approves the very thing that it had rejected previously.
I don't think so. Because if the previous year's MFP contained a statement that there will be a 2.75% increase under certain conditions, and if the legislature rejects the next year's MFP, which reverts to the previous year's MFP, and if those conditions that were stated exist, then the 2.75 would happen.
Yes, but
and the legislature wouldn't have to approve it.
But it's a difference between that's in the Constitution, which is different from what's in a BESE formula.
But the BESE formula has to have that 2.75% increase if certain conditions happen in order for the reversion to contain that.
The only reversion
or let's say the previous year's MFP has to have that 2.75% increase under certain conditions in order for the reversion to contain the 2.75% increase.
The only reversion that I see in the Constitution is a reversion to the previous year's formula.
Right. And if the previous year's formula says we will have a 2.75% increase under certain conditions, then that's what you would get, regardless of what the legislature says after they turn down the formula.
I don't think that a formula can be a conditional prescription for a future year. A formula is only the formula for a certain year. You can't say that you're reverting to something that was at that
Right.
time a hypothetical prescription for what may happen in the future.
Right, and it wouldn't be doing that, I don't think. If you revert to the previous year's formula, and the previous year's formula says, in the current fiscal year, if this situation exists, then when you revert to that, it would apply to the then current year.
Only if it makes policy in the previous year for the sake of the future year, which a formula, as required in the Constitution, cannot do. A formula from one year by BESE cannot make legislative policy regarding an appropriation for the future year.
Correct.
It can only make policy for that year. As I read the Constitution, and as certainly I believe our staff reads the Constitution, and I think as all jurisprudence has led to previously, the Constitution says it will revert to the formula of the year past. As a result, you go back to the formula of the year past as it existed in that year, not as it aspired for
Right.
policy to exist in future
But
years.
if, as it existed in the past year, it said, if in the current year a certain condition exists, then that phrase, in the current year, would apply to whatever the current year is, regardless of whether it was last year, this year, or next year.
But that current condition is the legislature rejecting a formula that then you are asking them to approve. In other words, Mr. Garvey, no one would be happier than I would were there to be fiscal conditions that allowed our recommendation to include a 2.75% increase if that's the place where you're trying to go.
Yes.
And at the same time, constitutionally, we have two boxes within which we're playing. One is the box that says that the formula is to be for a given year. It is to be a formula. It is not to be a prescription on how the legislature should appropriate funds in future years. Second is the provision that says that if the legislature rejects it, it is to be rejected back to the formula from the year before. Given that the formula from the year before only makes policy for that specific year, and given that the reversion says it is to revert to that specific year, then it is to revert to the policy of that specific year, not to the policy that someone who wrote it in that specific year would have it for future years, which is, I think, what you're suggesting.
Well, I think we both said the same thing twice, so I don't think we're getting
It was more than twice.
I disagree, and maybe I can figure out a way to explain it better. Or
If I would suggest, maybe we can research this offline and come back at the board
Yes,
meeting
thank
tomorrow with the clarification. Representative Gaines, sorry for your delay.
Thank you, honorable members of the BESE board. My name is Randall Gaines. I represent District 57, St. John Parish. I'm here with the president of the school board for St. John, Mr. Clarence Trish, and I'm here to advocate for concessions from the BESE board for the St. John Parish school system because of the substantial damage that was incurred during Hurricane Isaac. Hurricane Isaac brought major flooding to the St. John area. We were ground zero for flooding for the state of Louisiana. It was a small-scale repeat of Hurricane Katrina. Actually, individuals were rescued off of housetops, 6 to 7 feet of water in some of the neighborhoods. And the schools, two of the schools sustained substantial flood damage due to 3 to 4 feet of water. And the two schools, Lake Pontchartrain and East St. John High School, they are totally incapacitated at this point, and they have lost, due to student migration, the hurricane impacted student migration, they've lost 200 to 300 students, which would result in a reduction of the MFP. Now, the school system has done a great job of being able to adapt to this crisis. They have been innovative in maintaining a sense of normalcy, normal classroom environment. I think they've been very tenacious and determined to do that, and they have been successful. I commend them on that, but they will need some concessions from BESE because they are right now facing the total damages of $65 million. The school, because of the FEMA match, the federal match, disaster recovery match, 25-75, the school system would have to come up with about $18 million to meet that match. Any reduction in the MFP would not just cripple them, but totally incapacitate the school system in being able to deliver the same level of quality education that they are delivering now. And they will definitely need some concessions from BESE, particularly an amendment that would freeze the MFP and would prevent any reduction in the MFP due to loss of student enrollment. This is going to allow them to help them to absorb some of the losses that they have sustained, and we would appreciate any concessions that BESE can give in that regard.
Thank you, Representative Gaines.
May I make a comment? Kara, I don't know.
Oh, you should, and I will next.
I appreciate you bringing that to attention. We were aware before you testified due to you bringing this to our attention. We appreciate it. And we've done that in the past, and I hope that we'll be able to help you in your specific, unusual circumstance again. So I would appreciate you being here today.
Yes, sir.
I would, if I might. I just want
Jones?
to say, Representative Gaines, thank you for being here and just telling what I think is a very important part of the story in terms of what the rebuilding has taken in St. John. I know how hard all of our educators there, in partnership with so many other members of the community, including yourself, have done to move forward. And I had the opportunity to visit the school leader, Ms. Trish, about a couple of weeks after they had just started to get back up and running again, and saw firsthand just how hard the educators there were working to basically set up, do what was necessary to make sure the kids had the kind of stability they needed to get back to school, although they had lost the building, and just the kind of the real can-do, we will do whatever it takes, I think, orientation that she brought to her staff was very, very moving. And so I appreciate you just taking the time to come here and tell the board more about what the rebuilding has meant, and I hope we'll be able to help.
Thank you, members. Thank you.
I had a question.
Ms. Bophy?
I just am curious to know if there were any other districts in the area impacted in the same way.
Actually, not from Hurricane Isaac. As I was saying, St. John was ground zero for Hurricane Isaac. St. Charles fared well. None of the school systems were impacted, as well as St. John, so the two abutting parishes didn't have any problems.
So is that where LaPlace is in St. John?
LaPlace is in St. John.
Okay. I remember the damage in that city. I just wanted to know if there were any other districts in the area that faced those same circumstances. So thank you both for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
I would say that I know we have representatives from the Plaquemines Parish School System here today, and I think the representative is right that as it regards flood damage to schools specifically, and the rebuilding of schools, and the fiscal position that puts the district in St. John is in a very exaggerated position. But I want to make sure that we recognize our colleagues in Plaquemines. I've visited both districts myself and saw the damage, and my heart goes out to you, and thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Lee?
I might need a little bit of clarification from the department, but I'm of the impression that in years past, where there's been unusual circumstances, that it was action of the legislature that appropriated the funds, and then that came to the department, but it initiated with the legislature, not with BESE.
The formula is submitted by BESE, and we're asking for a favorable position from BESE in terms of whatever action that BESE can take in terms of not reducing the MFP. Now, of course, we're going to fight on the legislative side to make sure that there's legislative and state action to augment any funds that are needed for the parish, for the school system. But we definitely are looking for a favorable position from BESE, and that would allow us certainly to echo that at the legislature.
And I believe there is some precedent for such considerations, although you're right, Superintendent, that it oftentimes has been legislated that BESE has acted, for example, in the instance of northern Louisiana parishes that experienced significant industrial loss that resulted in significant population loss. As we've been in discussion with St. John the Baptist Parish, it's not so much about their overall fiscal condition. They have tax issues like any other district has, and in fact their tax revenues have been favorable over the last couple of years. It's more a question of the dramatic population loss that they will experience and have experienced at temporary times over the course of this year, because a lot of people have been forced out of their homes. That has led to a decline in population that is anticipated to return, and so it's really more a question of just that dramatic but temporary loss of population.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for coming. I'd like to recognize that Representative Rogers Pope has joined us. I don't think you're signed up to speak. Just want to appreciate you joining us today. The next speaker is Mr. Russell Marino.
Good morning.
My name is Russell Marino. I'm Dean of Students and Chief Operations Officer at Hosanna Christian Academy here in Baton Rouge. We are a participating private school, K-12 school, in the state scholarship program. I just want to start off by thanking each member of BESE for all that you do to help education in our state. We really do appreciate your sacrificial efforts. Today I just wanted to voice again our wholehearted support of the state scholarship program and our appreciation to Governor Jindal and Superintendent White for their courageous efforts in the endeavor of bringing parental choice to the parents in our state. We do believe, as previously stated, that this really is all about the children and about parental choice, and thus we support it wholeheartedly. We do believe it has an impact not only on this generation, but future generations in our cities and the state. We encourage you to find a solution to fund the program. We believe it is in the best interest of the children, and we're committed to making it a success. Every day, we see the little ones coming in. We see their parents. We see the excitement and the joy on their faces. We see that they have been making academic progress since joining us. Every day, we have teachers and interventionists that are working diligently to bring the children up to their grade level and beyond. It's going to be a process, but we're committed to it wholeheartedly. We appreciate your support in giving us the chance to be a part of the solution in our state educational system. One last thing, the parents. I can't tell you how many parents come to us, the administration, and tell us how grateful they are that you have given them a chance to choose where their children go to school. It makes a huge difference in their families. It makes a huge difference in the lives of their children. These parents are engaged, they're supportive, they're involved. We appreciate them, we appreciate the children and the chance to make a difference there, and we appreciate you. That's it. God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Marino. Appreciate your comments. Sean Fleming, the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Sean Fleming. I'm the Deputy Director of the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. My council recommends that you do not move forward with this proposed changes to the MFP, but convene a task force to review the changes. There are many issues related to chasing a referral rate that's looking at the state average, whether it's appropriate or not, looking at performance, academic versus what a student actually needs, and placement issues. But what I'm going to concentrate on today are the equitable needs and methods of funding for students with disabilities. And that was what the resolution that Senator Claytor spoke to earlier. Y'all actually spoke of it last year in terms of trying to make sure that all programs are equitable. I want to be clear, my council is not for or against school choice programs. They want equal access for all students to be able to get in. And as it applies to funding, there appear to be the major reason for funding inequities for children with disabilities is a combination of two factors. One is in front of you today, and that is there a different funding formula for traditional public schools as there are for these school choice programs. When that is combined with different distributions of students in those schools, you have inequities of funding. This isn't a new issue. Charter schools for 20 years of data have shown they tend to have fewer students with disabilities. Private schools, we knew going in last year, they tend to serve less students with disabilities. It is why parents asked Senator Claytor to have the issue studied to ensure that the funding was ensuring that the money followed the right students. And I'll tell you, it is not. It is not doing it across the public school system. So as y'all are setting out these methods to determine the minimum amount based on these student characteristics, and students are moved from public school to public school, it is not the right amount of money is not following the student. And the one size fits all of using an average amount of funding for the school choice programs creates a resource loss for those schools that have disproportionately high numbers of students with disabilities, particularly students with profound disabilities. The proposed changes only address issues related in the first level of funding. If you look at the second part of the MFP, it actually references Statute 173995 for charter schools, and it says a per student average for the scholarship programs. The same applies for course choice. So we have different amounts of funding, which is inflating the amount available for students to choose. And so, as I said, as we're all about choice, it is not equitable for a student without the high cost needs to have access to funding streams that were designated by your hand for students with those high needs. The council continues to advocate that all schools receiving public funds should accept and serve any student regardless of the severity of disability. We also need that the funding structure needs to enable that adequate funding. As you said, Mr. White, the minimum necessary for that student is available for those choices. The current funding structure and the proposed funding structure maintain the status quo of denying true access to students with all disabilities into your education reform structures and strips resources from schools the students with the most profound disabilities are left in as their only option. Unfortunately, all the changes that are being put forth would actually make it more difficult to retrofit and fix these inequities in the future. I could go into detail, but those are the detail. Those are all of the facts. So our recommendation is the MFP is very complicated. The issues in it are very complicated, and you currently have an inequitable structure that is unfair to students with the most profound disabilities in the schools that serve those students, be they, charters, privates, or traditional. The way it's coming out is most of the traditional schools seem to be losing money based on all my calculations. And you just asked to consider these things and not move forward with these proposals because it will be setting us up to enable these inequities to continue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming.
If I could just respond, if you wouldn't mind. First of all, from my sense of the comments of many on the board over time, there's actually, and I won't speak for anyone here, but I'll speak for myself, there's broad agreement with a lot of what Mr. Fleming says. I think and I think at the heart of what Mr. Fleming says is that dollars that are intended to service the needs of specific students should service the needs of those specific students. And I think where we get caught in a bind is that, and I keep coming back to this, the constitutional responsibility of this board is to create a check that funds public school systems. It is not to prescribe those uses. I can't speak for the board, but I know a lot of our dialogue has been about dollars following the child. And I know that we would welcome a discussion, we certainly at the department would welcome a discussion about further policy instruments to help the dollars follow the child more than the MFP is capable of. The will is clearly there, I believe, at the department, and I won't speak for the board, but I sense at the board. But it's a question of there not being right now a policy instrument for the dollars following the child. Now, let me say one point that might somewhat contradict what Mr. Fleming says. There are roughly 350 students who came into the scholarship program with IEPs. If it were to be at the state average, it would be more like 450. So you do have somewhat of a lesser number. However, it's not nearly as lower as is, say, the most elite magnet schools in the state. So I don't want to, I agree with Mr. Fleming's idea that there are significant distinctions from school to school, and that further policy instruments would help the board ensure that dollars are following the child to the school. I somewhat disagree with Mr. Fleming's assumption that those schools can be categorized as charter, private, and traditional, because the differences in special ed population are greater within the traditional public school systems than they are between the public school system, the charter school system, and the private school system. Does that make sense, Sean?
No.
Well, let me explain one more time.
Okay.
There are schools, there are traditional public schools, there are charter public schools, there are private schools that have high percentages of students with disabilities. There are traditional public schools, charter public schools, and private schools that have low percentages of students with disabilities. So the issue is not a traditional charter or private issue. The issue is that the dollars currently in the MFP, as required by the Constitution, don't flow to schools. They flow to school systems, who then distribute the dollars among those schools. And if there are inequities because it is a writ large distribution while there exist these differences, that's because there isn't an instrument whereby the dollars follow the child to any school, whether it's public, private, or charter. I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent White.
May I respond?
You have 1 minute.
I disagree that it is policy. The policy dictates how the money leaves the public school system, and it dictates it on an average per student.
No, it doesn't. The policy dictates, the MFP dictates how the dollars arrive at the door of the school board. It has no power to dictate how the school board spends it. Now, there are laws that say that the school board must abide by an IEP of a child. That is at the discretion of the parent. Those laws are enforceable, but the dollars to support that have nothing to do with this MFP. It has to do with the local board and superintendent using their monies, which is why I say that I sense that this board would agree with further policy that says that dollars should follow the child more to the door of the school, not just to the school board. But that is not the domain of this board. That is a legislative question.
I disagree with the interpretation of the Constitution on that matter, but that's beyond my scope.
Trust me, I welcome that interpretation.
That's beyond my scope, but because it's my understanding y'all are determining the funding for all public schools. So the issue is, it was brought forth by this board by Mr. Garvey last year, and in that conversation, it was attempted to be clarified that there would be different ceilings for different students based on their classifications or their need levels. So while that obviously wasn't totally understood, it was my understanding in listening to the conversations that is how this board understood it to be. So, I mean, I'm just make sure that's clear. So y'all need to decide what y'all decide. If y'all decide on this MFP, even if we need to go and convince legislators to make it equitable across traditional charters, publics, it will make it virtually impossible. I do not see the way to make it equitable with the changes about to be put forth. And if you see that, I would appreciate
Well, let me just close the dialogue by saying this. I know that the advocacy of many special education parents in our conversations and in others is that they want to ensure that dollars, I just can't speak for everybody, but my general sense is they want to ensure that the dollars that are generated to serve the interests of students with disabilities actually end up serving the interests of students with disabilities. What I am suggesting today is that the MFP only generates the money. It doesn't force someone to spend the money in the way that they would want. As a result, I'm suggesting that if that is something that you are seeking, we should have further conversation, because I think generally the sentiment of this board has been to agree with the idea that the dollars should follow the child to the school. This is simply not the instrument to do that. But I'll close my comments there.
Thank you.
Chairman? It sounds like we're in agreement that we should look at this further instead of moving forward.
Yeah, Mr. Garvey?
Yes, I think we have here two very intelligent people that are coming to two different conclusions about one particular thing. And I think that the reason why you're here today is because we are looking at implementing 10% of this proposed change this year, not 100% as was originally proposed, and not 33 1/3% as was proposed as a result of some suggestions from groups like yours, but 10%. a much, much smaller amount. And it's because we're proposing the 10% that you're here today and that we're here talking about this issue. And my concern is that if we don't implement some percent, whether it's 10 or 5 or 1, that this discussion is not going to continue, and we're not going to get to the bottom about whether you're right in your opinion of what's going to happen, or the superintendent is right in his opinion, or there may be some place in the middle where both of y'all are partially right and partially wrong. And that's why I think it's a good idea to implement 10%, so that we can find out some more information on this that we would not find out if we do not implement at least 10 or some percentage of it. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting. I think you'd find broad consensus on the board that studying the formula has been suggested doing this next year would gain wide support. You know, I think that the board would welcome that debate. I can't speak for the whole board, but I certainly would welcome that debate. Ms. Beebe?
I just have a follow-up question from Mr. Fleming, and then a comment, or maybe the comment first. So as we implement the 10%, it is not a pilot, as I understand it. This would be just the experience, maybe looking at it, but it would be then fully implemented the following year. Am I correct, Mr. White?
No.
This is not a pilot in essence. It's just piggybacking what, or taking the comments made by Mr. Gorby. He's saying that this is a 10% implementation, and then, so in essence, to suggest that it may be a pilot.
Well, I think it is a pilot. I mean, I'm looking at what the impact of a pilot is. A pilot is something that is tested, has minimal impact, but is tested to see what its impact would be. Let's talk about the impact. I'm just going to go through. Lafayette Parish, the change, $3 per child as a result of the pilot. Lafourche Parish, the change, $1 per child as a result of the pilot. LaSalle Parish, $3 as a result of the parish. Lincoln, $14 per child. $3, $1. This is a tiny impact. However, I agree with Mr. Garvey that it will say quite a lot. I also know that others have spoken today to recommend that there be further looks at the MFP. I hear, there's some support of that. Maybe the board wants to discuss that. But clearly, it will give us some indication as to whether it's working, and then the board should decide whether or not to apply it in full or partially or what have you in future years.
Mr. Romer? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Beebe, do you have something else?
Going back, I have a question for Mr. Fleming. You mentioned some inequities, and certainly when we talk about choice options, and then we heard the administrator from, is it Lakewood School? They have no students with exceptionalities. So, I just don't see how this is going to impact traditional systems. And when we have more and more choice options that say no to children with exceptionalities, and I have concrete evidence in a district I represent, which I'm going to talk about later. But, I don't see, we're advocating choice options, but are they really responsible choices?
I don't know if I understood your question.
Well, you made reference, and I apologize, I stepped out and kind of came in on the tail end of your discussion. You said that you were mentioning the inequities in the funding, and I just thought that it might be, I wanted you to give an example, but I'm putting words in your mouth saying that it's more or less just an example given was the administrator who came forward earlier who said she has no students with disabilities.
Right. I think it's fair to, I guess I'd like to answer with two examples. The first is, the first time I saw, it was Circular 1148, Table 5F. It shows all the distributions of students in the scholarship program and the scholarship amounts, et cetera. And the first line of that data has a student from Acadia Parish going to Park Vista, which is in St. Landry Parish. And so St. Landry Parish is getting $7,444. And I'd already crunched all the numbers, and there was no way to get a student based on any characteristics, based on y'all MFP formula, from Acadia Parish with $7,444. So either one of two things was happening. either Acadia Parish is losing a bit of money, about somewhere, I could give you my estimates based on different assumptions, but $1,000+ if the student was just at risk. And if the student has disabilities, St. Landry Parish is accepting a kid without the added $6,200 or $5,800 that should come with that student. So that was my first clue. I said, this isn't right. As I scrolled down, North Lake actually popped out. I'm sure it's a fine school, and I wish all students had access to it. The fact that they don't have any students with disabilities, if you look at how much an at-risk student would generate from St. Tammany, it would be closer to like $6,250. And their tuition is $9,300 for high school and $8,700 something for, the middle school. So that one school, as an example, I'm sure those kids don't matter, but don't care where the money comes from, but it's about $2,700 per student more than those students would be identified in your MFP funding formula as the minimum amount needed to educate that student. And so the question I come back to when I look at, because everything in my head turns into a graph, so the students at the high end of the spectrum, of the cost spectrum, are the students with disabilities, and those students would be generating about $12,000 for St. Tammany, and that's the only place where those funds are coming from. So it's going to come back to the kids who didn't go to the school. The resources are being lost. But so that's some examples.
Mr. Romer?
I appreciate your comments and agree with many of the conceptual thoughts that you had, which the superintendent has alluded to and others as well. I mean, the idea that the money actually follows the child. And I believe in that wholeheartedly. So I think we probably have a lot of agreement on that. I'd make a couple other points. I don't know that this resolution resolves that issue. It doesn't. But it does do this. Or the formula. Okay. It does do this. It does set a precedent that in fact kids are different. It sets a precedent to educate some children requires more dollars than other children. It actually takes a group of children that we've treated as an individual group and starts to distinguish between the needs within that group. I think that's a good idea. Now, it does not do what you and I would like it to do, which is say that dollar then is attached to that child and follows that child wherever that child goes. That's the way I'd have it. Now, we tried that in a pilot, and it was resoundingly argued that it was a bad idea by the Superintendent's Association and others. It was just too complicated. Now, I'll be the first one to go to the legislature and argue for that. But here's an important first step. We're going to say as a board, kids require different needs. It's in the formula. For the first time, we're distinguishing within a group that in fact some children require more services than others, and we're going to give credit to districts for that. And when they service those children appropriately, they'll get even more credit. I think that's a good precedent. Now, is that where we should end up? Probably not. That's not where you and I would want it to end up. So there is more work to be done. And I will say this, I do believe we ought to study the MFP in more detail over the next year to get to where you and I would want it to be. And I think you probably have support amongst this BESE board. But let me make one more point. The idea of scholarships draining services. Now, you'd have to take every child and every dollar to get an exact number on what is the difference between the special needs kids that were served and those that ended up taking a scholarship. What's interesting to note is that the actual dollars we spend on scholarship children is far less than the average MFP dollar. So you're right. The language currently says that the scholarship should reflect the average MFP dollar. But that's not what the reality of what happens. It's either the average of the MFP dollar or the tuition of the scholarship school, whichever's less.
And the reality is, what happens is, it's whichever's less. The average scholarship's $4,500. The average MFP dollar is $9,000. I'm estimating that. It's $9,000. So that doesn't mean there's not a disconnect. Okay, I don't take that as alone as evidence that there's no problem. There's a problem. But this MFP formula does set a very important precedent. We want to distinguish between children. We think that's important. And number two, we want you to service those children. Now, we got a lot of work to do. I understand that. We're not going to solve it in 1 month. We're not going to solve it in one meeting. And I do think we're going to end up bringing a group together, as others have recommended, to get into more detail. And you will be part of that. You or someone in your group or someone that is recommended by your group will be part of that. We'll put that on next month's agenda, the idea of this committee for a year being able to look at this and other issues. It could be that we go to student-based funding, where the money actually follows the child. I will support that, and I will go argue for that in the legislature. But let's don't lose sight of what this formula does for the first time. It actually begins to put importance on outcomes for kids. And that if you get positive outcomes for kids, you will be rewarded. Now, I think you would admit that's a step in the right direction. It's not everything. But I think, let's don't lose sight of what this formula does better than any other formula in the past. I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate the time you put in representing your organization. Thank you.
Mr. Wagasback.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just comment that this is obviously a very complex policy discussion, and it's also complex for any parent of a child with disabilities. And I can tell you from firsthand experience that there's not a day that goes by where you try to reevaluate whether are we doing the right thing, are we in the right school, do we have the right therapist, are we doing the right ABA therapy, speech therapy, physical therapy. You always reevaluate, and you have weeks on end where it's going great and it looks like it's going the right direction, and then you hit a wall for some reason, and you don't know if it's diet, and you don't know if the bedtime's wrong, or you don't know what the issue is, and you try something new. And you try that for a while, and it's a constant up and down. And I can tell you as a parent, that's a difficult process to go through. I can't imagine being an educator in that process and having to work through that. And so I've come across some fantastic special education educators in my few years as a parent dealing with this, and I think those are some of the people that walk on water in my eyes. I really do. This is a complex issue. It's complex for families. It's complex for policymakers. And I think we're fooling ourselves if we think there's going to be a silver bullet solution that will come up today, tomorrow, within a couple of weeks. But I think it's great that we're stimulating that discussion. I would view this as a pilot, whether we call it a pilot or not, just because my view of the world is we're going to be here a year later from now doing an MFP resolution. If we take this out, then it was only here for 1 year. I would call that a pilot. And so I agree with Mr. Garvey that this is stimulating a conversation, I think, that needs to happen. As we move into this world of accountability and choice and all those things, which I'm a strong supporter of, we have to make sure of this population, we figure out what's the best outcomes for them. And it's not easy to figure out. As a parent, I've been frustrated over the years of the policy that the dollars wouldn't follow the child, but I can also make the argument that maybe there's a way to use those dollars differently in a district office to provide assets to schools. So I don't pretend to understand the budgets at the local level well enough to know is the best way to help that child to send it to the school or to keep it in the district and have some type of plans where you go out and do assessments. I don't know. Maybe there's ways to do it. We've got to talk about that. I would tell you that we're lucky in that we have mobility. We have geographic mobility. We have financial mobility. We're lucky that we can take a look at our 3 children and figure out what's the best solution for each one of them and make a choice. There's a lot of folks that don't have that option. And as a parent and as a policymaker, I think some of the strongest things we can do is to empower people like that. Because, I'll just speak for autism for a second. It's so hard to define it. It's so hard to, even if you're a parent, you look at it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's so hard to know exactly what you're dealing with. But you have to constantly have the liberty and freedom to know that you can make a choice if you see something that you think will improve an outcome. And it's very difficult. And so when I look at choice, I think if we could go in a crystal ball and go in the future, at least my hope, and you never know, this may not pan out, but my hope would be that years from now, there will be pockets of schools that will pop up and recognize that there's a market there, that there's an ability to come in and provide high quality services and provide better options for kids that not only have mobility because their parents have financial mobility, but because there's a program in place with choice where they can go and get that same option. I hope that's where we come in. That won't be a silver bullet either, but it might be part of the solution. Another thing that you see is if you look in New Orleans. New Orleans, you have a robust, network of charters and privates and all these other options there. But let me tell you something. There's a couple charters that do a really good job of educating special education students. And you know what's happened, which is interesting, the parents in New Orleans have taken notice. And the word is around, oh, your child has an issue like that, you should look at them. And again, not a panacea, but what they've seen is their percentage of special ed students as compared to the others in the area has gone up. And so I think as we keep talking about this and keep trying new ways in the formula and keep looking at new different policies and keep learning from educators to figure out how we deal with this issue, I think the collective tools in the toolbox are going to help raise options for rich kids and poor kids, special needs on this end of the spectrum and that end of the spectrum and everywhere in between. But we're not going to nail it down today. And so I applaud you for being here and the options you talk about and trying to get more dollars to follow the child. And I understand the nervous trepidation that a lot of parents and schools have as we figure out how do we address the needs of a growing special need population. At the same time, we're pushing accountability and performance in schools. But that's a debate we got to have, and it's not going to be solved overnight. And we've got to work together on this issue and listen to each other, but also recognize that it's not really about us. It's about the kids and those parents that every day are trying to figure out, am I on the right track or not? And so I just wanted to make those comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wagasback. Ms. Bophy?
I just also wanted to clarify that I represent 9 districts in Southwest Louisiana, and of those 9 districts, according to this formula as it's being proposed, 5 of them are going to see an increase. And that's because of several different factors, and we've discussed several different factors that go into the MFP. But I think it's important for people who are in the audience, who are listening, that have different ideas about what we should do with this MFP, to also look at the bottom line. And that bottom line is what districts work with, because we know that districts get this information as a block grant. And so for those of you who haven't had the time to crunch the numbers, for Southwest Louisiana, 5 of the 9 are getting a bigger check than they did last year.
Thank you, Ms. Bophy. The next speaker, Ms. Hill?
Yes. I've been sitting here and I've been really torn with the special education packet that's been brought before me. I have had individuals to reach out to me on various levels with concerns. And I keep hearing a pilot. And when I look at I'm a social worker by profession, so I understand IEPs, I understand the special education arena, because this is what I do for a living. And I just heard, no disrespect to Mr. Wagasback, but we was at an RSD meeting last week. We had a parent in New Orleans crying out for help for her child who's special need. She don't have anywhere to send her child. She's been going from place to place to place, and she was literally in tears. And it touched my heart, because I'm like, what is New Orleans doing? This has been going on for many, many, many years. She said longer than 3 years. And so I'm going to ask for a motion that if we as a board can look at it and say, let's put it in the formula, since it's not a resolution, that we implement this as a pilot first, and then see how well the pilot goes this year, and then try to implement it fully. So I'd like to offer a motion to implement it as a pilot, because in the formula we're not stating that it is going to be a pilot. We're just stating that we're going to move forward with this proposal. So if we can implement it as a pilot and then see what the outcome is, and then bring it back to the board next year for more discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We're going to have one more speaker, then we're going to break for lunch and give everybody a break. Crystal Landry.
Thank y'all for allowing me to talk today. I'm here as a parent, and I have 4 kids. I have 2 kids that's in a private school, and I have 2 kids that's in a public school. And I can see the difference in my children. My child that's in the public school right now, he has an IEP. He's in special education. He's in the 3rd grade and still is reading at a kindergarten level. And I'm trying to figure out what kind of option do I have for my child, because I'm very concerned about my child. I'm very active in my child education. In the school that he's at, no options for me. That's why this scholarship program is I'm very honored to be a part of it, because my 2 kids that's in the scholarship program, they're just in kindergarten now, but they're doing so much better. Now, at that previous school that they was at, I have twins. One of the twins, he wasn't adjusting well to his pre-K setting. So this school told me, well, we can't do nothing for him at this school. We're going to transfer him to another school so he can be in a class with disabled children. Now, my child is not disabled. He might have a learning disability. He might need extra time, but he's very smart. So when all this was going on, I heard about the scholarship program. I entered the scholarship program, filled out the application. My 2 pre-K children, they got accepted. And I can say that the child that I was having a problem with in pre-K, he couldn't write. He couldn't even hold a crayon. He would just sit there like this, like, what should I do? I don't know what to do. Now, since he's been in this scholarship program and at the school, the private school that he's at, he's doing so much better. He knows how to color. He knows how to write his name. He's counting to 100. Now, I'm trying to figure out, why are you people, these people fighting against my child? I don't understand. You fighting against other children too, that this program is benefiting, and I don't understand it. You're supposed to be teachers and educators. You're supposed to do what's best for the child, not worry about the money. Put the child first. Now, I'm so emotional because this is my heart. My children are my heart. They are my passion. I'm concerned about my child getting the best education they can get. Now, I'm going to continue to fight for them. And I want you all to stop fighting against these children that's in the scholarship program. It's benefiting these children. Stop worrying about the money. Put the child first. That's the bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. We're going to break for lunch and reconvene at 12:30.
I need one of these.
We're going to go ahead and reconvene. If you'd have your seat, please. The next speaker is Miss Susan Vaughn, Ascension Parish Special Ed Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Board. I'm Susan Vaughn. I'm Special Ed Director in Ascension Parish, and I'm also a member of the Special Ed Advisory Panel. I oppose the proposed changes to the Special Ed MFP formula, not because I don't believe in a system that supports improved student learning, but because the plan has not been thoroughly researched nor vetted with stakeholders. I do not think the proposed changes in the Special Ed MFP formula will address the individual needs of students with disabilities as the Senate concurrent resolution had requested. On the surface, the weighted formula by disability groups may appear to differentiate by need, but it does not. The disability category of a student does not drive services. If that was the case, we wouldn't need IEPs. All LD students would get exactly the same service, and we know that's not the case, nor is that what's required by the federal law. Secondly, the proposed MFP weights differentiation by placement, focusing mostly on least restrictive environment. An IEP team is charged with determining least restrictive environment. No disrespect, but it's not the State Department's job to incentivize that we place students in inclusion classes, if that's not the most appropriate place to be. I'm really fearful of some unintended consequences if this happens. The last component of the proposed MFP formula with performance, there are significant problems with the use of a value-added model when it's down at the student level, individual students. Research on value-added model points out that student scores on either end of the spectrum, either lower end or upper end, are not always valid. The majority of our students with disabilities are currently held accountable with the state's accountability plan. So why are we adding another accountability performance label in the MFP formula for that? As I started out, I recommend that BESE honor the recommendation of the Special Ed Advisory Panel, which mirrors the recommendation of the Superintendent Group and others you have heard today, that we retain the current MFP structure until a stakeholder group can be vetted and thoroughly study the issues, and then make an informed recommendation for MFP revisions in 2014. The changes to the MFP as being proposed does not ensure student success, nor does it ensure that more money goes to the districts. In fact, some districts will lose money, and with the times being tight, that is a definite concern and fear for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn.
I have a question.
Ms. Popey?
Ms. Vaughn.
Ms. Vaughn?
I have a question. No, that's fine. You talked about a concern over unintended consequences. Can you talk that through for us a little bit?
I'm from Ascension Parish, and my superintendents, yes, we get a pot of money, but our district believes that all students can succeed, and when I go to our superintendent with specifics that I need an extra pair in this class, she doesn't talk about, okay, I don't have the money. If it's a need, we take care of it, which I would hope everybody does, but you know, Ascension has maybe a more stable tax base than a lot of the smaller districts. But what if districts know they get more money if a student has a higher disability category? Does that mean pupil appraisal teams then label a child who's on the border that could maybe be developmentally delayed, has some autistic characteristics? Are they going to label that child autistic to get more money? I would hope not, but that is a fear that's out there. Also, with least restrictive environment, inclusion carries a higher weight. If you have a student that needs resource services, but you could really put them in the regular ed class and provide some will districts be incentivized to do that because it brings in more money? And that's what I'm referring to.
No.
And also referral rate. You know, there's a, if you decrease your referral rate, you get a higher weight. Does that mean some districts may not evaluate all students that need to be receiving special ed services?
So my follow-up question to that is there anything based on the way this is proposed, and this is proposed with a 10% impact, is there anything based on the way that it's proposed that you could tell this board at this point that would be safeguards against the things that you're most concerned about? And I know that I'm asking you very difficult questions because the reason that this is, I think, it's such a complex issue. And so if you have something great and we want to hear it, but we also understand that this is an incredibly complex issue.
It's very complex, and I don't know, as the board has stated several times today, right now districts get a one weight for special ed, but it's a pot of money. So it gives the districts the flexibility to use it where it's needed for different groups of students. And if our special ed students are our highest need, then we get the money for that. When you start categorizing groups, it doesn't necessarily take care of their need. And if superintendents are told, well, you're going to get this much money for a learning disabled child, and if it follows the student, what if that student needs more money than what's allocated for that student?
Well, and to clarify, under this formula, this formula, it'll continue to be one pot of money.
Right.
And the pot of money is changing in the way that we allocate the pot of money. And so I think that's part of what we need to all understand about it, is that you have a pot of money just like you had a pot of money before, but what we do to determine what that pot of money is going to be different because we understand that it's a complex issue. So we're trying to respect the complexity of the issue in the way that we weigh, but knowing that it's extremely difficult.
Right.
And there's no easy answer.
That's why I think all of those elements need to be studied more, and the pilot impact would be fine. I just think it needs to be approved as a pilot. The way it looks right now is approve the whole thing and we will pilot it. But our fear is if it gets approved, it may be piloted one year, but what's happening next year?
Well, and
there's nothing in there that says we're only going to pilot. I mean, most pilots are done with a few districts to look at the results and come back and study and then make a final recommendation. You don't make the recommendation and then pilot the recommendation.
And I respect that perspective. I just need you to understand, from my point of view, is that in 2010 we had Act 54 that created Compass, but that you had people who were going to be evaluated by Compass, but that didn't know about it until it was actually being implemented.
Right.
And so I mean, my hands are tied in terms of being a policymaker in that just because we pilot something doesn't make people aware of it. And I feel as though with this board looking at a 10% change instead of saying we're going for full impact, that we're giving ourselves an opportunity, one, to get everybody's attention, but two, actually see what's going to happen. And I think it's up to the people who voted us in here to hold us to the fact that we use the information that we get in this following year and make sure that next year we make an even better decision.
Well, respectfully, I don't think there's anyone in the state that's not aware of this right now because money's tied to it. And so I think every district is very much aware of the implications of this with the MFP simulations that were sent out last week with the business managers.
If I could just comment, first of all, I want to thank you. You've given, in the short time that we've known each other, me very good expert advice. You were a former leader of the advisory panel and now sit on the advisory panel and I think do a fantastic job. The only things I would indicate is I think whether we agree or disagree on the implementation or the specifics, the point in part is to get people's attention. And it is in part to acknowledge that funding helps get people's attention to an issue. But we can do it in a way that doesn't have a lot of risk. In Ascension Parish, the difference is $3 per child this year. That's the difference. So I don't say that we agree. I just want to, for the board, for you to understand the real impact of this year is $3 per child.
Well, and that just brings, I'm not arguing the money piece.
Yeah,
I'm arguing the fundamental concepts of how this is being laid out, the repercussions of all those pieces.
Fair. Thank you. Ms. Valentine.
My name is LaQuinta Valentine, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the parents.
Would you pull a little
Okay.
closer? Thank you.
My name is LaQuinta Valentine. My child is in the scholarship program, so I'm here to speak basically on behalf of the parents. I mean, this program was a blessing for us. My son in elementary school, he was bullied. He's smaller than the average child. He was bullied. He didn't learn well. He was held back a grade, almost 2 grades. He failed the LEAP test horribly. He went to 2 different schools. One school was taken over by the state. And when it was taken over by the state, it did worse than it was ran by EBR school system. So I pulled him out of there and put him back in EBR. He did a little better, but then when he was set to go to middle school, I mean, I just felt that the school system was failing him, and I didn't want to keep him in the public school system. I had no idea where I was going to send him. So when I got the scholarship program, we were blessed. I mean, he's doing so much better now. His grades are up. He loves school. He loves going to school. He gets up early, excited about going to school. And he didn't do that when he was in EBR school system. He didn't want to go to school. Every day he was sick. He had a problem. I had to literally almost force him to go to school on a daily basis. But now he loves it. And I mean, I'm just pleading that this program stays in effect because it does benefit the kids. And I mean, I wish it was available to all kids. I hate that my neighbor across the street child, can't come to this school, can't go to school with him because she's struggling now and she has no idea what to do with her child. So I mean, I just hope that it stays in effect and it's open to every child. I think every child deserves a good education.
Thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
Ms. Naiman?
Hi, it's actually Tanya Nyman. I showed up today to ask that y'all oppose the proposal to the change in the MFP funding. And I came with a nice, neat prepared statement, but I have to say that in light of all the discussion that's happened, I think there's clearly a lot of confusion and convoluted understanding of what's going on, and that alone should encourage you to defer this for further study. My concern was the way in which the funding would, there's one amount accorded for a child to the school district and another amount that would be then sent to a private or charter school if that child decides to leave, and that would create an inequity, or actually I guess it's going to further allow that inequity to exist since it's already occurring. But of course now the whole voucher program has been raised, and I understand why a scholarship voucher program might be attractive to some people, but I too believe all children deserve a good education, and I know that the voucher program is not offering that to all children, and I know that an injustice cannot cure an injustice. So I'm just going to read my statement here. I am a product of Louisiana Public Schools, New Orleans Public Schools, K through 12. My children are currently enrolled in public schools here in Baton Rouge. I have firsthand experience with the public schools, and I know that when they have access to adequate resources and comparable support, they can not only provide a comparable education, they can provide a superior education to that offered by private schools. Undermining public schools by directing public money to private schools and charter schools does not serve your district, your community, or the state of Louisiana. The individuals, the administrators from the schools mentioned on both occasions smaller class size. But redirecting funds, public money from the public schools to private schools does not allow the public schools to provide smaller class size. And so therefore, it's clearly creating a further injustice. The Hosanna talked about parental involvement. Well, clearly then it's only serving parents that are taking an active interest in their children's education. And we as a community need to be concerned about all children, regardless of their familial background or the support they're receiving. We need to step up. Mr. Wagesback, I would love to hear the names of the 2 schools that you mentioned as receiving accolades for providing special ed in New Orleans area. I haven't heard similarly good reports out of New Orleans, and I can tell you that I have politely declined a request to move to New Orleans because of the state of the public education system down there. I'd also like to read from the 2009 Stanford study, which, excuse me, age has gotten to me. Nearly half of the charter schools nationwide have results that are no different from the local public school options, and over a third, 37%, deliver learning results that are significantly worse than their student would have realized had they remained in traditional public schools. These findings underlie the parallel findings of significant state-by-state differences in charter school performance and in the national aggregate performance of charter schools. The proposed change to the MFP does not address the inequities in funding, and I ask that you not approve this proposal and you allow for further study so a fair resolution can be devised. And I also would like to just point out that the people in Louisiana need to be adequately informed with lots of research from a variety of perspectives so that they can base their opinions on logical reasons and evidence. And unfortunately, that is not happening right now. It is next to impossible to figure out what is going on down here at BESE. And it is next to impossible for the business community to understand the implications of many of the policies that are being promoted as the solution to our problems. Thank you.
Could I just ask, what does that study say about Louisiana?
I don't know.
It says that charter schools in Louisiana are 3 times more likely than the national average to be more, to be more effective than the traditional schools in their districts.
Does that include my alma mater?
I'm sorry?
Does that include my alma mater?
I don't know if it includes your alma mater or not, as I don't know where you went.
Does it include charter schools that have a selective application process?
No, because it's a comparison of peer groups, which means that comparing kids who have like backgrounds to achieve and past academic history and looking at their progress. It's actually, the study you quoted, I've read, and the study you quoted actually specifically calls out Louisiana as having charter schools that are 3 times more likely than the national average to be higher performing than traditional district schools. I'm not saying that that says anything about the traditional school system or the charter school system per se. We all have our problems. But if, as you said, if you're going to bring research, please bring it to tell a comprehensive picture. And the research you brought does tell an accurate story nationally, but not a Louisiana-specific story.
Well, next time I will come with more documentation, but I'm quite sure that there's a lot of research that would back up my findings, and I think a lot of personal research.
It does back up your findings across the country. It just has nothing to say about Louisiana.
So you're saying that the situation in New Orleans with the charter schools, which charter schools in particular are you saying have dramatically improved the outcomes?
The study was of all charter schools in Louisiana. I'm not going to argue the points with you. Go take a look at the Credo study and what it says about Louisiana.
Well, should we look at the Cohen Institute as well? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, even they're bailing on the charter school system down in New Orleans. I mean, all I'm saying is let's have an honest discussion about whether or not, and it's not even that. If you want to charter schools, that's fine. We can have a debate about that. But one of the problems that I really have is when the system that's being put into place is clearly devised or appears to, well, maybe it's not clearly devised, but it has the unintended consequences, or it has the consequences of undermining the public school's abilities to do its job and do its job well. And there's the hope that, this savior school company is going to step in and see that there's a need to serve special education children, and because they're there, they're going to show up. Well, in the interim, we're dismantling a public school system, and if that goes and those other folks don't step up, there is nothing there for them. Carolyn Hill, I think, was bringing up that fact. There is a woman in New Orleans who cannot find a school to take her child. This is a serious consideration. So if you want to explore charter schools as a possible resolution, wonderful. But don't do it to the detriment of the public schools. And especially, let's note that many public schools are doing an outstanding job. They really are. And if we start looking at the ways in which they struggle more significantly when there's concentrations of poverty, then we can talk about that and what is the sincere resolution. But right now, unfortunately, charter schools do have the advantage of putting in selective admission processes and also tossing kids out, as do private schools. It's comparing apples and oranges. So public schools.
The next speaker is Mr. Eric Lewis.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Lewis. I am the State Director for the Black Alliance for Educational Options. We're an advocacy organization that advocates for parental choice. And we've worked directly with, the parents that spoke earlier and many of the parents of the nearly 5,000 students in the scholarship program. But additionally, we also advocate for high-quality options, whether they be in the traditional public school system, charter schools, virtual schools, or what have you. And what I wanted to state and just kind of share with folks is that we're in support of the formula as it stands now, primarily because of the fact that in years past, since the inception of the scholarship program, one of the challenges that was in place was that with the funding being in the general fund budget, parents such as these young ladies that spoke earlier would have to sweat out the legislative session to even know if there would actually be a program. And so by providing a stable funding source, pending the legal discussions that are going on, we believe that this would provide some stability for many of these parents. Over the last 2 or 3 months, we've had the opportunity to tour the state, visit with parents from across the state that are participating in the program. And to a school, to a parent meeting, stories are consistent of parents who are in better positions and their kids are in better positions because of this scholarship program. Parents have different reasons for why they chose to participate in the program. It could be because of academics, it could be because of safety, it could be because the kids weren't getting the services that they needed in the traditional public school system. But at the end of the day, parental choice is about giving parents the power to choose what's best for their children. And I think that we've come a long way, and we obviously have a long way to go. But it's not an issue of public versus private. It's about empowering parents to give them the opportunity to choose what's best for their child. And so the formula that has been put forward gets us closer to where we're trying to go. And I will admit that we do have some room to grow. But what I will say is that for the nearly 5,000 kids that are in this program, there is not a one that would send their kids back if they had the opportunity to.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Christy Comier.
Good afternoon. I have a good morning, but I guess it's afternoon now.
Would you move the mic a little closer, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm Christy Cormier, and I live in Calcasieu Parish, and I am the parent of a 4th grade student who receives special education services. She has a developmental disability, she is disabled, and she is smart. Today I come before you asking that you, the keepers of my daughter's educational opportunities, not approve the proposed changes to the MFP as presented today. I am grateful for the intent with which this change seeks to accomplish, increasing the graduation rate of students with disabilities and having districts look at how they can best serve our kids to make the outcomes better. But I'd like to address some things that don't sit very well with me. One of those is the weights based on the LEA's referrals. Each year, our state superintendent must sign a list of insurances to the U.S. Department of Education, stating that he will ensure provisions of child find. Response to intervention has been put into place to help with some of the issues of over-identification, earlier intervening services, and things of that nature. But it was not intended to take the place of child find, nor was it meant to prohibit a parent, teacher, or administrator from requesting an evaluation for special education services if they suspect that the student is a student with a disability and in need of special education, even though that student may be advancing from grade to grade. Because the proposed plan seems to set up LEAs to chase the state average for financial gain, I am concerned decisions for appropriate referral through child find will take a back seat to a favorable, weighted category of funding. The blanket measure of a less than a certain % of an average does not account for Louisiana's diverse population and high incidences of disabilities per geographical region. In the Acadiana area, there's a high incidence of Usher syndrome. The lower Gulf Coast communities have higher incidences of neuromigration disorders of the brain. And there are environmental contaminants in particular areas of our state that are linked to higher rates of childhood cancers, asthma, and other medical conditions that require special education services in school. LEAs in these areas will be positioned from the start at a disadvantage to receive the entire weight for this category if they to assure compliance with child find. So I ask you, does supporting a plan that incentivizes lower referral rates over compliance with child find really give the students you seek relief the services they need to even have a shot at earning a regular high school diploma? As a mother of a student who started her education with less than a 50% chance of earning a diploma, I beg of you to leave this MFP alone this year. Yes, we need change. No, this is not about whether scholarships are good or bad or charters are good or bad. That's not the issue, let's be very clear. But what does this plan actually change? I've heard about the incentives for the schools to do certain things, but not necessarily the right things for individual students. How is my daughter's district and school rewarded for the supports and services they provide to her that help her realize the success and the hard work she turns out every day doing her level best to keep up? If she doesn't make the one-size-fits-all standard measurement, her services might suffer, which only exacerbates the problem with the compound effect of the inequities of funding across school systems. If we care about kids, and that is our premise for everything we go into, and we say we care about all kids, and the biggest changes to this proposal are on our kids, please listen to us and realize what is happening here today. Parents of students with disabilities are sitting side by side with special ed directors who we are usually in contentious situations with. We are standing with our superintendents who we blame on a daily basis for not funding services our kids need. And we are standing together in a united voice saying, please, even in a small part, because I don't believe we're going to find the information we need with a very small implementation or a pilot of what is being called today. I don't think we're going to find that. I think we need to realize that we have assurances, that you as a BESE board authorize our superintendent, he's my superintendent, to sign assurances to the federal government every year. And you have to ensure that he does that. And how do these changes assure that the districts will do the right things with the money that they're given from the state's portion? How do we ensure that? And how do we look at a student who their biggest thing that they might have met that year is that they are able to stand in a lunch line without throwing their tray, hitting another child, or falling on the floor in a meltdown? How do we reward schools for that progress? Because for many of our families, that is the biggest gift we get in a whole year. And nonetheless, it is a great and wonderful gift. And it leads to the point where we realize the academic ability of our students. That's what should be rewarded.
Thank you, Ms. Comier.
Christy, can I just ask, first of all, I want to thank you, irrespective of whether we disagree on the specifics of this issue. I think you acknowledge, and I very much appreciate that, an agreement on the intent, and I thank you for doing that. I also thank you for your passion and bringing the energy you have for your child to the rest of us. I do just want to make one thing clear for the group, just to acknowledge what it is you said. You said that, for example, a concern that if a school has a lower referral rate, that and they get funded based on that in part in this formula, that might create an incentive for them not to refer a child who needs to be referred, right?
No, I think that my point, I'm sorry if it did not come across clear. My issue is that if you have a school that is a district, an LEA, that is not, that has a lower referral rate, and they meet that highest tier where they would get the 12% of that 1/3. Mm-hmm. Chances are that the children within that system are, they're not being referred either because we have a lowering of disability incidences in an area which is contradictory to what we know nationally or even statewide, or it's not necessarily being done. I don't know what the assurance is within that. Like, how does just a rate equate into an assurance that RTI is being done effectively in keeping students from that. I'm not quite sure where the assurance part is in the incentive.
And so I guess here's how I just wanted to just make sure we have this dialogue in front of the board, because I think it was an important point. This all exists within a set of laws that require the department to ensure, as a state, because you're right, we signed an assurance to the federal government that we have a legal requirement to provide services to those children who are entitled to those services.
And you have policies that are
Absolutely.
in place
And we have
that
state
support
policies.
that.
Absolutely. So I wanted the board to be clear to understand that this is not an attempt to remove that, to place that on someone else's shoulders. There is still a compliance dimension to it. It is simply an attempt to say that we know that when school systems comply, it costs them different amounts of money to do different things. And we want a more nuanced instrument with which to do it. Now, we can do it in a way that this year we can study it, and it might take longer than a year. That's the board's decision. But we can study it in a way that doesn't have a financial impact. In Calcasieu, it has a $2 per child impact this year. But we can study it in a way to see whether or not it threatens in any way. I don't think it will, but if it did in any way, the legal requirement. But I want the board to be clear, and I want all parents and professionals in the room to be clear that we need to continue diligence and vigilance around upholding our legal and moral obligation to fulfill the individual needs of students, and that has nothing exactly to do with this proposal today. So I know that we may disagree on this, and how it's, but I wanted to acknowledge that mutual commitment.
But do you mind if I ask you a question?
That's not my decision.
Okay.
That'd be fine.
When we were in our initial discussions, and even as early as just a week or so ago, I was under the understanding when we were sitting with Senator Claytor that this was really in an effort to get incentivized districts to start looking at the way that they were serving students to increase the outcomes. So even though in and of itself the MFP does not address that, that was the intent behind it that we appreciated so much. So I don't know why we're separating the two out.
I'm not separating
Okay.
them. All I'm saying is that one doesn't replace the other. You know, in other words, you still have to be vigilant about an assurance, as you say, that the legal rights and the moral rights of children will be complied with. And that simply saying that we're going to change the way we distribute resources to a small degree doesn't in any way remove that obligation from anyone's shoulders.
But with the arbitrary rate of just, you know, below the state percentage, how does that account for, say, those geographical areas where there are just higher incidences, and they legally, with compliance to Child Find, must refer? Those are districts that are going to need additional funding because of the higher incidences of disabilities within their structure.
And they get it because they get more money when a child is classified, much more money.
And what if
than
that
they
child...
than they do if they have a low referral rate. Here's our only point on this. If a district, whether it's because of RTI or any other approach, is intervening prior to classifying children in a way that for good reasons results in the decision being to not refer the child. Under our current system, that district gets no money, even though it still has to provide intensive academic intervention services for that child. The same thing is true in the rare instance, and I'm not saying it's the right end goal, but for some small number of kids it might be. In the rare instance where the academic decision is to declassify the child, well, the district then gets dropped off the fiscal cliff because all the money is removed, even though the child's needs don't go away. All we're saying is that a one-size-fits-all system that's based only on one classification has no ability not only to calculate the needs of children who have been classified and their various needs, but the children who may be considered for classification or who once were classified whose needs persist. And so you wonder why, among kids who are not have a speech classification, why almost no children in our state are ever removed from having an IEP. It's totally explainable. And I'm not saying that's a good decision or a bad decision. Maybe for a small number of kids it is a good decision. But why does it almost never happen? because they get punished when it does. And this formula leaves in place dollars for kids where districts have tried to intervene and serve a child even outside of the confines of an IEP. Now, can that sometimes be for the wrong reasons? If a child's not classified, is that always a good thing? No. Sometimes people don't act on classifying a child and need to. But the financial incentives in this dramatically fund classifying the child, not fund, don't classify the child. You get much less money there, but you get a little because we know you're still providing support services.
But the bigger money to get is on the performance part. And if the areas where we have the higher incidences of the more significant disabilities don't get their share of that 1/3, they're still hurting, right?
Well, no, because effectively, the whole thing is calculated to say we spent $313 million last year on special education. We're going to ensure that we don't spend less than that, and we're going to create opportunities to spend more. So on the performance side, yes, you take 1/3 of that $313 million, so about $100 million, and you say, okay, how do we need to do weights to make sure that at a minimum we spend $100 million? So you end up, from a money perspective, back in exactly the same place. That check to the districts looks exactly the same size as it did last year. There's actually opportunities for it to be bigger. The more kids graduate, the more it grows. The more even students on a Law 1 assessment grow, the more growth we're going to see in the dollar amount. And I know that's not, the prettiest way to talk about it, but that's true, that all you're talking about is the same amount of money going to districts, but it's just carved up in a little bit of a different way. Now, the pilot means that basically there is no change. I mean, essentially you're talking Calcasieu $2, Ascension $3 per child. We spend $9,000 per child. You're talking about $2 or $3 change. So it's not significant this year. And we'll look at it over the course of the year. And, I know, I'm assuming that we're going to react at some point to this question of, as people are suggesting, should we study? I don't know what the board will do on that. I support it. But, I think we've got to set in motion something that accounts for some of these problems. Providing support services to kids who were classified or would have been classified is one of them.
I always love our discussions, and I think that, I actually hold the relationship that we do have in a very special place, because I think that it's important that we're able to have those discussions and agree to disagree. But if we know what the end result needs to be, and we know the hard work that needs to be put into it to get it right the first time, instead of putting something forward that we're not quite sure of and maybe realizing a year from, my kid doesn't have a year. She doesn't have a year, John. My kid doesn't have a year. She's got one shot. And and that is the concern. That is the concern of families. It's the concern of educators. It's the concern of school districts. That's, for too many years in our recent history, we have been moving so quickly and so fast to saying something needs to change, and we agree. I mean, I think we had a good laugh that day about, yes, it does, and we want it to be perfect. But I think that whenever we just kind of say, okay, well, this is our best guess, we're pretty sure this is what's going to happen, let's do it in a small way, and let's see what happens. If we realize in the year that it didn't make a difference, what impact did that actually have on the kids who were already not performing well that we're trying to change this for? What does that actually do to them? There's kind of no way to measure that, except for I can tell you about a kid that I'm personally involved with. It's my daughter's best friend, that he has Asperger's syndrome. And for 3 years, his mother tried to have him evaluated. 3 years. And they kept on sending him to the school board level committee and saying, oh, we're just not sure. We're going to do these interventions. We're going to do these interventions. And for 3 years, it drug out until I said, enough. Come on. This is getting to a point where he's starting to have some behaviors. You're going to find this in a bigger place. And by the time services were put into place, his disability was much larger than it was when it started. And so I don't want to see that happen to kids, because this is a kid I love. I love this child like he is my own. And I've seen personally what sitting back and saying, well, let's just wait and see about what's going to happen. Let's not refer them. Let's not this. And that's why the referral stuff is kind of near to me at this point, because I've seen personally what incentives not to refer have done. And I just don't want, we know that there's the intent, because if you think that at IEP meetings that district people come to the table and don't have money in mind, or they don't have their disproportionality numbers in mind, or their overclassification numbers in mind, we need to talk. Because that does happen. It's a reality of it. That those are things that administrators and school personnel do think about. Even local school people think about, well, I wonder if I can make a case to give, to give a kid just this much more, because that would put me over a certain number to have another warm body in form of an aid.
Ms. Comey, I know, I appreciate we can continue this.
I know, and I'm
afterwards,
very
but
sorry. I appreciate you giving me the time, and let's talk.
Thanks for your passion. The next speaker is Patrick Whittam of the Louisiana School of Math and Science.
Good afternoon, Board, Superintendent White. I'm Patrick Whittam, Executive Director of the Louisiana School for Math, Science, and the Arts in Natchitoches. For 30 years, this school has been a school of choice. We have more than 4,400 graduates who've come.
Could you get a little closer to the mic?
Sure.
Yeah,
certainly.
thank you.
For 30 years, the Louisiana School for Math, Science, and the Arts has been a school of choice. We've offered parents and students who have needed a higher level, a more compelling educational opportunity to attend and to graduate from the school. We've been in partnership with districts around the state, and I think the state of Louisiana, certainly the BESE board and the Department of Education should be commended for its support. Today's discussion is passionate. Today's discussion reveals the difficulties of funding, but I think that we can all recognize that funding priorities match the values that we see in how dollars are used. That's how I do it in my home, that's how I do it personally, and that's how you as a board have been asked to consider the best use of state funds to educate every child in Louisiana to an appropriate level. I would ask for the board to support the MFP resolution, the MFP formula. I would also express appreciation to the board and to the Department of Education for including the Louisiana School for Math, Science, and the Arts in that formula in a consistent manner with the School for the Visually Impaired, School for the Deaf, and special school districts. For the Louisiana School in particular, the ability to access the MFP funds that are available for public education has made a significant impact on helping us mitigate 34% reductions in funding. So we're doing that, we're managing that, the school performs at a high level, and we appreciate the opportunity to work with districts, to work with BESE, to work with the Department of Education to continue that level of support for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Sind, Ms. Beebe?
I don't have a response to the gentleman, but based on, I represent Plaquemines Parish, and I've had conversations with legislators and Superintendent Roussel, and there is a Legacy 2 charter in somewhat a unique position, and that it's a military base, and this school siphons away approximately $1.2 million. The travesty in it, however, is that it is a public charter, and yet this administration, this school's administration, rejects individuals out of students. In other words, they're sent back to Plaquemines Parish. Now, Plaquemines Parish is an A school district. They are performing, but again, they have bricks and mortar. They have a need for resources. We talk about educating all children. They have a responsibility to their children. We have a responsibility to all children in Plaquemines Parish. So my point is, putting the Legacy 2 charters in the MFP, while the gentleman has offered his support for the inclusion of Legacy 2 in the MFP, I take exception with the fact that it is doing detrimental to Plaquemines Parish. Now, will Councilman's parish will they be able to continue with the A classification? I doubt seriously, because they're losing the funds to provide the necessary resources to those students. Now, Superintendent White, I bring this up publicly because I would charge you with going to that school, checking with administration to see that this is indeed happening, and I've been informed that it is. We have evidence that this is happening, and you can have the conversation with Superintendent Musell. And this, once again, when we talk about choice options, well, our children are not given the choice. In some instances, they may be, but in many instances, from some of us on the board, we're being told differently. And I think, again, Superintendent White, you have a responsibility to investigate.
That's
Thank you.
separate from the Louisiana school, right?
No, it's a legacy too, George.
This is a state-created school in statute. This is not a type 2 charter school.
I'm sorry.
I
In fact,
will
my
make sure I
son
know.
is a graduate of your school.
Thank you for being here. Cindy Arsenault, the Special Education Advisory Council.
Good afternoon. As you said, I am the co-chair with Holly Boffey of the State Special Education Advisory Panel. I wanted to make sure that, and I'm thinking Holly probably told you, that in the minutes of the last Special Ed Advisory Panel, you'll see that we took a vote not to support the Louisiana Department of Education going forward with this current MFP, and instead requesting that there be more study and time given to it. What confuses me is that Superintendent White, if you find too many of us are saying something that maybe sounds like it doesn't have to do with MFP, that could be because of things you said to us. So maybe you sort of misled us. But you came to...
I don't think I intentionally misled anyone.
I don't think you intentionally did, but
okay.
I'm just trying to make you see what I'm saying.
Got it.
You came to us as the Special Ed Advisory Panel and basically said that the MFP would have an impact on students with disabilities. You might not have said the funding itself, but you told us, we are concerned that students with disabilities are not getting their fair, not being treated in an equitable manner. And so I'm hoping that if we change the MFP to do these things, that will change. So do you see why now when we come here today and you're kind of like, well, that has nothing to do with this? Well, gee, that doesn't sound like what you told us. You know, what it sounded like was it definitely did. So anyway, I just
Do you want me to clarify my position on
yeah.
that? Okay, sure. I think what my point today has been is that there's a difference between sending a check to a school district
Yes.
and how that school district decides to spend it.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of money that a school district gets is determined on things that have happened in the school district before the check is written.
Mm-hmm.
How they use it comes after it was written. Today we're talking about what happens in a school district before that check is written, and I wanted to draw a distinction between then what happens after that check is written.
And can you understand that why I'd be confused?
Absolutely. Sometimes I get confused. But I think that it could have a very positive effect, partially because of the kind of discussions we're having today about what happens in school systems before that check is cut. That's my point.
I also want to make clear that in that discussion we had that day in Senator Claytor's office, the statement was made that the reason that Senator Claytor put in the resolution was because he was concerned that as education reform went forward, there would be too many children who are at risk in traditional public schools. I'm just trying to remember it, and that the teaching staff would be the people who earn the least amount of money for teaching. I guess what confuses me is if that is true, And if course choice and school choice, what you and Senator Claytor, because you said you agreed that there was a concern there, if you're right in projecting that would continue, then traditional public schools would be basically made into self-contained special education schools, segregated only for kids who are most at risk. There wouldn't be natural proportions of kids without disabilities to kids with disabilities. So it seems to me that the issue, whether it's MFP or not, I don't know, but the issue has to do with the overall education reform, because kids with disabilities are not being accepted into voucher schools. As a member of the Special Ed Advisory, when it was a council, before it became a panel, I had asked, when a voucher school is going to be approved to become a voucher school, why can't we, as a state, have a policy that says any voucher school that is asking to be receive state dollars would only be approved if they agree to serve students with disabilities, not just accept, but serve them. And the response I kept getting back is, we can't tell a private school what to do. And my response to that kept being, no, you don't have to tell a private school what to do. They would know what they're applying for, and they would know what they're agreeing to. So those private schools that don't want to accept children with disabilities wouldn't have to. And that seems to me to get at equity. It has to be that if we're creating traditional public schools that won't have kids with and without disabilities in the right proportion, that's very troubling. And if our children are not accepted into other school choices, then our kids don't have a choice. Our kids with disabilities don't have any choice. Basically, you're saying that the majority of places that would accept them are traditional public schools, and that eventually there won't be any non-disabled peers for them to be educated with. And wow, our kids need to be educated with non-disabled peers, and those non-disabled peers need to be educated with our kids, because we have a lot of gifts to bring. So I just wanted to share that is my ultimate concerns. How can Louisiana believe in inclusion if we're getting rid of any opportunity for inclusive settings?
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Kyle Wedberg.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Wiedberg. I'm the president and CEO of NOCA, the New Orleans Center for Creative Arts. It's the Performing and Visual Arts High School for the state of Louisiana. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to thank the people in this room who are all very passionate, and many of them dedicating their lives to the betterment of students in this state. And I'd like to thank the Department of Education for the change in the MFP and the decision to treat NOCA the same as other special schools and recognize NOCA as a full share MFP school. NOCA has a 40-year tradition of being a place that provided the best in training for students in 11 different arts disciplines now, as we've added them over time. We have a long legacy of sending students from around the state, predominantly from Southeast Louisiana, onto careers in the arts. 98% of the students that walk across our stage go on to college, conservatory, and university. Last year we had 126 graduates, and of those 126 graduates, they garnered $14.5 million in scholarships between them to go on to schools. This in a state where, in a very challenging manner, only 19 of the 100 students who start 9th grade every year end up walking across the stage like that with a 4-year degree within 10 years. That history comes with change. We've been cut as a Division of Administration, susceptible agency, because this is only our third year in the MFP. We've been cut 20 to 25% over the past 4 years. We have made it work. We have added a full-day school component, and we are serving IEPs inside of that full-day school component, proudly serving IEPs for students that have talent in the arts and momentum and passion to be great in an area, and we are working hard to take that passion and momentum and help them grow as full students and full human beings. And this is one of the challenges that we've faced with being a half share, state-only share MFP. We've been having to hustle for outside funds to cover things like IEP committees and speech pathologists, and so we're very grateful, and I'm here to speak in favor of this version of the MFP, especially as it relates to the change in the treatment of NOCA of being a full share MFP. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you all.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Gore, yeah.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Beebe.
So NOCA, is NOCA legacy too?
No, NOCA is created in statutes. It's not a type 2.
So there are 8 legacy 2 schools?
I believe that's right.
That's correct.
Okay. Could you identify them for me? Because I read somewhere, and I thought NOCA and these schools were legacy 2.
No, they're special schools that are created, like the School for the Deaf and Visually Impaired, Blind and Visually Impaired.
So the Bell Chase Academy, that's
That is it's a type 2 charter school, yes. Yeah. The school you talked about before is a legacy type 2 charter school. And to answer your question, I'm happy to look. I told them, the school board, with whom I've now met a couple times, to send me whatever evidence they've got. I haven't received anything yet, but I'm sure they'll send it to me, and I'll take a look at it.
These schools are included in the MFP, but they were not, and I'm asking for clarification.
Yeah, sure.
But they were not included in the MFP last year, that we just put it in. Am I correct?
The other special schools were included last year. These schools were included up to the state share, and we are now effectively including them as regular schools like anyone else to be funded to the entire share.
But we were established by set-alone legislation, so we have our own legislation straight from the House and Senate that establishes the school and are not affiliated with any sort of a charter path.
And Mr. Wiedberg, from how many parishes do you serve public school kids?
Right now, we get students on a daily basis from 17 of the parishes, from a preponderance of the districts that you all represent. We were established 40 years ago. We've been a state agency for the past 14. To this point, we do not have a residential component. Every year we have a trickling of students from outstate Louisiana whose families choose to move to make training in NOCA a possibility for them. But we are, to this point, a little bit hampered by a geographical footprint of how far families will travel. That said, I've got 3 students from Houma that make the trip every morning and every evening. I've got them that come from north of Baton Rouge and all the way down the river parishes. So right now we're sitting at about a quarter of the parish, about 17.
17. Thank you.
But
Thank you.
again, the question, if I may ask, but you do receive the money from the local system? Those students, you said that they come from all over. So if they come from Terrebonne, Lafourche, what have you, that money is then taken away from the local system?
The money is sent by the state to represent the local share. So the local receives less money from the state, but these are local taxpayers who are being served by this state-created school.
And we take on the full responsibility, be it servicing an IEP, the LA Core 4, the graduation requirements, and it's understandably, from a district perspective, though there are some challenges, this is a service that is training that I don't believe could reasonably or cost effectively be replicated in every parish and every district in the state. So for a student that you have had spend time in a parish, be it Terrebonne, Lafourche, Jefferson, or Orleans, and has reached the capacity of what they're able to do in the time that they have spent being trained in those school systems, or as a homeschool student or as a private student. And it's time for them to come to us by spending 2, 3, or 4 years with us, though there is some cost to the district, it's a cost that they don't have to bear to try to replicate these services in whole, and it's something that by spending time with us, they're going to garner opportunities, a path, and most likely scholarships that never would have been available to them. So as we look at what's best for an individual student, if by spending time with us they can bend their own history and access a future that otherwise wouldn't have been able to them, it's a good investment.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Laureen Mayfield with the Louisiana Association of Special Education Administrators.
Mr. Guillot, board members, my name is Laureen Mayfield. I'm the president of the Louisiana Association of Special Education Administrators, many of which of our 65 members are here today. Superintendent White has stated repeatedly that a change to the MFP needs to be made because only 29% of our students with disabilities are graduating. The department, however, has not shown stakeholders any research to indicate that their plan will improve student outcomes, which is what we want to. In fact, you need to know that states with the highest special education graduation rates are listed on the department's own PowerPoint as having other funding structures. Pennsylvania, with 71%, uses a census-based formula. Arkansas, 75%, has no separate special education funding. Kansas, with 73%, has a resource-based formula. South Dakota, with 84%, uses the combination plan. And Texas, with 77%, has abandoned their previous weighted formula, similar to what is being proposed to you today. It is also extremely important for BESE to realize that the majority of states with the highest special education graduation rates allow students to graduate with regular diplomas if they fulfill IEP requirements. If Louisiana's graduation rate were calculated in the same manner as Texas or Arkansas, our rate would be well above the average in the nation. The department is insisting that this proposal before you is a pilot or that you amend it to become a pilot because its fiscal impact is held at 10% for the first year. In a legitimate pilot, such as what the department is currently proposing for Act 3 early childhood implementation, 5 districts will participate for 2 years. At the conclusion of the pilot, data can then be examined and conclusions reached. Did the pilot districts improve outcomes compared to the districts who did not make the changes? With the department's MFP proposal, no such information can be gleaned after the first year because all districts will be participating. At the end of this year, if districts have improved their special education performance, the department can return to you and say, see how much improvement they've made with the 10% implementation? Let's implement it 100% next year. On the other hand, if special education performance does not improve, the department can still return to you and say, well, only 10% implementation wasn't enough to get their attention. We need to go to 100% implementation. Regardless of the performance data at the end of year 1 implementation, the department can ask for full implementation the next year. With all other initiatives that are currently in place in the state, many of which are excellent, they're improving the achievement of all of our students, the impact of this one particular change will be impossible to measure because it's being implemented everywhere. There is no experimental or control group, basic research design. We also believe that the true inequity that currently exists is that the money coming into the public schools through the MFP is based on individual student characteristics, but money leaving the districts in the form of scholarships and charter schools is not. It's based upon an average, and this was discussed earlier for you. We do agree with the DD Council that the department's plan fails to address the fundamental inequity, and it does not meet the fundamental charge of Senate Concurrent Resolution 124. Beyond this, we believe there are other serious problems. The IDEA contains specific language that seems to indicate that such a weighted formula is in direct conflict with federal law. While the department is maintaining that its proposal does not violate the IDEA, it is important to note that the Southern Poverty Law Center has filed a civil rights complaint with the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights Division against the Georgia DOE, alleging that their weighted formula promotes the segregation of students with disabilities in violation of Title II of the ADA and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. We strongly believe that disability classification and placement do not drive services or costs. Costs to provide needed services are determined by the unique needs of each student and each student's IEP, and they cannot be captured in a weighted funding formula. We also believe that the proposal to base funding on the performance of only students with disabilities is discriminatory. Beyond that, we are unaware of any research which shows that reduced funding to districts because of poor student performance will result in improved student performance. We also question the validity of using the value-added model to determine individual student performance, and we refer you to findings by the former Louisiana State psychometrician Stephen Caldis and the American Educational Research Association. For all the above reasons, LaCIA members urge you to honor the recommendation made to the department by the Special Education Advisory Panel to retain the current special education funding structure this year and to convene a local stakeholder task force to study this issue and recommend revisions to the 2014-15 formula. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mayfield. Any questions? You have any questions? Ms. Bophy?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, my question for you is, looking at the proposal and how it is set now, is there recommendations that you have for how it could be better at this point? And I understand that you don't have the luxury of time telling you what all of the impact will be, but just looking at the proposal as it is, do you have recommendations for making it better at this point?
I think it needs to address the basic issues in SCR 124 of the inequity. Number one, it doesn't go there. That an individual student weight determines the money coming in, but the money flowing out to charters and privates is based upon an average student weight. That's number one. There are so many complicated issues that I defer to the recommendation of the department's own Special Education Advisory Panel, which is required by the IDEA, to create a task force to study this. I'm not prepared at this time to lay out a whole MFP plan for you, but we think there are serious problems, serious enough that it needs to be stopped at this point until it can be developed.
Dr. Mayfield, can I, first of all, thank you. I really appreciated you inviting me to speak to probably 99% of the people who are here today, so it's good to see you all again as well, back in Baton Rouge. Am I right? These folks, by and large, are the ones in charge of special education in their respective districts. Is that right?
They administer
the
programs. I wouldn't say they're in charge.
Fair enough, but they oversee the IDEA program
Yes.
in their site. And as such, decisions regarding how referrals are made, how classification IEP teams operate, those are under the oversight of IDEA directors or special education coordinators, correct?
We actually have no authority or oversight over IEP teams. It is totally the constituents of the IEP team that have the authority over each individual child.
Got it. So given that you all are the ones who administer the overall IDEA program, and given that an IEP team, not anyone up here, is the one who makes the decisions for the child, what is it that, given that no one up here has the control over how those decisions are made, what is it that this is going to do to negatively impact a child?
Could I turn around and ask you what it's going to do to help them, Superintendent?
Not before you answer my first question, you can.
I think there are a lot of things that could potentially harm a child. As I said, this formula, a weighted formula like this, cannot capture the individual support needs of an individual child. So if that pot of money gets reduced so that teacher jobs or paraprofessional jobs or assistive technology money is reduced, how is the district going to support children that your formula may say, well, Johnny should only need $6,000 to provide everything he needs. But in reality, Johnny may have the same disability category and be in the same setting as Mary, but Johnny needs a whole lot of more supports. Johnny might need a one-on-one para. Johnny might need a $40,000 piece of assistive technology. A weighted formula cannot capture that. And so you kept saying today, Superintendent, that it's still going to be one pot, just like it is now, and it's up to us to do the right thing. So my question to you is, then why are we doing it?
Well, actually, we're doing it just for the reason you just described. I mean, you just said that different students have different needs, and you just said that those different needs cost different amounts of money. And to answer your question, I would just rephrase your answer, which is that different students' plans are not going to be driven by anyone up here. Different students' plans are going to be driven by those who know and love those kids. This formula responds by simply saying, if a plan is a more expensive plan, we'll fund it. And so I guess, so the only area that I've heard you say, and again, this may just be an honest disagreement, that it may have a negative impact is in the event that there's the loss of money and that people aren't able to, actually provide the staff necessary to implement a plan. But as I look at the numbers, I'll just go from the top.
Can I respond to that?
Let me just complete what I'm saying. Acadia Parish, $9 change. Allen Parish, $8 change. Ascension Parish, $3 change. Assumption Parish, $11. Avoyelles, $8. I guess it strikes me that the plan responds exactly to your concern. And at the same time, if the one negative you're articulating is that maybe we'll lose staff, but $8 is not going to lose anyone's staff. So I guess I hesitate to see what the concern is. Now, to answer your question about the benefit of it, I'm glad you gave me the chance to talk about it. I think you and your association professionals are probably the most informed people other than, or in complement to, the parents of children with disabilities in our state. You are deeply aware, obviously, and committed to rectifying this issue. As an issue of the public consciousness, I don't think that at every level of our school system, everyone is as acutely aware as you are and as focused as you are, not to criticize anyone, just a fact of daily life, on this challenge. And so you're right, a funding formula does not get into the head of the IEP team, probably does not get into the head of the special education coordinator, and certainly not into the head of the parent when they think about doing what's right for the child. They just think about doing what's right for the child. But at the highest level, money is something that school boards have to review. It's something that superintendents have to be cognizant of. And making the needs individually of students with disabilities in a given district, the achievement levels of students with disabilities, a matter of discussion at that level is, I think, of great benefit to moving these results forward. That would be my answer to why this has a positive impact. But again, as a pilot, I don't know that it'll have a negative financial impact in any way.
But what can you tell from the pilot, Superintendent, at the end of the first year? You're calling it a pilot. There is no experimental or control group. You're talking about implementation on a limited financial impact level in every district. So there are all sorts of different variables in the picture. When you come back to this board in 1 year after your pilot has been implemented at 10%, what conclusions can you draw on the impact of this alone? How can you ferret that out from all the other different initiatives? That's why traditionally in a pilot, and I think you realize that because you're doing it for Act 3, you only have a few districts that have that one thing that's changed. Everything else is held the same. Everybody's participating in Common Core and Compass and all the other good initiatives that are going on. The only thing that was going to be different in those 3 districts was the Act 3 implementation. In this case, why don't we ask for 5 pilot districts? Why don't we hold everything else steady? They participate in everything else except for this. And then let's come back and look at the data in a year.
I think we're going to study the exact same things that have been articulated here today. People have said that they're concerned about the effect on specific classifications. We're going to look at those classifications. People have said they're concerned about referral rates. We're going to look at referral rates. People have said regarding placement, regarding services, regarding academic outcomes, and not to mention interviewing people so that we understand. Then there's been contradictory testimony given today about the effect of money on decisions regarding student disabilities. Let's interview people, professionals and parents alike, to understand whether this has changed anything. The point is we have no financial risk, and we do have a year to see. But I'll end my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for letting me.
You also asked any possible negative input, and I would just refer you to what's going on in Georgia. We would hope it wouldn't happen in Louisiana, but that complaint by Southern Poverty Law, they are saying, I don't know, but they are presenting evidence that it has fostered segregation, and it has had a lot of harmful impacts by putting money tied to placement and disability category. And again, I still stand firm that I could have two students right now sitting on either side of me that each had the same disability classification and were in the same placement, but yet their needs and the money that needed to be spent on them could be vastly different.
Thank you, Dr. Mayfield.
Thank you.
I have a question.
The next,
I have a question.
Ms. Hill?
Yeah, Superintendent Wright, I have a question for you. Just listening to the young lady that just spoke in reference to the pilot, and we keep saying a pilot. To my understanding, this implementation is going to be throughout the state of Louisiana. However, I think she was so clear and she articulated it so well. When you implement a pilot, you only use a certain group. For example, with the Early Childhood Act program, you only going to use a certain group, meaning different parishes, different schools, etc. But in this case, this is not a pilot. If we're going to implement it throughout the entire state, because how are we going to really find the true outcome if we are doing it throughout the entire state and not
you
using
described it perfectly. It's using a certain group. There's
What's the group?
There's 100 cents in a dollar, and we're using 10 of them. We're using a certain group of the money on a pilot.
No.
That's what a pilot is.
I'm not a research specialist, but I understand research. I understand what you're saying. Well, we're going to take $9 from Jefferson Parish. We're going to take $8 from, I'm just throwing out here, EBR. We're going to take $2 from New Orleans.
In most of those
But
cases,
you're
it's
trying
not
to
taking, it's adding.
Okay, well, add, subtract, however. You said that you're going to use that. But you still are not going to capture the holistic part of that child. You're looking at the dollar. What they're trying to say, the weight of the entire child as a whole. So that's where I am confused as far as this is not a pilot. It's going to be implemented right now, and this is where we're going to move forward. And when we come back and the results come back to the board, the information that we receive is not going to be accurate information based on any control group, because there isn't any. So I just wanted to point that out because I was for the pilot, but until she articulated it so well and had me up here thinking, and I wanted the other board members to understand as well.
The next speaker, Alice.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Gardner.
I wanted to see if I could correct what I think I heard that was inaccurate from the last speaker. Partially, anyway. The last speaker said that one of the problems with the current situation and with the proposed MFP is that money will flow to school districts weighted depending on the disability of the child, but it will not flow to charter schools based on the disability of the child. It will flow to charter schools based on an average, if I heard her right. Let me ask you, for the Type 5 charter schools in the RSD, is that true, or does the money flow to the Type 5 RSD charter schools based on a weighted funding based on the disability of the children?
That's true. That district funds based on a weight, and any district, if they wanted to, has the ability to fund based on a weight that would have the dollars follow the child.
For Type 2 charter schools, if we make this change, won't Type 2 charter schools be funded based on a weighted?
Based on the district average.
It'll be based on the district average.
But it's not an issue of, again, and to come back to the point we were making with Mr. Fleming, it's not an issue of charter versus traditional versus private. It's an issue of district versus school. All districts are sent block grants. Then the distribution to schools is made on a per child average. However, any one of those schools, those districts, has the choice as to whether or not to themselves pass the money on in a way that special ed weights follow the special education child to the school.
So for the Type 5 charter schools, they will be funded based on
Yes.
a weight.
Yes.
What percentage of charter schools do the Type 5 charter schools make up in Louisiana, roughly?
75?
So 75% of the charter schools will be funded based on a weighted funding system?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So my question is, what would it take to be able to, for the scholarship program, to be able to fund based on a weight? I mean, are we restricted by legislation there?
No. In fact, in this MFP, there's a provision that says that this board can elect to adjust payments based on levels of special education students. That's been in this formula for some time.
Superintendent White, are we thinking about doing that for next year? For next year's proposed MFP?
We're analyzing outcomes. This formula would have to pass in order for us to be able to go back and analyze the outcomes, because this formula allows BESE to set that number.
So part of the study that we are going to be studying during this next year could come back with a recommendation that we change the voucher funding so that it is reflective of a weighted funding.
It could. Yep.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Allison Tiller. She left. Okay. Miss Kathy Ship, Lincoln Parish.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Ship from Lincoln Parish Supervisor Special Ed, and I just have a few concerns. I've dedicated my entire career to special needs students, and and their improvement. That is nothing new. We want improvement, and I think everybody that's involved with special needs students wants improvement in special education. That is nothing new. Those closest to the children, the stakeholders, we're not really consulted too much on this, and I think that's one of the big problems that I have. Louisiana believes in students, and those closest to them, I believe in them too. I believe in the parents' choice, and I believe that even though Lincoln Parish would stand to gain money, there are some basic principles in this funding that I think need to be looked at. One of the points with the performance, or with the placement, I think needs a little more clarification. Level 1 low funding shows that a student that is in the regular classroom less than 40% of the day, which is essentially self-contained. And for most of the classes, in self-contained classes, we do try to get our more involved students into the general population. Both populations need to be together. Should you put them in the classification of less than 40% in the regular classroom, they get low funding. However, in our schools, some of those students are tube fed, they have trachs, they have diapering issues, and yet they get low funding because we let them go out into regular classes for reasons such as socialization, different issues. They get low funding, but they are a very high funded student. A separate class gets high funding. A separate class does need high funding. I agree with that. But a self-contained class also needs high funding because of what I just said. And I think that that's where some of the fuzziness comes. If we have a separate class, they don't go out and breathe the air with the other kids. They stay in that class the whole time, and it's called a separate class. According to the way the IEP is, if you go out at all and it gets on the IEP, you then become a low-funded kid. I don't think that's the way it should be at all. One of the things that, I was talking about, the money comes, the money leaves. You're right, the money doesn't leave the district. It never really gets there. It's given to the state, given to the peoples kind of before we get it. It's the way my business manager explained it, that it's withheld, so it really never shows up in our district, although it's supposedly given to us. I believe in the changes. I believe there's very much need for change. I think that the changes need to be proven through research that that these things are going to help, and that the waiting by disability, I don't have such a big problem with. Because some of the disabilities, while the two children with same disability may have different levels of need. My biggest problem is the placement and the performance part, where in order to get the extra funding, then you must be below the state average, which means half of the school districts aren't going to ever get anything because they're probably not going to be below. And I think that is maybe just the arbitrary division mark that causes the problem there, that we shouldn't just to do that based on just the state average. So if you're below, you're great. If you're above, I hate it for you. And that's kind of what it feels like. I really don't think that, as I looked at legislation in this MFP and various things that the school reform in Louisiana has done, which is not necessarily all you guys, I understand that. But I don't think that the model legislation that you see proposed throughout the country at state legislators, possibly driven by corporations, I'm not sure, takes into account the very unique needs of Louisiana. And Louisiana is not my home state. That didn't start here, but has become that. And I am very passionate about children with disabilities. I really think that we need to put this on hold, be a true pilot, put it on hold so we can look at some of these differences. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shipp.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Garvey, Ms. Shipp?
Yes, I have a question that was brought up, not for you,
Okay.
but Superintendent, by the last speaker. If I heard you correctly earlier, you said that there's a provision in this proposal that would, I don't know if you use this phrase, but hold districts harmless if a child moves from special education to regular education, so that there's no disincentive to move children into regular education. Is there also a hold harmless provision that would hold districts harmless if they move a child from a segregated setting into an inclusive setting that was just talked about by the last speaker?
Well, there would be...
that would involve a loss of funding under the normal proposal, unless there is a special provision for hold harmless, wouldn't it?
Well, the amount of money actually escalates the more inclusive the setting becomes.
Even if you go from completely segregated to partially inclusive? If we pay more to completely segregated, we're planning to pay more to completely segregated students, I think, than to students that are partially inclusive.
No. At the highest level of funding are students who are in the most inclusive setting. Now, there are settings such as hospital homebound, for example.
I thought separate schools were also included in that. And so if you call those are very rare placements. And those are the ones I'm talking about?
Yes.
If they move from that to an inclusive setting, is there a hold harmless, or would they even lose money, or would they gain money?
It depends the setting into which they move. If they move into a setting that is slightly below, say where they're spending roughly half of their day in the traditional classroom, but the district may lose a small amount of money there. It's not that the child's service would change. The child would get the right service per the IEP, but the district may lose a small amount of money. But in part, that's because the service is not as expensive. It's not as expensive because the child is no longer hospitalized.
Well, maybe we ought to look at a hold harmless for that loss of money so that there would be no disincentive to move them from a segregated to an inclusive setting.
Thank you. Next speaker, Dr. Charles. Yes.
How does it impact if you have a little bit of a back and forth in between those types of settings? Sometimes a child may be performing well in a mainstream classroom, then need to be moved out, then moved in with some type of shadow or other therapist in there, and is it over the course of a semester? Is it over the course? How is that calculated?
We take 2 counts per year. The special education reporting system, we update every October 1st, we take that count. The plan currently is, because this is a one-year system, to take that count on October 1, monitor changes over the course of the year, and but at the same time not change the funding over the course of the year post-October 1. So in other words, this next count that we would take for this MFP will be based on October 1. For the traditional MFP, generally, for every child, we look at 2 counts over the course of the year, and this we would look at 1 count for now.
So it's the similar counting stages that we do for the normal MFP process. There's no unique evaluation or counting for special needs students?
No.
Okay.
Dr. Charles Michel Lafouche Parrish.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. First off, I'm going to do like Stephen Covey, and I'm going to start with the end in mind. I oppose the proposal for the reasons that have been cited by people far more articulate than I am. However, I want to go on a little bit of a different tact. First off, Mr. Garvey, you indicated to Miss, I don't have my notes with me, the lady from North Lake Christian, that you thanked her for coming because to remind us that we're here for students and not for children. I hope that you realize that we're all here for kids, because money in my pocket is not going to be a result of this. Money out of my pocket will not be a result of this. We're all about advocates for the children. We may have different mechanisms to get there, but we really are all trying to get to the best place for kids. So I wanted to say that initially. Also, earlier, Superintendent White has told you what your job is today. Your job is to consider this proposal, and he is right. See, I gave it to you. You gave it to me a couple of weeks ago. I'm giving it back to you. But I maintain that he's only partially correct, because I believe that it is also your job. You got to have a caveat. It's also your job to know how this proposal has come to be. While I can't say specifically how this proposal was developed, I can say that a critical component of stakeholder input is sorely missing. Our Department of Ed and its leadership has consciously decided to ignore the centuries of educational experience you have in this room alone, and that doesn't include the supervisors of special ed who were not able to make it today, or all the superintendents and the teachers and all. They've consciously decided to ignore those centuries of experience in favor of youth and relative inexperience. I have to say, and I mean this with total respect. John, I envy your ability to speak. I watch you on TV. I listen to you here. You're very good with words, and I envy the fact that I really wish that I could speak as well as you. However, there is a dimension that has to go with the knowledge that you obviously possess, and that is some experience. Your experience coupled with our experience, your knowledge coupled with our experience could make a marriage made in heaven. In fact, though, it seems like we're at odds with each other at every turn of the road. And I guess my question, as rhetorical as it might be, is how did we get here? Stakeholder input has been consistently diminished over the last several years, and we need to move away from that. What you see in these meetings here is not resistance to change. It's a resistance to not having a voice in that change. A good leader would take the stakeholders and be able to get everyone on the same page. We may not always agree, but we can reach a consensus. When we leave a room after heated discussions, we would all be in agreement that this is the way we have to go and we all need to own it. If we don't like that process that has been decided, then what we want to do is we want to figure out ways to make it better through the system. What I've seen here today is a representative, or a senator, Mr. Clayton, I can't remember what his name is, but he came in and said that he's hearing from his constituents of children with disabilities that they're afraid. The reason that they're afraid is not because of what this funding formula might do or might not do from a school perspective. It's because they don't know what it's going to do. We don't have any research that's going to say that what we're offering here is going to do any better than it has in the past. There's not been enough meetings with stakeholders to be able to explain this. To use the BESE forum as a means for us to get our opinions across and our concerns is not only inappropriate and counterproductive, it is a colossal waste of your time. It is sort of like going to the emergency room for a cold. There are other, more practical and cheaper means of doing this. What you see here is so many resources that are being concentrated on this because we believe in this. We don't think that change is not necessary. We believe that we need to be part of the change. It need not be fed to us. It needs to be worked with us. So at this point, what I want to say is please consider the Special Ed Advisory Panel's proposal to a recommendation to table this for now and let's get those task force going. Let's get it going, have some discussion. I appreciate the question of what would you like to see this look like, but we can't sit here and do that. This all should have been done before this proposal was ever made to this BESE board. You are all elected to work for all students in this district. You're elected by the adults of the state. We are chosen by our superintendents for whatever reasons to be able to provide services for the students in our state, in our district, that have special needs, and as well as those students in some instances that don't have special needs. We have a terrific RTI program. Let us be your ally. I don't think that it's an intent, but I do believe it is a result of the method of leadership that we have right now, that we are on the same, we're fighting the same battle, and we're coming from different ends, and there's never any place of meeting. Let us meet in the middle. And look, the middle might not be actually the middle. It might be exactly what you want. But help us to understand so that we can support. Because the last thing you want is for us to walk out this room talking to the camera saying, this process blows. Because we have not been part of it. Let us be part of the positive PR, because I get every week at least one, sometimes more, Louisiana believes, and you always end, and as always, thank you for what you do for our children. I'm here to tell you that this is what we do for our children. And I want to thank you at some point in the future for letting us do that and letting us be part of that process. So in closing, I think when Stephen Covey said begin with the end in mind, this process is not what he intended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Charlie, can we just talk for a second? Just real quick. First of all, maybe that was for me.
Okay. Let's go with that. We'll stick with that, okay?
I do want to recap just a couple things for the board. If I had it to do all over again, knowing that we've got a lot forward, would I have requested to be at the association's meeting previous to February? Probably yes. Discussions on this issue, however, started with special educators in Louisiana at the end of last summer. We brought a framework for a proposal to the Special Education Advisory Panel in December. We brought back a more specific proposal in January. Ultimately, there was a discussion had there and ultimately a vote taken at the meeting in February. With our superintendents, we made a presentation to them on this in January and again, I believe, in February. We have had many forums, small group discussions with advocates, and we're all getting better at our jobs too, and I take responsibility. As regards the association, do I think I should have held a couple of small group meetings? Yeah, I probably should have. But I do think to represent this board taking any action on this issue at all as a bridge too far because it doesn't represent compromise, I think is a real mischaracterization of the situation. We started this process with many, many different policies embedded in this, have taken a ton of input to change various classifications and various weights from one to the next. We've worked with national experts. And probably most importantly, we've changed it from, as Mr. Garvey said, 100% to 33% to 10%, such that the impact in Lafourche Parish, your parish, is $1 per child. I know that symbolically, and maybe in spirit, this is felt to have a lack of process and a greater impact than $1. But as a policy, this board is voting on $1 per child. And that's a result of our recommendation, hearing you, that you want us to slow down and learn. And frankly, we are saying to you, yes, we will slow down and learn. And you saying, no, we want you to slow to an absolute stop, to me represents just as little a compromise as you're characterizing that we're making. So I'm asking you to see that $1 per child represents on our recommendation to this board, and they can decide as they want to decide, but a compromise. And I hope the board understands that that's the spirit in which the recommendation is advanced.
Well, and I hope the board also recognizes, while that, yes, it is $1 a child for Lafourche Parish. That's for the first year. We have no way of knowing what the impact is going to be later. Plus, there are other implications that are going to be more, if not actual, cuts to our revenues absolutely de facto cuts by increasing expenditures. So this is a much larger picture than $1 per child. And I have to say that with times as tough as they are in many of the districts around the state, $1 a child can be the difference between not being solvent and being solvent. And I'm here to represent that if a district goes belly up, that doesn't do any good for any choice for any child in that district. So I'm asking you to recognize that it's not because I think there has been no compromise in this. I believe it's because the process of getting to this point has been severely flawed. So the reason I'm asking for you to stop at this point and begin the process as it has been in years past and should be again is because the process was flawed. It is no way incumbent upon you to take action on something if you truly believe that we have to do a better job of communicating with the stakeholders, your constituents, your school districts, your superintendents, your children, your teachers, your parents. No one was adequately included in this process. And I respect a great deal the job you do because I know mine is huge and yours is so much larger. However, I've also learned in the past that sometimes when it's a job that's too big for you to do alone, you get help. We're offering assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Wagisback?
I have one question. Sorry. No, that was really good. That was really good. What would you say is the best attributes of the current methodology? When you look at the current system of how funding goes to special education, what are the best attributes of that system?
You know, and at this point, that's such a hard question to answer because the truth of the matter is I am somewhat removed from that funding. And I don't want to get into a whole discussion of, you know, ethics, we're going to do what's right for the kids because we are going to do what's right for the kids.
And look, it's not a loaded question.
I know, but I know there's always a follow-up. But the reality of it is, I think the issue is not that I think that this system that we have now is perfect, because I'm sure there is no such animal. There is no perfect animal. But the issue is we have not been convinced, and I don't believe that the State Department has convinced, or BESE has convinced any of the stakeholders that the proposal will do, based on research, based on data, anything better than what we've got right now. So why change for the sake of change? And in a phone conversation that we had with, the officers had with John, I guess about a week or so ago, John said something about, and he agrees that, you know, change needs to be had, and we all agree with that, but he said something to the effect of, sometimes we have to make significant changes so we can get people motivated to come to the table for change, because change is scary. And I agree with him to an extent, but I'm saying for years now, a couple of years, we've been begging to come to the table, and we've been arbitrarily and systematically denied that. And also, in addition to that, I just want to let you know who I am. Aside from supervisor of special ed, I'm the father of 2 adult children with disabilities, both the products of public schools, mostly in Louisiana, but a little bit of it in Texas, because we lived in Texas for several years. I am myself a product of Terrebonne Parish Public Schools, and I myself, when you look at the criteria that we have, and I'm not talking special ed right now, I was not one of these traditional college goers. I finished school, I had a pretty decent average, but I decided after 6 months of college, I would be smarter to get a job as a teller at a bank and get paid instead of writing a check to Nicholls State University. So I quit. I would be viewed in very poor terms on the current status that we have now. But I sit before you 40 years later, oh God, as a doctor of education, responsible for the well-being of 1,400 students in my district, making sure that parents are happy with the programming to the extent that that can happen, making sure that kids are benefiting to the extent that that can happen. But most importantly, I am responsible for educating and rearing 2 children with disabilities who now are productive members of society, even though they went to a traditional public school and even though they had me as a parent. So I want to tell you, I'm an advocate on all fronts, and I can't tell you specifically what I love about this system, but I do know that change for change's sake is not good. There's a process for change that involves stakeholder input, because if you don't bring people into it, you have people pushing you. And when there are enough battles, what ends up happening is it turns into a war. Nobody wants a war. The lady that was here earlier talking about her child and that she thinks we're fighting against her child, that's not true. We are fighting for her child, all 4 of them. We are fighting for them. I'm fine if they have choice, and I'm fine if she thinks that some other school besides the traditional public school is the choice for her. That's great. We're all about individualism. That's what the I in IEP stands for. And I want to say, too, that the way this process is run, if we did that as an IEP team, if we came to a meeting with a parent and all the stakeholders that were there, and we said, there you go, there's your IEP, submit, it's official, I can tell you that's called predetermination in our career, and that's a very bad thing. So what I'm saying here is that the outcome of this meeting today has been predetermined to the point that on the paperwork that you have received when it comes to the proposal for the MFP, it says something to the effect of the minimum foundation program for fiscal year 2013-14 has been approved by BESE on March 8th, 2013, which means you have done it tomorrow. I'm not that special. There's something wrong with that. So anyway, that's where we are. Okay.
Well, the question was, what do you like about the current formula? I appreciate the answer.
I like the fact that it is what it is. And look, it's not a matter of comfort, but what I'm saying is it's not what I like about it or don't like about it. What I'm saying is changing it is not going to guarantee any kind of better results.
And I couldn't agree more. And I think a lot of times
you could if you voted no.
In
that
this
would agree
room
more.
and in that pointy building over there and all kind of places, we talk about change. Change is used in all kind of different sentences in this space. Sometimes it's little change to promote big change, and big change because we got to have that. And I get all that. But just my view of special education. Again, I'm not on your. Well, I am on your side actually. Yeah, but not half of your side. As I view it, I think there's in no other space is there more constant change in special education, because the techniques and all that you're using today, probably 3 years from now, you're going to evolve into some other study that's going to show you something else. And if you look back 10 years of what you've done, you say, I can't believe we used to do it that way, we do it this way. And I would imagine there's no other space that reinvents himself more than this.
That's correct.
And so what I tend to like about this proposal is the fact that it is a toe in the water. And it is an attempt to say, let's try this. And I'm with you. I have no idea if that's going to work. And I have no idea if a year from now we're going to find out and say, hey, this doesn't work or needs to be tweaked or whatever. But I am intrigued to find out. And I'm a little concerned that it's hard for folks to come out and say, this is what we really like about the way we currently get funded. And, as passionate as you all are and as much as you know your field from A to Z, that's a little alarming as well. And it goes to show you that we're right to be looking at this to say, can this be improved?
Right, but would you agree, though, that the process up to this point would have included those very conversations, and we would have either been able to specify what those things are, because we're looking at some possible changes, or be convinced that maybe our perceptions are incorrect. I also would like to point out that when we do those changes, and we do in special ed, we constantly are changing programs for kids and interventions, but they are by federal law mandated to be research-based. This proposal, I'm sorry, there are no data that will support that there will be an outcome. We have to reasonably calculate IEPs and strategies for an outcome, a possible outcome. We have to reasonably calculate. This does not meet muster on that score. That's why, again, I'm going to ask that y'all table it for now and let us go through this process the way it should have been done in the first place.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Janice Hardy.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Janice Hardy. I'm from Vermilion Parish. First and foremost, I'd like to introduce myself as a mom. I have a child, well, she's not a child, she's an adult with special needs. She has been diagnosed with Down syndrome and autism. I'm also the mom of a child that is in the Talented and Gifted program. She is in our school system right now. The reason I'm here today is because I represent a group of parents that cover the spectrum of special ed services in our district. We have parents that have children in the Talented and Gifted program. We have parents that have 504s. We have parents that have children that have IEPs. We have those that are representing children like mine that graduated from our system, that our Department of Education considers a dropout because they got a certificate of achievement. I have a problem with that. I watch my child struggle daily. We fought with her for services, and I don't mean in contention with our district, I mean along with our district, trying to get that done. As a result of being a product of our public education, she has a job, She is a happy, whole human being. And I have a problem with someone classifying my child as a 0 because her number doesn't count in our educational numbers. Until this moment, sir, you have not heard from parents in a constructive manner as this. I agree with Mr. Michel when he says this is not the forum for this, but this is all the option that we have. If you have been in discussion with various groups since October or September, whenever you said, why are we just hearing about it now as parents? When you talk about 10% implementation, this past year is only $1 or $2. That's for this year. Because of the way the MFP is set out, the next year, should I say, the following year is full implementation. In order for parents to take part in the discussions that people in positions of influence have about our children, before these decisions are made, we need information that we can identify with. So much of our world, with Mr. Wagaspak said, if you have a child with autism, so much of their world, they have to figure out as they go. This process has left me feeling I must have autism because I have to figure it out. We do not have enough information to be able to come to the table with you and have a respectful, intelligent conversation. People that think that we're here in opposition, I wish the mom would still be here, that she thought we were fighting against her child. No, we're just asking for the same opportunities for every child in every district. Some talking heads have said those that are in opposition to this just want status quo. I beg to defer. We want it better. We want a future. We just want a chance to be able to be involved in the conversation. We have issues because we don't have enough information, and that's why we're asking it to be delayed. We're not saying, sir, that you're wrong. We're asking you to help us understand. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Next is Sally Sutherland.
Good afternoon. I thought I was going to be the only parent here that was representing gifted and talented, but I'm also a grandparent of a child that's been identified as gifted, and I have some real concerns about the loss of their funds. And in high school, you're talking about 30% of their funds. Now, for students that take AP courses, which is how they're going to be able to get the extra funds for gifted students in high school, right? The AP curriculum is not aligned with the end-of-course tests. So if a high school student takes an American history AP class, they have to take the AP test and they have to take the EOC test. They're not going to be prepared for the EOC. Most schools have to stop teaching the AP curriculum 2 weeks before the EOC, and they do a cram study so that those AP students can also pass their EOC. And that's how we're going to be funding them. That's a real issue. Another area of concern with AP tests is, as a parent, and I mean, in my children, they would much rather take a dual enrollment class than an AP class. For one thing, for a dual enrollment, you have the college professor come into the school, or they actually go onto a college campus and take that class. They do all the coursework, and if they pass the class, they receive the college credit. An AP class, those tests are really, really hard, and they have to score at least 3 points to receive the college credit. And on a national level, there's a reduction. People are going more to the dual enrollment versus the AP. And no one's talked to you about talented art. Now, and I do 504 in our district too. I would say 70% of the talented art students in our district are 504. they're not going to be exceptional academics. There is no art test to qualify them, so there's never going to be money for them. And their art supplies are very expensive as a district and as a parent. You have to buy it. And then if they don't do their artwork and if they don't compete and exhibit it, then they lose that opportunity for full scholarships. We have lots of students who get full scholarships based on their talented artwork, and that's an opportunity they're going to lose. I want to make sure I've covered everything on the list. So, and another thing is, you know, I wish I could say that my gifted sons were those really great overachievers that would have scored a 3 or a 4. And yes, they scored 30s on their ACT, but they didn't score a 3 on the AP test. You know, one of them said, hey, I filled in the multiple choice and I left the written part totally blank. Totally blank. All gifted kids are not overachievers. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the board's sake, to a couple of facts. Number one, there is no reduction. Excuse me. Thank you. There is no reduction in services for gifted students, no reduction in services for talented students. The money actually, based on the projection, will increase by way of granting funds when students pass advanced coursework. There really are not students who are classified as gifted and talented after elementary and middle school. We don't see new classifications. So what you're allowing is to see new money, because you're allowing more kids who have passed Algebra 1, who have passed geometry, passed an advanced placement, or passed an international baccalaureate to generate funds for the school system. You're talking about one check and how you calculate the one check. And the amount of money that is dedicated toward gifted, talented, and advanced students, we believe will go up by way of this method, not go down.
Dan Garrett?
I have a question. Superintendent White, you said that there will be no reduction in services to gifted and talented. Just to be a little bit more clear, is that the same as saying that this MFP will send out just as much money for gifted and talented as it did last year, if not more?
Yes. And the reason is that this MFP is about one check that districts use at their discretion. The amount of money generated by gifted, talented, and advanced students we anticipate to be more than what was generated by last year's gifted and talented weights.
Okay.
Therefore, districts will have more money, and they still have their obligation to comply with the IEP for a gifted and talented student. There is a legal requirement to comply with the IEP of any gifted and talented student, and this formula will generate more money by way of gifted, talented, and advanced students.
Okay, let me see if I can clarify something else. Does it look like there might be less money going to gifted and talented because we are while keeping the funding the same, we are reducing one category of funding and using that reduction and an equal amount of that reduction in order to fund the incentives?
Yes, and the point that I think you're drawing out is there is no funding for a program in the MFP. The MFP is one program. It's a $3.4 billion program that sends 70 checks, one to each school system. There's no individual check for gifted. There's no individual check for talented. No check for special ed, no check for career. There is one check the districts can use at their discretion. So all you're doing by way of this change is raising the money, because you're actually allowing for them to increase the money they get through advanced coursework.
Thank you.
Mr. Garrett?
Thank you. My name is Dan Garrett. I am the president of the Baton Rouge Association of Gifted Talented Students. So, and yes, there. I'm also the parent of 2 children who've been in the gifted program. I'm a product of the gifted program in East Baton Rouge Parish. I think we're getting caught up in semantics. The fact is, currently, for every gifted student, there is a 60% weighted factor under the current MFP. What is being proposed is for high school students, that 60% will be reduced to 30%. I'm looking at page 6.
Is it for the student or for the school district in which the student attends?
Students in grades
I-
preschool through 8 as gifted are provided a 60% weight. Gifted and talented students in grades 9 through 12 are provided a weight of 30%.
They generate a
Basis.
weight. They generate a weight of 30%. So,
I didn't
But who
if
is
you'll
it?
let me
I just want to be
complete.
clear. Who is it that the check goes to?
Students in grades preschool through 8. I'm reading from your document, and I understand the mechanics of it, that it goes to the districts. But you're saying they're not going to lose money. The fact is, they are going to lose money. They're going to, for the high school students that they currently have listed as gifted or talented, they currently get a 60% weight factor for each one of those students that goes to the districts. Now, in East Baton Rouge, they've actually done a wonderful job of using that money to provide for gifted education. It is one of sort of the shining examples. Now, if I could, when you then go to this next, the high standards weight, which is the next paragraph on the page, that's where they're talking about, oh, they can get this extra money. What it says is you can recapture the 30% that reduction, but only under very narrow circumstances. For an incoming ninth grader, that ninth grader would have had to have scored excellent on his Algebra 1 EOC. Now, if you're talking about a student who was gifted in language arts and not in mathematics, they will not recapture the money for that student. If you're talking about a student who was talented, he's probably not even taking Algebra 1 as an 8th grader. So they're not going to recapture the money for that student. Now, if y'all want to put language in here that says under no circumstances will a system be awarded less money per gifted and talented student than they currently receive, fine, take care of that problem, and then maybe all they can do is go up. But there is no such assurance in here currently. And the fact is that in discussing it with parents, talented students, sometimes the talented education services they're getting is what keeps them in school. And that can't be 5 minutes. There's no way. Now, additionally, Mr. Romer, you indicated that we were trying to do something sort of landmark with this MFP, and I think it unfortunately does. It's an MFP that would actually create the potential and I think probability of actually reducing gifted and talented education. Again, there's nothing in this higher weight standards that will apply to any talented child. There's nothing about how well they sing, how well they play the violin, how well they paint, how well they sculpt, that's going to allow the school district to recapture the 30% that loss. And understand, people keep talking 30%. It's actually a 50% loss in the funding. They go from 60% to 30%. They're cutting it in half.
I'd like to make a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Paulson.
So the way that I read this, and I will just let you know that I taught in the gifted program, and I do think that the gifted program, not just in EVR, but in other parts of our state, is a wonderful thing that we have going for students. What I think the beauty of this MFP is that when you read the high standards weight, it's not limited to gifted and talented. So even though there's not a piece per se to make up the difference for the talented, students who are in regular education, who are taking Algebra 1 in 8th grade and score excellent, have the potential to earn money for the district that has never existed before. And so, although
then make that proposal. Make the proposal that we keep the gifted and talented weight at 60% and offer an incentive of an additional 10%, 15%, 30%, whatever, for those other students to reach that high achievement. What you're essentially doing is saying, well, we're going to take from y'all, who we perceive have already succeeded, to maybe recoup some money from some others. If all you want to do is incentivize regular ed students to take AP and to score well, or to score better on their EOCs, then do that. But you're essentially saying we're going to fund that proposal by stripping half of the state dollars that have been traditionally going to gifted and talented students. I mean, you talked earlier about the pot of money. if you want to increase the pot of money, then increase the pot of money. Put something in. I've heard it said multiple times, we don't think the money's going to go down, we think it's going to actually go up. Fine, put that in here. Put that in here that the district is not going to lose money. So in a circumstance where they lose money for their gifted and talented students, and it's not made up by enough of the traditional ed kids making that high grade on the EOC or making that high grade on the AP course to make up the difference, put a floor. Ensure they don't make the difference. Put a stop loss in there. But it's not in here. You can put it in here, and if that's what you really believe, that the money is not going to go down, then it costs you nothing to put it in here. But it does give the parents that I represent, and I include myself, the assurance that their students, their children's services are not going to be victim. Now, I question whether I should make this more personal, and I'm going to, and Mr. Wagsback, you sort of inspired me to do so. My eldest son is a gifted student at McKinley. He also has Asperger's. He's brilliant in a lot of things. Social interaction, not one of them. He was actually at Episcopal, which is where I graduated from. I was in the gifted program through 8 and then went to Episcopal for high school. And he couldn't stay there. Asperger's didn't work for them. Without the gifted program in East Baton Rouge, now you have a choice. If what you want to do is incentivize something else, do it. Don't do it by placing these children at risk. Don't take what is working and harm it to try something else. Please.
Lisa Dijon, St. Charles Parish.
While she comes, may I make a comment?
Sure, Mr.
There is
Romer.
a stop loss. I mean, there are some uncertainties. There's no doubt about that. The formula does create an opportunity for districts to get more money. How you categorize it can be done 1,000 different ways. But if a district is successful in improving outcomes, this formula provides an opportunity to have more money than they ever did have, in the same form of a check that they can then spend as they deem appropriate. And you ask for there to be a stop loss. There is a stop loss here. We minimize the actual impact. We minimize the actual impact in this first year for the very reason of exploring these ideas. There's nobody up here with a crystal ball that can guarantee any particular outcome because of this. What we do know are the facts that are before us, which is we lag behind in AP, we lag behind in ACT scores, we lag behind in students on grade level. I mean, we can go on and on and on about the challenges we face. So the question we have as policymakers is, can you create a formula that grows because of success, not just because of a head count? Now, what's been lost in this is the formula this year, while, yes, it's remained flat in itself, is an increase in overall dollars in a time when every other agency in the state is being cut tremendously, which I regret. That doesn't make that right. But this formula does have a stop loss in it for the very, very reasons that you articulated. It's so that we could see the real impact and the real outcomes. And what we think will happen is the pool will increase. But guess what we have the opportunity to do? To review that. The MFP, I'm going to give you some news. The MFP is a pilot every year. Not some years. The MFP itself is a pilot every year that we get to come back and make adjustments to based on information that we gather. And one of the feedbacks we got in this process was that there was fear, there was uncertainty. And we looked at it multiple times on how do we minimize a potential unknown. And we did that by putting a floor. There is a stop loss in there. And what we hope to find is that, in fact, the revenues that a district can generate increase. They increase. So your gifted and talented programs and your special ed programs can be better funded, and that your individual child's needs can be met. Now, we may go through this year and find out there were unintended consequences. There's only one way I know to discover unintended consequences. That's to do it. Okay? So until you do it, we don't know. You're asking us to give an answer that no one can give. Can you guarantee me success? I cannot guarantee you success. I can guarantee you where we stand right now. And you can shake your head all you want. We have 235,000 kids below grade level. I can take you to districts that have computers still sitting in classrooms that are unopened. But we've got issues. What this formula does is it stops giving credit for a head count and starts giving credit for results. Now, we're not 100% certain of what the outcome will be. But understand, we think it will be positive. But in order to minimize the anxiety, we did exactly what the gentleman suggested, which is put a floor in. Okay? And we will convene a group to look at not only special ed, but look at student-based budgeting, look at a gifted and talented, look at every aspect of the MFP while we gain information on these changes that we're making today. Now, I don't know any other way to do policy other than to implement it. I guarantee you this policy is not perfect. I can guarantee it. That's what I can guarantee. But it does provide, for the first time, a vehicle for growth in areas where we've not had growth in the past. I appreciate everyone's passion. I really do. And it's been a good discussion. I think we've listened and we are compelled by your passion. But understand what we believe the final result will be. Better funding for your districts and for your child. Now, we'll know that over time, whether we are right or wrong on that. And what we've done is minimize the risk. We've minimized the risk. So again, I appreciate everybody's comments. Everybody's been very thoughtful. Everybody comes from a place of helping the kids. I agree with the sentiments. I think it was Mr. Michel who said, you know, let's don't pretend one side's for the kids and one side's not. I think everyone in here is for the kids. They wouldn't be here. But understand what we are doing and what we're not doing. We've done exactly what that gentleman said, which was reassure us that there is a floor here somewhere. There is. Now, what we hopefully will find out is this formula, in fact, has led to better funding for the very kids that you're here to fight passionately for. And I appreciate your comments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garvey.
Again, to ask a question, I think we have a higher floor than what Mr. Romer was just talking about, and it's a question to the superintendent. Can you tell me, of all the talented students that are classified as talented students in the state right now, don't they have IEPs? Yes. Okay. If we were to change this formula to provide no funding, not just 30%, but no funding for talented students, wouldn't school districts still be required to provide the services listed in the IEPs?
Yes.
So next year, regardless of what we list as funding for talented students, the talented students will get the exact same services that they're getting this year because of the IEP.
Yes.
So the stop loss is exactly where it is this year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, obviously this is a very passionate topic, and we still have probably 15 speakers to go. So there's still quite a bit of time here, and we want everybody to be heard. We also have a pretty significant stack to read into the public record. I would ask as the chair that if there's a point that's been made, then if you could just not reiterate it, but get to your specific point that's different to speed it along, we would certainly appreciate that. But we not to discount if there is something you need to say, then we'll certainly take that into the record. So please.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Dejon. I'm the Gifted and Talented Technical Assistant for St. Charles Parish Schools. I wasn't intending to comment on Mr. Garvey's last comment, but there is a very big difference between providing a program and providing a quality program. Something's got to give. If you cut services to the gifted and talented high school programs, or based on student identification to the high school programs, you're already reporting that you're going to cut it from 60% to 30%. Something has to give. Even if you cut it to 0%, does not guarantee that we will have quality services in our schools. Yes, we legally have to offer these services to these students. And I am very fortunate in St. Charles Parish, we do go above and beyond to provide advanced coursework to our gifted students, to all students, and talented art, talented theater, talented music to all of the students who qualify for these programming. I share all of the gentleman's concerns from East Baton Rouge. I am not going to rehash all of those, but I do want you to understand that the identification process for the talented program is vastly different than that of the gifted. Gifted, you are focusing on the academics, the reading and the math, the intelligence. Talented, you are addressing creative arts, the music, art, and theater. Why then would you have the same performance level on these academic classes as the gifted students? You are already dictating that most of these students may not even be able to take the classes, let alone meet the standards. Also, as an educator, I know that we test what we teach. Why would we hold students who were identified on creative arts to a very high level in the academics? I'm not saying that our talented students do not perform, but we have everyone from disabled populations all the way to gifted populations in our talented program, and everything between. So I really have serious concerns for this formula. Thank you.
I have a card, Judy McIntyre and Lee Berrios. Okay, is that a written statement you're going to submit, or is this you'd like to come up and? Okay, yeah. How lengthy is it, Ms. Berrios?
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Max. Lee Berrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany, and I have a master's degree in gifted education and taught gifted students for 17 years. This is from Judy McIntyre, and I'm going to read what she has here. She says, I served as gifted and talented state director at the Department of Ed from 2003 to 2007, and I served on the task force that rewrote Bulletin 741. I've read Superintendent White's proposal for a 50 to 100% reduction of the MFP dollars for the 8th through 12th grade gifted and talented funding, and I have tremendous concerns. Currently, district staff only on known funding. The proposed gifted, talented, and reduced funding formula would be based on student performance on state assessments in math and on AP courses. Many teachers of gifted and talented will lose their jobs because districts will not staff based on a guess of how many students will pass the assessments. The use of assessments from gifted 8th graders in algebra is totally unfair. I battled on behalf of many gifted students who wanted the right to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade, but their middle school did not have a qualified math teacher. Their current teacher was usually a generalist. The majority of Louisiana's gifted students in 8th grade are denied access to Algebra 1 for a variety of reasons. Should they be deemed ungifted because they had no access? Gifted and talented are two completely different programs. Gifted students are identified through academic testing, which determines the child's IQ and also their knowledge of reading and math. And I'll defer to some testimony that's already been given on that one. Talented students are identified for their talents in art, music, and theater. The academic skills are not even considered during the identification process. How are they going to be judged? Many gifted, talented students stay at their public high school just because of their gifted, talented program. If they see their program in danger of losing funding, many of these students will take their great academic performance and their incredible skills in the arts and they will leave. Their families will homeschool them or send them to private schools. Gone will be the national merit finalists, the scholars who score the 3 to 5 on advanced placement tests. Gone will be the kids who boost their district scores. Gone will be the kids who are often the pride of their local community. We need these kids to stay in public education, and we get them to stay by meeting their needs, not by denying them services. Please consider having a task force study this issue so these problems can be addressed. Thank you.
Ms. Barrios, we have several more cards here with your name.
Okay.
One of them is yourself.
Okay, let me do that first.
Yeah, let's cover that.
Superintendent White isn't here, but that's okay.
What is that?
Superintendent White isn't here, but I'll go
Well,
ahead.
okay, well, you have another one here relative to Clark Rowley.
Yes. Clark Rowley.
Rowley.
All right, I'll do him first, I guess.
How lengthy is this one?
Same.
Okay.
I'm
Thank
trying
you.
to shorten as much as possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Rowley is parent of gifted students in St. Tammany Parish and is right now leading the St. Tammany Association of Gifted and Talented Education. He says, from my reading, the previous formula was to weight 1.6 times the MFP base for the gifted, talented students, and that will remain at 1.6 for pre-K through 8. For high school, it will drop 30% for gifted and talented, and the other 30% will be used as incentive for high schools to have students counted in a high standards cohort, and he lists those. My primary concern is that the administrators of the Department of Ed are apparently ignorant of the very basic distinction between the intellectually gifted and academic high achievers. Intellectually gifted students are frequently dual exceptional with both giftedness and learning disabilities. And I've had a number of students myself who were severely disabled, born without eyes, deaf, and high performers, or have distinct emotional or social needs that are addressed by the gifted and talented teacher in the gifted and talented classroom. The gifted classroom is not the equivalent of the honors or AP classroom. There are decades of research on the theory and practice of gifted and talented education that can be referenced here. The same is true for the talented arts education. Artistic talent does not automatically correspond to academic achievement. A second concern is that the state is shifting the support used to provide the appropriate education required under state law without any consideration of whether the current level of funding is appropriate. I did not see any justification for the change in the MFP proposal, suggesting that it was not based on any factual finding about the cost or effectiveness of the gifted and talented programs. And the most rigorous AP courses respected widely by colleges are in the core subjects, most in the junior and senior years. It will be extremely difficult for a high school to offer these and also to make AP coursework accessible to the high-achieving freshman or sophomore under the constraints imposed by the state for the Core 4 diploma and other course requirements. There just aren't that many class periods in the day for students to fit in elective AP courses. I would appreciate if you would take these concerns into consideration and try to get some clarification from the administration on this before jumping.
Okay, and then this is your card, Ms. Barrios, and Superintendent White is here.
Superintendent White, I can't let you pass on your implication that there was stakeholder buy-in in this, referencing the Special Ed Advisory Panel and the SACS Committee. At the January SACS Committee, you offered a portion of the proposal that you presented in its entirety at the February meeting. At that January meeting, you mentioned, or it was mentioned that you had faxed that proposal to those superintendents a day or two before, and most of them had not even seen it or received it, so you passed out copies. At the end of that meeting, I went upstairs to get a copy for myself, and I was refused that. I filed a formal information request, and your attorneys refused to give me that information. How can there be stakeholder access if that's secret? Not only that, but at that meeting, the public was denied the opportunity to give public input, and therefore, I filed a public meetings lawsuit. I do not see how you can say that there is appropriate stakeholder input. I do have one question, a specific question about a statement in here about the student scholarships. It says on the very last page of your proposal, in no event shall the funding for student scholarships for educational excellence program and course choice be in contradiction to applicable jurisprudence. In the event that the funding mechanisms set forth in RS whatever are held to be unconstitutional, Those funding mechanisms shall be severable and form no part of this minimum foundation program. My question is, in light of the semantics debate that the legislature had last year, year before, about the transfer of funds issue, what amount will be included for the scholarship and course choice in your proposal? Will that amount be removed from the MFP if it's held to be unconstitutional and effectively reduced the Department of Ed budget, or will it be absorbed back into the MFP for use? And that's my question about that. I'm very concerned about that.
Well, it just depends wherever the kids are. Wherever the kids are in October 1 is where the money goes.
Okay, that wording is very questionable. It doesn't say that. It says that that funding will be removed. That funding mechanism will be removed. Thank you.
Mr. Romer?
I'd like, and I don't expect to cut off those that still want to speak, but in order to kind of frame the remaining portion of the discussion, I'd like to ask two things quickly and perhaps make a motion. Would it be germane to this item, or does it? I appreciate the concerns of everyone here today. I think we've actually, while not satisfied individual concerns, I think there's safeguards within this formula that in effect safeguard the formula, even though we're making changes to it. So the true financial impact of these considerations is nil for the most part in this coming school year. That's the fact of the matter. Now, there's language changes and there's weight changes, but the actual financial impact to districts because of changes in the formula have been absolutely minimized. So I want to put that back on the table for consideration. However, there's been a lot of legitimate questions about potential impacts and unknowns and can you guarantee and those things we can't do. But there's been a suggestion made by many speakers that I think I would support and others, and I'd like to go ahead and get that out of the way now by seeing if this body would entertain a motion to refer to the next month's board meeting an item in admin and finance and ask the department to bring to us for consideration the establishment of an advisory committee to examine the MFP as we move forward through both this pilot year and the outer years to see what other changes we would like to consider in the future. And I think there's a lot of desire to make sure that we get a lot of people at the table for that fact. So that's a separate item than passing or not passing MFP, but it certainly seems to be an issue that's in the room that I think if we went ahead and addressed, it may facilitate a better conversation for the remaining portion of this MFP. So I'd like to make a motion to refer to the Admin and Finance Committee at next month's board meeting an item supported by recommendations from the department for the establishment of a committee to study the MFP in regard to potential changes in the 2014-2015 school year.
I'll accept that at this time. Is there a second?
There's a second.
Ms. Bofi?
Mr.
Yes.
That was the motion.
It was a motion and a second.
Well, I'd like to do better than that, Mr. Romer. I'd like to offer a substitute motion that we reject the proposed resolution and take into consideration what Superintendent Falk, who represented the superintendents and LSBA representatives and business managers and the education community, that we establish a committee to look at this situation, the implications of the formula we're being asked to approve today. I need a second.
Just to clarify, I believe Mr. Romer's motion is to put an advisory panel together in order to, work through who would make up that group. Is that correct?
Yes.
I would support a committee, but I also want to go on record with a substitute motion rejecting this proposal.
Well, that's a different,
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I see that as a separate item.
You talking about the MFP proposal at this time, or are you talking about the advisory committee recommendation?
I'm talking about both. I'm making a substitute motion that is inclusive of both, of the establishment of a committee and the rejection of this proposed formula.
Let's take them one at a time if we could. Let's deal with the committee motion at this time, if you may, if you would, and then we can address the other.
Well, he has a second on his motion, and I want to ask why this is going to be after the fact. Why would we want to implement a committee to study?
I actually, if I may address that, I mean, I actually said that we've already, despite the emotions in the room, we've already minimized the impact of any changes that we're making right now to the MFP. There is no financial significant material change being made to the funding of local districts because of this MFP formula. Now, what's been brought up are some significant concerns looking out as to what the potential impact will be down the road. We know what the impact will be next year. We know the financial impact. Exactly. So what I'm saying is, we may or may not pass the MFP. That'll be a separate motion. But I'm saying, because there's concerns looking forward, regardless of how you vote on the MFP, let's agree to bring a group together starting next month rather than waiting until November. Let's start next month and start examining the different questions that we'd like to consider for the next formula. That's regardless of what you vote for on this MFP.
But Mr. Romer, what I think you're neglecting, maybe neglecting is not a good word, it's a negative, but what you do not, I don't know that you're hearing these individuals. They are not comfortable moving forward with this proposal because they don't understand it. I was just looking.
No, I understand that completely. That's exactly why I'm making the motion. What I'm saying is.
I don't understand it fully.
Okay, I'm not going to give it.
I'm not the only one.
Mr. Chair.
And it's too quick. Again, now Act 3, it was beautiful. It was presented in a fashion. We're going to pilot this. You get your 5 districts involved, and but this, it's being railroaded, and that's what we resent because we have not been afforded the proper communication, the venue to discuss the concerns. And I recognize, Mr. White, I don't know how many groups that you have addressed the matter with, but it's never been an opportunity for them to offer recommendations. It's like, this is what we're going to do. Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on. And that's
You know what, actually, you know what, Ms. Beebe?
He framed it perfectly.
That is actually.
A leader listens. He has followers.
We have made literally probably a dozen changes to this policy as a result of stakeholder feedback, including taking it from 100% to 33% to 10%, including specific changes in some of the disability categorizations. And you have turned down individual meetings to discuss this issue. So it's not an issue of there being a lack of outreach. If you don't understand exactly the formula.
Since you brought it up, I understand that some BESE members received the invitation to have the discussion. I didn't, sir.
If I may, we have 2 things. Mr. Lee would like to speak to there's a motion and a second on the floor, and that's the topic of the discussion. There's some others in the audience that want to speak to the MFP. So let's handle the motion that's on the floor and speak to that. Mr. Lee?
I would support the motion on the floor. I see that as a separate issue from the discussion about the MFP. That's a separate item, a separate issue. But I think this is a good motion. We do need to have a study group to look at the MFP and propose changes for the future. And then we also will need to address the recommendation for the MFP for this year separately.
Yes, sir. Any other comments on the motion?
No, but I would like the motion reread, please.
Yes, please.
You're the master at it. You can reread it.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Romer, second by Ms. Bopey, to refer to the Admin and Finance Committee an item for the April 2013 agenda to recommend the department to establish or make recommendations to establish an advisory commission or committee for the MFP to see what other changes can be considered in the future for the 2014-15 school year.
Is that accurately reflected, Mr. Roman?
I wish I'd said it more eloquently, but she got it perfect.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion passes.
And I'm just quickly, I appreciate everybody. I want to make the point again that I appreciate the uncertainty that people have. I think we've addressed that within the formula. And there has been a great deal of change despite, there's always need for more communication, but there's been significant change from the first time this policy was presented to us till now. And the reason those changes were primarily made was to minimize immediate impact while we could understand it better. So I appreciate the support for the motion. I think the committee will hopefully do an outstanding job of outreach to all the stakeholders so we can both study the impact of this MFP, but also consider things that aren't even in this MFP. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Gill.
Yes, Ms. Beebe.
I have to respond to Mr. Romer. You know, it's easy for us to say that changes have been made because we've received stakeholder input. All of these people came today. I'm not receiving the same message as you, Mr. Romer. Obviously, we have failed to gain the stakeholder input, and I've heard Superintendent White say on numerous occasions that he's traveled the state, and this is what the feedback I've received from educators, and these are the changes we're going to make. And I'm telling you, obviously we don't speak to the same people or the same groups.
Okay, Mr. Lee?
I also would want to be sure we're not saying that we are agreeing with the recommendation for the formula by passing this resolution.
I didn't intend that. So
I did not interpret it that way.
Well, but that was the implication, or at least that's the way I understood it.
So do we need clarification?
Pardon me?
Is that you just putting that into the record?
No.
Okay. Okay, we're going to go back to the MFP, and we still have some public comment, and I'm just going to take them in the order here. Jerome Pio. Did I say that right?
Very good.
I appreciate you helping me out with that.
Very good. I really expected you to mispronounce that. Everyone does. It's actually pronounced Puyo, but we Americanized it. Jerome Pio. I'm an educator, 14 years in the special education field. I come from a family of 8 children, 5 teachers, and all 5 of my sisters are teachers. Both of my brothers are teachers. My dad was an administrator for over 30 years in Orleans Parish, and my mother was also an educator in Orleans Parish for over 30 years. We have 3 generations back of Orleans Parish teachers. I just followed my girlfriend to Vermilion Parish, which now I'm superintendent of the school system, where my father-in-law said I would never be an educator because that was not the political side. But the reason I am here is to discuss this MFP process. And those of y'all that know me, I am not one that's going to come and complain and sit here without a plan. One thing we've always done in my family is before we start to challenge something, we always look at how we can better and address the specific item at hand. Course choice, we came together as districts. We came together to say we can do an option that's even better than course choice is. We can give the same courses at a much discounted price. Now I'm looking at this MFP formula, and I'm looking at a formula in which, yes, there are significant costs actually to our district and to you, Ms. Boffey. The 5 you talked about with a loss, it's going to total around $9,800,000 compared to the 4 that is a gain, which is $2,661,000. I understand there's a 10% there, but we're not really taking into the context of the extras in the course choice. If you add those 2 together, just from the 5 districts in your area, it's it's $15 million for those four districts. You're looking at almost $5 million apiece. $5 million in 2 years at 100%. Now, Is there another option we can do? Oh, yeah, I can guarantee you. What we have right here is a diamond in the rough. This is a specific plan that we can implement. This plan identifies skills, technology rich, designed against a skill set for our self-contained or our Law 2 students, where we can give them the skills to become productive citizens in our society. Every student that I ever taught in the special education field, they all graduated. They all have jobs. In fact, one of my graduates is actually a welder. He works for one of our best welding companies in Vermilion Parish. When he cannot read a lick, nothing. But we gave him the skill. He's actually making a comparable salary to I am. Actually, I think it's a little more. But this right here, believe me, it is a plan. We can implement this plan. We can raise test scores and graduation rate, because actually, I think Superintendent White, your ultimate goal is actually to raise the graduation rate, correct, from 29%? There's twofold to this. We implement a plan where we have a technology-rich plan to give them a skill set to actually graduate. We would modify their IEP to follow the career path. We would give these students a curriculum and their IEP, combine the two with technology. We teach them at school. They get the apprenticeship and also the internship that y'all are recommending through the CTE courses. We actually give them courses where we start working with 4-H for the hands-on. We start working with our local companies. This is not a hard fit. But we also look at is how do you raise the graduation rate? You see right now, Vermilion Parish, you're looking at about 20-something%. That is not actually what we think is a good number. So we start looking at actual numbers. Numbers in which our students that got a certificate of achievement and our gifted students and added those to the two, we're actually right at 70% of our students are graduates. But because we don't give them the same level of a graduation diploma, we count them as a dropout. Texas counts them as a graduate. 10 other states count them as a graduate. What we have right here, because a body similar to y'all's in the state of Nevada, in 2011, they actually looked to see how many states and what type of different options do we give our kids. They have options of an honors college prep diploma, technical diploma, IEP special education diploma. 10 states do this. The certificate of attendance and achievement, that's what we currently use. And there's other examples. But their recommendation to Nevada was, what we do is we modify the diploma and we give endorsements. We give them the skill sets that they need to become productive citizens. They're not looking to cut money. They're not looking to take services, because where can you look and sit there and say, I'm going to take 10% off of the top, and you know what? You still have to give the services. We still have to provide. Now, districts in your area, Ms. Boffey, 15 million. So when you go next week and you start talking to these districts saying, why did you approve that you're going to cut me by $5 million, average between those? Some are more, some are less.
If I could, to clarify, the monies you're talking about is not related to the special ed and gifted piece in this
It's
formula.
a total MFP.
Uh-huh.
Total MFP. So what I'm saying...
Which is, and I'll let Superintendent White talk to it, but it has a lot to do with the local tax base, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It really does. And I understand that. It does, because we're a district that actually would see an improvement, but this is not what's best for students. Should we really want that extra money? Oh, yeah, I could have sat in the back and said, you know what? I'm getting the money, so I can keep quiet. But what about all the other special education students in this state? What about our neighboring state, district right there in Lafayette or Arcadia? What's going on with those special education students where they're not getting the funding to actually be able to provide the services?
Sorry, as a result of what?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question.
I'm just wondering, Jerome, they wouldn't be getting the services.
Okay,
why?
So let's go through this. I get one check.
Right.
I have to provide services, correct?
Right.
Okay. So if I'm limited in the amount of money I'm getting from you, from this state, because there is funding that is removed from course choice, There's funding that's removed from, for special ed now. And you have,
Why is there money removed for special ed?
well, not from my district. But
Well,
next year, if it's, I know I'm actually up. There wouldn't be, actually a positive.
Yeah.
And that is good because we have always done what was important and what was in the best interest in Vermilion Parish. In fact, I lost my job as a self-contained teacher because we stopped identifying students as self-contained. So I actually worked myself out of a job. Now that doesn't sound
But who's losing money
perfect.
on special ed? That's what I'm wondering.
Okay, who's going to lose special ed? Okay, so let's look at the numbers. I got them right here too. What,
In other words,
district you want to look at?
Well, in other words, your district goes down on special ed $5 per child.
Well, that's 10% of.
It's 10% of 50.
10% of 50.
But you increase your overall funding by 1.46 million.
Yes, we
So
did.
just if you're saying that the special ed kids won't be getting the service because the special ed money goes down, does that mean that you can't use that other 1.4 million that we're giving you on the special ed kids?
Oh, look, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Look, I understand. So let's look at let's look at Lafayette Parish, if you don't mind. Now, if you don't mind taking a second to look at this.
And while you pull that up, I appreciate the attention on my districts because I love my districts. You talked about a $5 million average. You have some very highly populated districts there, Calcasieu and Lafayette in particular. And so I don't think averaging Calcasieu and Lafayette with Allen per se, or I'm sorry, no, Allen's going up, with Beauregard per se is accurate. So I'm not going to have the $5 million conversation with anybody. I'll have to have the $2.5 million conversation with Lafayette, and that is a tough conversation. I'll tell you, it's hard. Anytime somebody loses money, it's hard. But at the same time, the reality of the pot of money is that other state departments are having to cut people. So I mean, that's just the reality of the situation.
Well, actually, the reality of Lafayette is Lafayette's money for public education isn't going down. It's just that the local share is increasing and the state share is going down. So I don't disagree with you. It's just a question of, as is with all these local losses and gains, it's a function of who's chipping in more. And there's more property revenue in Lafayette right now. So the state chips in a little less and Lafayette goes up. But the kids aren't seeing that. That's money is green. Doesn't matter who comes from.
I agree with you.
If we may, in the
Just
essence
one
of time,
point, just one point.
how long is this going to take?
2 seconds.
Okay.
I agree with reform, but I agree with responsible reform. We have proven that we can find an alternate way to improve graduation rates. We can do this. So either you're trying to raise graduation rates or you're trying to restructure the funding, but in a way that just use graduation rates as say, oh, we're going to raise it. But there's no statistics that does that. Thank you.
I would say, I think the motion we just passed for the advisory committee on NFP is a perfect spot for this information that you have to be plugged into and to be considered on some of the alternatives. Appreciate you bringing it up.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
That, and I want to say that I look forward to seeing you guys implement this plan on behalf of the students of Vermilion Parish.
Larry Gage. Yes, sir. Well, thank you.
I'm just going to repeat it, and I know that folks are probably tired of hearing me say it. With respect, the state is chipping in $40 million more this year. There is more money being spent on special education in this formula than there was on special education in the last formula. The largest drop in one district on special education funds is $20 per child, and that district's funding even in aggregate goes up. So it's just hard for me to see that the rhetoric matches the reality of it. I know that it sounds like you disagree with the policy, but that amount of money, and by the way, in the parishes we've just been talking about $5 in Lafayette, $3 in Lafayette, $5 in Vermilion. That amount is the result of stakeholder input. And to be honest, the stakeholder input is getting to a point of people saying, you didn't do everything that we wanted, so therefore you didn't take stakeholder input. Well, the reason we're at $3 and $5 of impact is because of stakeholder input.
Marilyn, is it Habits? Excuse me. Thank you for your comments. Bambi Polozola.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Bambi Palazola. I'm from St. Landry Parish, and I have two sons who are in public school at Port Barry Middle School. You may remember, those of you who were here in December of 2011, my son was the one who led the invocation here. I just wanted to report that he is doing excellent, has made so much progress behaviorally, socially, and with communication. He's now, at that time when he was here, he had a para who was basically with him all the time. He now has is independently accessing the campus, going to class, most of the regular ed classes most of the day by himself. He has improved socially with his interaction with peers, and that is not just from what I see in the community. We live in a pretty small community, so I see, he sees his friends and those type of things and people at school. We have the bus driver who just reported to my husband this week that he's interacting with kids better. Cafeteria workers, the custodians, everyone embraces him, and they work as a unit to be able to support him in those goals that we're working towards, that are his IEP goals. Like I said, this is through the collaboration of a team, administration, district administration, school administration, teachers, paras, speech therapists, occupational therapists. Now, those gains that I talked about in social, behavioral, and communication, those are not gains that in the proposal that are going to be measured for student outcomes. However, for our family, for myself, for my husband, those are gains that we know that's going to lead to employment. If he doesn't have those skills that I just talked about, it doesn't matter what he makes on the LEAP test or GEE or ACT. He won't be able to get a job. That's statistically proven. So, but I will sit here and tell you right now, he is 13 years old. He will have a job. He will be a tax-paying citizen because we'll continue to work on these goals. However, in this plan, I fear that the focus will be.
We have about 20 seconds left.
Okay, I fear the focus will not be on these areas because these areas won't be measured. That the school district and the school team will be looking at other areas as far as his academic goals. So maybe they won't be having the focus on where he is making those gains. And the outcomes of the standardized tests, like I said, they are standardized. And they're not the real outcomes that's going to matter to Chaz and his life as an adult, and like I said, as a tax-paying citizen in this state.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Alicia Fontenot.
Chairman, can I say one thing?
Yes, Mr. Wagsback.
I just want to personally say thank you for coming here. I know it's been a long day, and I know every day is a long day for you, and thank you for everything you do and the comments you shared. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, too.
I have a question for Superintendent White.
Yes, Ms. Hill.
And listening to the young lady just speak, they just spoke, I'm sorry.
Could you speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry. When you guys decided to come up with the plan and have these percentages, what's going to be weighed versus what's not going to be weighed, why wasn't there a social behavior and emotional component? That is very significant when you're dealing with a population of children like this. So why didn't the department look at something in that manner to try to implement within this packet?
What we did, take a look at it, and we talked with people who measure developmental outcomes, statisticians and so on, as part of the process. And we arrived at the conclusion before we put something out publicly that there was no way to measure those types of outcomes which are so unique to the individual circumstances of the child in a way that, to the gentleman's point, would adequately cover 82,000 students. In other words, I think it's a good idea. We just couldn't find a way, and there is no evidence of there being a way to say that here is a standard way of measuring it when the whole premise of the IEP, as you point out rightly, is that it's tailored to the individual child. And that's part of the tension here, and I get it. We would like there to be such a thing. We just couldn't figure a way to do it.
And I guess it goes back to the statement that Ms. Beebe made, the lack of communication with the community. I mean, as a social worker, I mean, there are various organizations out there, associations that you guys could have brought to the table, or stakeholders who were informed with this population to actually come up with a tool or an evaluation in reference to that component. Because anyone in here knows that that is the most significant part of a child with special needs, is that social behavior and emotional component in their lives. And like she said, even if they can pass the ILEAP or pass the ACT, but if they cannot communicate effectively with their peers, and they have social emotional problems, they would not succeed in society. So I hope that what Mr. Roma has proposed, that the department has to go back, that we as a board hold you guys responsible to make sure that we look at that area and bring some kind of evaluation or tool or something in that area.
Ms. Hill, we look forward to receiving your input into that.
Fair.
I'm sorry, can I make one other comment?
Yes.
I think one of the issues that comes up when we talk special needs is that this isn't an issue that just faces education. I can take my child to 3 different pediatricians, and I'll get 3 different answers and 3 different solutions and 3 different diagnoses and 3 different things that I should try. Not that one's bad or worse than the other. It's just that this is an evolving specialty. And I think that's why you have a room filled with good people who have their hearts and heads pointing the same direction, but see different results and solutions. And so I think that the motion that Chaz made makes a lot of sense, to have this committee and kind of sit down and put this on the table and figure out going forward. And I think the fact that it's put in such a small manner in the formula at the 10% level, to where, again, like we put our toe in the water. We push the envelope, but we don't do it so much that we bulldoze over some of these real raw emotions. I mean, every comment I think is compelling. But it's going to take us a long time to work through this, and even at the end of this process, we're still going to have a lot of questions. But we have to subtly nudge in the right direction, and I think the formula is a good balance on that. And so I would just say that if there's certain things not addressed or should be addressed to more or to less, I think that's the nature of the problem we're trying to address here.
And I agree with you, and I think that if this would have been done in the beginning, we won't be here right now. If everyone felt like those stakeholders felt that they had played a part in this proposal or implementing this proposal, then I think that these people won't be here today. We won't be here at 3:20 going over the same thing over and over. So I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing at all, but I wish that we would have put this in place before now. And now we're at a situation where we have a community that's in uproar, and now we got to go back and start all over again. But yeah.
And just to follow up, and I don't think we should be let off the hook as a board because someone neglected to secure the community input, stakeholder input. This is too little too late, as I see it.
The next speaker.
If I can respond to Mr. Watzebach? Like I said, we both have children with autism. And one of the things that I didn't say in my speech was that the reason why he's made so much success is because he's been in our community school that his brother goes to, all the kids in our community go through. That was a hard-fought battle. I was told when he was 5 years old that I should find a special school where he could be educated. And I said, no, he's going to go to the same school that everyone else is. If he would have went to a special school with all of the kids with disabilities, his progress would not have been as much. So we need to make sure that we protect, make sure that our public school system that's accessible to everyone that it's available so that other kids, and my child's not the exception to the rule, that he is the rule. His progress, his success is what everyone can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your passion. Alicia Fontenot. Thank you for your comment. Teresa Bourgeois. We finally got to you.
Honey, it's been a long day.
Thanks for hanging in there.
Wouldn't have had it any other way. I am Teresa Bourgeois. I thank you for allowing me to come and speak with you. This is my first time to speak out at something like this. Had you told me 2 days ago I'd be sitting here publicly speaking, I would have told you you are crazy. But I've been saying for a long, long time something more needs to be
Ms.
done.
Bourgeois, if you'd pull the mic a little closer.
Something I've been saying for a very long time as I've advocated for the last several years for my son that something more needs to be done. I'm a strong advocate for him, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that he is given what he needs to succeed in our schools. As of now, he is not. I am not going to reiterate, as you asked, of the items that have already been proposed to you, other than to let you know that I am in great opposition of the MFP proposal. My child has an exceptionality that is probably not on the list of the state's exceptionalities. I doubt any of you have ever heard of it. It's called velocardiofacial syndrome or Q22 deletion. He also has pervasive developmental disorder, which falls under the spectrum of autism. He has ADHD. He has many physical disabilities associated with both of these genetic problems, and a lot of learning disabilities. The thing that's unique about his syndrome is we have yet to ever even run across another child with it. We know they're out there, but they're few and far between. It's rather rare. How he would be classed, I don't think you could put him in a specific classification. With the uniqueness of his disability is that it changes. Learning disabilities change. His physical disabilities change and will continue on throughout well into adulthood. He requires far much more than what he is receiving now. The thing that I, as a parent, am so frustrated with is that many times through his IEPs and the many meetings that I have throughout the year with his teachers and trying to educate them about this unique learning disability and syndrome, is when I present to them documented proof from the experts who have studied for years how to best educate these children and what needs to be done, what needs to be implemented in their IEP for them to truly succeed and be successful, because they can be. I am told that he doesn't qualify for those particular accommodations because he's not severe or profound, and that the money is not there to provide what he needs. And that's very, very frustrating to me, because we have nowhere else to turn. And now he's facing additional challenges in the new Common Core curriculum, because when I showed them some of the accommodations that he needs, well, now I'm told we can't put that in his IEP because that goes against the Common Core standards, because there are no provisions there for the children with learning disabilities as well. I know that I'm short on time, but I do want to make another point here. We have a mission statement that all of our schools go by, and we hear it, we read it, it's told to us all the time, which is that we need to educate our children where every child can work to their best potential so they can learn and grow and reach their highest potential in an ever-changing society. And we have an ever-changing society that's very diverse. Our children, many of us parents out there, we're frustrated by this because our children are part of that society. And yes, they have the ability to obtain that degree and to move on to college, go to school, have families like anybody else. But they are being left behind and they are being held back.
Ms. Bourgeois, is there a specific recommendation relative to the proposal on the table with the MFP that you'd like to comment?
Well, I think it's ludicrous to place a dollar amount, as we've talked about all day long, on a specific disability. None of you know what my child or what he needs or how he learns or what is necessary for him. And I can tell you, speaking for many parents, especially his children that have I have had conversations with, it is a sharp thorn in our side that 14 people on a panel are making decisions that are crucial for our children's education when there is not research, documented proof that we can see ourselves that guarantees us that our children are going to continue to advance. And not enough time has been spent, not enough research has been done on this. If you hire somebody to build a house and they show up with a hammer and nails, is that enough? It's not enough. It's a fraction. And that's what many of our children are getting, is a fraction. And it's not enough. They're going to be left behind. They are not able to learn and grow and succeed to their highest potential because the resources are not there.
Ms. Boca, do you have a comment?
I do have a comment because I heard some things that I think that we need to follow up with you on individually. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Davis to get your contact information and get a meeting scheduled so that we can follow up on some individual concerns that you talked about that I think should already be in the works. So the other thing that I'd have to say is that when I look at what we have and what we've been doing, and Mr. Falk tells me we've been doing this for 20 years, and that we don't have outcomes to the extent that we need outcomes for our kids. So I understand what you're saying about research, but at the same time, my concern is that if we don't entertain ways to do things better, that we'll continue to get to where we are right now. And so I completely respect what you say about the research piece, but at the same time, I don't feel like we're doing a good enough job for our kids, especially when we have $3.4 billion that we're about to allocate to districts. That's what we're allocating, $3.4 billion. And what we really want is for them to think about the special ed the kids in their special ed programs a little differently. So I don't think that our special ed directors are going to think about kids differently because they think about kids as much as they could possibly think about kids. But I think that the leaders of the districts are going to have to start thinking about special education differently. And to me, that's a good thing. And I'm especially appreciative of what this initiative has done in terms of just bringing this issue to the forefront. I mean, these are conversations that we need to have. So granted, I can't guarantee that this is going to produce better outcomes, but I can say that I'm not satisfied with the outcomes that we have right now, and that when I meet kids in Louisiana who have special needs, and I, as a policymaker, have to go back to that one statistic that I have, that's not a statistic that I'm proud of. So I wanted to say that about this policy in general, and that I completely respect your concerns, but that also for you personally, I'm going to ask Ms. Davis to get with you and see if we can follow up on some issues.
Okay. Please allow me.
Ms. Bourgeois, we need to, your time's up, and I appreciate your passion and concern.
I have to ask this one last question. I'll leave the rest off, but I do have to ask this one last question. I waited all day long, so please allow me to do that. I would like to know what is the reason that your formula for the MFP has to be so rushed. Why is there such an urgency to get this done now prior to studying and answering all of the issues that have been brought up today and be able to truly, effectively, accurately research it and show us the evidence?
Well, I think that first of all, I think and all the points you raised are very valid concerns. You should know that the formula is an attempt to try to help. It can't do everything, obviously, but it's an attempt to try to help there never being anyone who says, we don't have the money for that plan, because we're trying to tie money in part to placements so that people never say that a placement, I know not a service, but a placement will always be supported by the money. Now, we've talked with national experts, and one thing that they say to us time after time is no state has gotten this right. And frankly, it's because these discussions are so hard that many states haven't taken it on. At the same time, we know that what we have currently is, it's working as well as what we get. So we agree with you that it's important to take the time necessary toward any full implementation. And when you hear the dollar amounts that I'm talking about, you're talking about $0, $3, $5, $8 per child is the difference we're talking about this year. As we go forward, we will learn. To be frank, there aren't models that are exemplars from across the country. There just aren't. We've talked to people who study this issue as their job, and there just aren't. Setting forth one that's common sense, that brings together the best pieces of what has been done across the country, but that doesn't create an impact that is, as you say, drastic and immediate. Instead, it's $0, $3, $5, $8. That is, we think, the best plan to study it. And I very much support the board's recommendation, or now requirement of us, that we go back and form a commission to study this as we go forward. I think my view is it's a reasonable approach to the concerns that you raised, which I totally understand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Bourgeois. And Ms. Davis, okay, thank you. Ashley McReynolds.
Everybody saying the same thing?
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Ashley McReynolds, and I want to thank the chair and the committee members for the opportunity to speak today. I am here in opposition of the proposed MFP, but I will be speaking specifically about the issue of placement. I am the mom to an amazing little boy named Cooper, who is in kindergarten at a traditional public school here in East Baton Rouge Parish. Cooper was born with Prader-Willi syndrome, a rare genetic disorder, and has since been diagnosed with epilepsy, asthma, sleep disorder, autism, ADHD, oppositional defiant disorder, and just recently a mood disorder. When we entered the school system at 3, Cooper was given developmental delay as his exceptionality, which would place him in a category 2. As I understand it, the law requires that students with disabilities be educated alongside their typical or non-disabled peers to the maximum extent and appropriate to the needs of the student with the disability. This means that Cooper must be assigned to regular courses or classes if his needs can be met there. Placement decisions must be made by the IEP team that includes people who know about Cooper and understand the meaning of the evaluation information, and only after his goals, related services, supplementary aids and services, and any additional supports are determined by that IEP team. As a parent, I am a part of that IEP team. My opinions and concerns are heard and discussed before any decision is final. The IEP team must consider a variety of documented information before deciding on what placement is best for Cooper. I am fearful with the proposed changes, the placement of students with disabilities could be incentivized by the amount of money that the district would receive. Furthermore, as a parent, I am left without any assurances that Cooper's placement is appropriate for his individualized needs and not in part based on the funding that the district will anticipate needing to provide those services per his IEP. There is not a one-size-fits-all for the classification of developmental delay. For example, Cooper receives many services during his school day that directly supports his success in the classroom. He receives speech therapy, occupational therapy, adaptive physical education, and has a Tier 3 behavior support plan. Without these services, his success in the classroom would not be possible. Another student with the same developmental delay exceptionality may need fewer of these services or even more to achieve their level of success in the classroom. Each student receives these services based on their individual need. The funding for these services versus the actual cost specific to the individual need directly affects the amount of services that the student receives versus what the student actually needs. At Cooper's last IEP meeting, we agreed that we needed to place Cooper on homebound services. When it is determined, and I feel that Cooper is able to go back to the school and the IEP team meets to agree on a placement change, I believe that Cooper should be moved to a more inclusive setting, and I do not want any financial incentive to influence the position of the school administration. In conclusion, I would really hope that BESE would take this proposal and study it further for another year and leave the current MFP in place. I do not see how anything proposed in this reform increases the chances of Cooper's graduating on time with a high school diploma. In fact, I feel like it will create the opportunity for the district, when he does not meet a high level of achievement, to remove him from an inclusion setting with his typical peers and segregate him. And I'm sorry, but separate is not equal. Thank you.
Sir, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for sharing Cooper's story with us. Just to get your reaction, I totally agree with you that we wouldn't want money to motivate anyone's decision. I'm sure that it happens, and that's regrettable. The intent of what we're trying to do here is to take money off the table as an influence. And one of the ways that we do that is by acknowledging that the most inclusive setting is an expensive one. We've seen that through years of research in running districts here, where we do try to promote an inclusion model, and we've modeled out the cost of how expensive it is. And so what we did in this proposal is to give more money when the most inclusive setting is what's proposed as the placement. So given that, and I know it's not a great thing to think about, someone making that decision because of money, what we're trying to do is to say, because we're now giving so much funding for the most inclusive setting, it should never be a concern of someone to sit there and say, I can't do that in the inclusive environment because it costs too much. We're trying to give more money for that. How does that strike you?
It happens. It does happen at an IEP meeting. I just recently went on to homebound services after we got a mood diagnosis and mood disorder diagnosis. And, there was changing in his services that it was decreased because they just weren't able to fund those services on a homebound setting or placement. So I see where, I do see where you're coming from, but as a parent, there's just no assurance there for me that I'm comfortable saying that it's not going to be incentivized on money. So for me, it's an assurance issue that I just don't have or feel like I have as a parent.
Yeah. And I totally understand that. I
have a question for the speaker. Could you tell me at IEP meeting, what is the makeup of the team? Who's on that team?
Specifically for my child, we have the principals involved. All of in his inclusive setting, he has a regular ed teacher and a special education teacher. Okay. And then his speech therapist, his occupational therapist, his adaptive physical education teacher, and then with his behavioral support, it's a lady by the name of Ms. Hoover, but I don't know what, she's an SBLC on that level. I'm not sure what her actual title is. And then myself. And now we have a homebound instructor that is also now a part of the IEP team.
Okay. And the reason why I wanted you to explain it, because I've participated in several IEP meetings, and I know what the team is made up of. It's various individuals on that team. So, and I think the point that you're probably trying to make to Superintendent White is, if we're going to be cutting funding from various districts, they may cut, the social worker may not be there anymore.
Right.
The school psychologist may not be on that team anymore, or the speech and language individual may not be on that team, which on that team, you have to have all those individuals to actually get an assessment of what the child needs really are, correct?
Correct.
And I think that's my concern.
And I mean, his nurse is even a part of
And
our
the nurse
team
is even a
because
part of
of,
the team,
you know, we have a 13-page plus extensive health plan
Mhm.
that is attached to his IEP, that is a part of, you know, some of his goals and, you know, progress that we're working towards is based off of that health plan as well.
I mean, I guess my response, and Ms. Hill raises a valid concern, but is that funds are going up in this. Now, I know there's never enough money, don't get me wrong on that, but funds are going up. The MFP is going up by $40 million, and there'll be more money spent on special education in this projection than there would otherwise. And if the concern is about enough money being there to fund the most inclusive setting, which I know doesn't cover the whole gamut of services that Cooper receives, but in his mainstream academic setting, we are funding that more because it is more expensive.
And is just a, and I don't know the answer to this question, so that's why I'm going to ask it. Is the additional money because there's additional students, or is it just an increase, just
It's two things.
decision increase?
It's two things. It is, well, it's really three things. Number one, it's because there are more students. That's that $40 million I talked about. Two, there's a little bit more additional special education money because we're just, when we run our plan, our model, it shows that this new policy would yield a little bit more money spent on special education. And three, it's saying that not all placements cost the same, and that there are placements that currently probably aren't as expensive as they're funded at, and there are placements that in some cases are more expensive. Let me give you an example. We have speech students right now who are included in the general ed setting who receive money for that placement. And clearly we should be providing extra money for related services and so on associated with students who have a speech disability. But whether their placement in the mainstream setting, which doesn't drive a para necessarily, et cetera, creates an additional need for placement funding, I think is in question. Now then think about a student who requires a one-to-one or whatever the model is, an additional teacher in the mainstream classroom, the vast majority of the day in the general education classroom. That is expensive. So in our current model, we sometimes say, unfortunately, and it's the wrong thing for a million reasons, but it has been said, we don't have enough money to afford the inclusion model. While at the same time, we send funds for placements that frankly cost very little, if anything. And so this attempts to balance that by saying that where we have the more expensive full inclusion model, we're going to fund that because it honestly is just more expensive.
And just one last question, just for giggles, and I think I'm the last speaker of the day. Is there any way that BESE could maybe run the metrics on how this proposal would affect the districts based off of the 2012-2013 numbers?
Well, that has the same effect when you break it down on a per-child basis.
Okay.
So when you break it down on a per-child basis, which is what I've been doing, you tend to be talking about, it doesn't matter whether it's 2012-13 or 2013-14, you tend to be talking about, see, Lincoln is a $14 increase, Livingston is a $4 increase, you know, very, very small amounts of money per child.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your
Thanks.
compelling testimony. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Eden Howman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. I know I probably am maybe the last speaker
No,
Is there
there's
more?
There's more.
Oh, okay. Well, I know everybody's very tired, and a lot of the same points have been made over and over again. And I know that if folks are like me, the cafeteria was closed during lunch, so everyone probably is really hungry also. So I will be very brief.
That was not intentional.
Oh, okay. We thought it was just part of like the suffering process of,
That is an interesting
democracy
negotiating
and
strategy.
No, so I do appreciate your time. I am an attorney with the Southern Poverty Law Center, and actually I'm here to speak a little bit about our concerns that we have with the proposed MFP. And I do appreciate the board's consideration at this point of putting together a committee to study this. But I would also ask that prior to even voting to submit or approve a pilot, non-pilot, pilot, whatever it is, that you actually postpone that and wait until after the committee or the stakeholder group looks at this issue and determines whether or not it is in fact a viable proposal. Our primary concern is very similar to the one that was just expressed by the parent that came up here, which is that this type of formula linking placement to funding increases concerns of segregation. And as one of the previous speakers mentioned, we actually recently filed a complaint against the Georgia Department of Education for a very similar funding proposal that is being proposed here today. The Department of Justice has accepted jurisdiction, and they are under investigation. I would like to see Louisiana take a close look at these issues before we have to go through the consequences of these issues. And if there's a way to do that by convening this meeting, looking at these issues, examining the research before making any decisions, I would recommend that the board will look at that. And that's pretty much all I have. So thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Tammy Wood. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Chris, you're going to have to help me. Okay. Thank you. Wayne Free.
I've been told to talk fast, and I'll do the best I can. I appreciate very much the chairs allowing people to question and be engaged and not ruling people out of order. That
Yes,
was
sir.
good and needed to be done. I appreciate that. Ms. Boffey, I appreciate your motion earlier to lay off until later. I've emailed each of you the data needed, and I'll be happy to talk to you as we go on. Chaz, I very much appreciate your motion. I think bringing these committees together to talk about the MFP is important. I've served on them many times in the past. I don't know why they disappeared over the last 2 or 3 years, but it has got to be done. However, the fact that it wasn't done has certainly pulled more people in to get them engaged on a direct basis.
Sure.
It is critical. I'm sorry.
No. I interrupt you. Go ahead.
It is critical as a board that you understand that there is a lack of trust currently in all of public education toward the politics that are going on in this state around education. And that is influencing what's going on more than anything else. And it is critical that you move that engagement piece to get them here. Having said that, I would recommend you postpone this. Engage as many as you can with the understanding that because of the date in which the legislature comes in, you may have to have special meetings to do that. But it is important enough that you should. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Free. Thank you. No comments? Okay, appreciate it. Okay, the next order with the cards that have been submitted, we have several to read into the public record. Some are in opposition and some are for, so I'm going to ask Ms. Allen to do that for us.
And I'd like to apologize in advance if I mispronounce anyone's name. I have it very clearly here, but I might not have the pleasure of meeting you yet, so please forgive me if I make a mistake. Ms. Barbara A. Clement Wilson of St. Charles Parish Public Schools in opposition. Mr. Peter Patel of Vermilion Parish in opposition. Scotty Daigle of Vermilion Parish in opposition. Flavia Eldridge of Iberia Parish Special Education in opposition. Bondra Etienne Steib of St. James Parish in opposition. Shell Crawford of Lucia, in opposition. Jeremy Kurth of St. Bernard, in opposition. Liz Schexnader of Vermilion Parish, in opposition. Crystal Moss of Vermilion Parish Parent, in opposition. Tammy Rosas of Vermilion Parish, in opposition. Charzane Davis of Plaquemines Parish, in opposition. Paula Bernard of Vermilion Parish Parent, in opposition. Shanna Broussard, Vermilion Parish Parent, in opposition. Carol Tall of Acadia Parish, in opposition. Kathy Dauber of Iberville, in opposition. Aeneid Mason, representing Self, in opposition. Dr. Sheila Lockett of Caddo Parish Public Schools, in opposition. Mary Wells of Point Capee, in opposition. Brenda Adams of Lucia, in opposition. Mary Hahn of Lucia, in opposition. Stacy Spies, or Spies, in St. John the Baptist, in opposition. Shelley Close of Rapides Parish Special Education, in opposition. Cheryl A. May of Grant, in opposition. Karen Williams of Avoyles Parish, in opposition. Bonnie Buckaloo of Lucia, Lecaque, and Jackson, in opposition. Vicki Irene of Monroe City Schools, in opposition. Kay Pirtle of Lucia, in opposition. Celeste Barrett, of Students with Disabilities, representing them, in opposition. Patricia Kizamore, representing as a parent with a student with a disability, in opposition. Jennifer Hill, a parent representing a student with disability, in opposition. Jamie Tyndall, representing a parent of, is a parent of a student with a disability, in opposition. Candace Nemo, a parent of a child with a disability, in opposition. And Donica Conway, a parent of a child with disability, in opposition. We have several cards in support as well. Lee Taylor of Claiborne Christian School, in support. Darren Eccles of Claiborne Christian School, in support. Kitty Head of Claiborne Christian School, in support. And Jesse Haynes of Louisiana Appleseed, in support.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Well done. That concludes our public comment. And Mr. Lee, you had asked for the floor.
I do want to make a motion, and I want to speak to it after I make the motion. I would move that we approve the MFP recommendation, removing the proposed changes for special education and setting up a 5-parish pilot group for this year. That is in effect the motion that would work in conjunction with the study group that the group has already approved. I would like to address that motion if I get a second.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Excuse me, Mr. Lee. I did get that you're approving it, removing the proposed amendment on special education?
No, move it. I move that we approve the MFP recommendation.
That's it.
Removing special education proposed changes and setting up a 5-parish pilot group on special education.
Is there a second to the motion?
Well, I want to make some comments. I realize I don't have a second.
So it dies due to lack of a second.
Yes,
Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
I understand. This is, there have been lots of changes in education, lots of reform, lots of improvement. But I don't believe we've ever had an issue where so many groups have been together asking for an opportunity for more input than what they've had concerning special education. Special education is very complex. It's never easy for the parents or anybody else to deal with. But when the entire special education supervisory group, representing every parish in the state, are so adamantly opposed to the changes without some input, that ought to tell us something. That ought to tell us we need to be working together. I don't think anybody knows what the right answers are, but I just think it's time for some healing. I think it's time to show some concern for others, and I really wish that this board would consider trying to work with people rather than just dictate to them what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lee. Any other?
I'd like to offer a motion,
Ms. Beebe?
and that is to reject the proposed formula, taking into consideration the concerns noted by Superintendent Falk, representing more than 50 superintendents. My issue, and certainly I want those of you within the special education arena to know that that is one component of the proposed formula, and I share your concerns. But there are other concerns that were raised today, particularly with the way, and I know it's not a resolution, it's a formula, but there are also other concerns, and that is the reason I cannot support just Mr. Lee's motion.
I'll second it.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. I'll open it up to discussion.
I'll make a substitute motion, please.
Mr. Romer?
I move the approval of the 2012-2013 minimum foundation program formula and authorize the department to make technical adjustments to the formula as needed. B, that we authorize the department to adjust the estimated cost based on the receipt of the final February 1, 2013 student count and the final audit adjustments amount. And C, authorize the department to submit the formula and simulation of the cost to the legislature on or before March 15, 2013, and then I'll speak to it when I get a chance.
Do I have a second for the substitute motion?
A second.
Ms. Bradford has seconded it. So if we would, could you repeat that motion, please?
Yeah, and I want to make it, a lot of the language here is technical and is what we normally do when we do pass the MFP, which is the DOE will look one more time before we finally submit it to the legislature, and we give them the leeway to make adjustments in language when we find a semicolon out of place, et cetera, and make cost adjustments as they get more information. So that part of the motion is technical in nature, only so that they can submit a clean proposal to the legislation. But I will repeat the whole motion. I move A, that we approve the fiscal year 2012-2013 minimum foundation program formula and authorize the department to make technical adjustments to the formula as needed. B, authorize the department to adjust the estimated cost based on the receipt of final February 1, 2013 student count and the final audit adjustment amounts, And C, authorize the department to submit the formula and simulation of costs to the legislature on or before March 15, 2013. And I've got it written down, Abby, for you. Okay.
So there's a motion by Mr. Romer and a second by Ms. Bradford that is up for discussion.
I'd like to amend that substitute motion, please, Chair. But to do that, I'm going to ask the board members for clarity to turn in their packets to page, I think it's 83.
83?
Yes, because if not, they're going to struggle with it. And so for the context around this amendment, while I think that it's great that some kids do well on the Algebra 1 test in 8th grade, we also have those instances in Louisiana where kids do well on the Algebra 1 test before 8th grade. And so my amendment will reflect the need to open the possibility for students to be rewarded if they do well prior to 8th grade for Algebra 1, and then so on and so forth. So I'm going to go ahead and read it, but I just wanted to give the board some context. I move to amend the high standards weight criteria in the proposed fiscal year 2013-2014 MFP formula as follows. Students who by the 8th grade score excellent on Algebra 1 end of course test, students who by 9th grade score excellent on geometry end of course test, or score a 3 or higher on an advanced placement exam. Students who by the 10th grade score 3 or higher on an advanced placement exam, and students who by 11th grade score a 3 or higher on an advanced placement exam or a 4+ on an international baccalaureate course.
I'll second. I think I have to accept the amendment as the motion.
Do we have to accept it or second it? You can accept it.
I want to make, can I ask for clarity, just, you're changing on page 83 of our packet, basically, instead of it reading students in a particular grade, that you're making it, that they do, if they do it by a particular grade.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I accept that amendment.
Ms. Jones?
I'd like to make another amendment, if possible.
Okay, Ms. Jones?
This is following up from the earlier testimony regarding St. John, and I know there actually is a precedent in the past for the board to consider this, but I would move to amend the proposed FY 2013-2014 MFP formula to include special assistance to the St. John the Baptist Parish School Board for its recovery efforts from the effects of Hurricane Isaac by maintaining the February 1st student membership count for the school district only at the February 1st, 2012 student membership count.
Mr. Romer, do you accept
Yeah,
that?
absolutely.
Ms. Bradford? A public comment period is over. We're not going. We can't do that. Thank you. Is there any discussion by the board?
I think I had a technical. I think
Okay.
the year that I read in my original motion should be 2013, 2014. Is that what was noted?
2012,
Yeah, it should be
2012, 13.
It should read 13, 14.
Okay, got it. We'll fix it.
Okay. Is there any discussion by the board? Can I get clarity on whether public comment is allowed or not?
You've had all day.
Yeah. So what are you saying? Yeah.
I think public comment is allowed on the agenda item, not on each motion that comes out of the agenda item.
Okay. Then public comment is over. Okay. Any discussion by the board on the motion that's on the floor?
I have to say that I think it's very important for us to be willing to change in order to get better outcomes for our students. And I want to talk specifically about the gifted, talented piece. And I know that it was brought up in public comment, but I have to say that I understand the concerns that were voiced about the talented piece, but at the same time, I think that when you're dealing with limited resources, that you have to prioritize. And so while our state has done a great job with gifted and talented programs, the thought that we can increase rigor for both kids in gifted and talented, but also for kids who have not been identified, is something that's very exciting to me. So when I look at this high standards way, especially as amended, and think about the opportunities for our kids moving forward, I'm really excited, especially because in the last 10 years or so, the discussions in education have been around deficits as opposed to possibilities, and this presents lots of possibilities for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Bopey. Any other comments? I'm going to go ahead and call for a roll call vote.
Ms. Beebe? Can you restate it? I'm sorry. You need some clarity over here?
If you'd state the motion.
Oh, sure. First, motion by Mr. Romer, second by Ms. Bradford, that the Administration and Finance Committee recommends to the board to A, approve the fiscal year 2013-14 MFP resolution and authorize MFP formula, and authorize the LDE to make technical adjustments to the resolution as needed. B, authorize the LDE to adjust the estimated cost based on the receipt of the final February 1, 2013 student count and the final audit adjustment amounts. And C, authorize the LDE to submit the resolution formula sorry, and simulation of costs to the legislature on or before March 15, 2013. Ms. Holly Bopey offered an amendment to amend the high standards weight criteria in the proposed fiscal year FY 2013-2014 MFP formula as follows. Students who by the 8th grade score excellent on Algebra 1 end of course test. Students who by the 9th grade score excellent on Geometry end of course test or score a 3 or higher on an advanced placement exam. Students who by the 10th grade score 3 or higher on an advanced placement exam. Students who by 11th grade score a 3 or higher on an advanced placement exam or a 4+ on an international baccalaureate course. And Ms. Orange Jones offered an amendment to amend the proposed fiscal year 2013-14 MFP formula to include special assistance to the St. John the Baptist Parish School Board for its recovery efforts from the effects of Hurricane Isaac by maintaining the February 1st student membership count for the school district only at the February 1, 2012 student membership count. Okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Beebe?
With regret, I have to say no. I certainly would want to support St. John Parish, but I say no.
Ms. Beebe votes no. Ms. Bofi?
Yes.
Ms. Bofi votes yes. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford votes yes. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Ms. Hill?
No.
Ms. Hill votes no. Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Lee votes no. Dr. Morante?
Yes.
Dr. Morante votes yes. Ms. Orange Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange Jones votes yes. Mr. Romer?
Yes.
Mr. Romer votes yes. Mr. Wagasback?
Yes.
Mr. Wagasback votes yes. Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Gill votes yes. Motion passed.
Next item.
Your next item is item 5.1, consideration of...
May I
Yes,
just
Ms.
make a
Beebe.
quick- I'd like to thank all of the stakeholders for being here today. I know it's been a long day. I appreciate you. And the travesty in all of this is this decision was made on February 27th. As you will note, I received a copy that stated that BESE approved this formula or adopted. The MFP formula was adopted by the State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education on March 7th. Today's today. I received it on February 27th. So again, a rubber stamp board, and it's unfortunate that you had to give up your time today to be here. But again, I thank you for your passion and your commitment to the beliefs that you have.
Next item.
Next item is item 5.1 on page 104. Consideration of federal, state grants and allocations to LEAs, Type 2 charters, approved non-public schools, and community-based organizations. The recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion to approve? Ms. Jones?
Sure.
Second, Mr. Wagasback. Any discussion on 5.1?
Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, 5.
It's on page 104. Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item.
Your next item is item 5.2 on page 110. Consideration of LDE contracts and leases of $50,000 and over. The recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion to approve? Ms. Bradford, a
So
second?
moved.
Need a second.
Yeah. Judy. We have a second. There's one speaker, Ms. Berrios. Okay. Any discussion? Ms. Beebe?
Yes, on page 111, I think it's highly suspect that we are moving away from NASTA, the National Charter Association Review Board. If you recall, just recently, NASTA voted to reject some proposals, and I'm just curious as to why we're moving away from an entity that has more or less, in my opinion, given us objective feedback. So I'd like to have someone, offer reasons why we're moving away from NASTA.
NACSA, first of all, pulled out of the competition themselves. They sent us a letter when this went to bid saying that they were not going to bid on the job. I would also just add that in this, we are literally achieving a 50% savings on every single applicant that we receive from a recognized what we think is going to be highly effective group. But the decision was not ours so much as it was theirs. They chose to pull out.
Did they give reasons why?
They said that they'd completed their mission. If you recall, they started after Katrina working in New Orleans. I'm happy to provide you a copy of the letter. And Adam, if we could maybe provide Ms. Beebe a copy of the letter. They said that they'd been with Louisiana for 6 years. They started right after Katrina, said they'd completed their work here, and they wanted to move and concentrate on other areas.
What would have been the approximate cost savings in this past year?
It goes from about $10,000 per application to about $5,000 per application. So through the bidding process, we achieve significant savings for a process that we feel will at least meet the standards of rigor.
Any other discussion relative to this
Well,
item?
and then again, we approve contracts even on the pages 112 and 113, and I understand this is in relation to the assessment programs or tests, but then we approve a contract amount and they continue to increase, and it appears like every year or every other month or what have you, we're being asked to increase the funding.
Well, we're not increasing the funding overall. We're increasing within the 5-year contract spend. We're increasing what is being spent this year. And in the case of 113, as the department does regularly, the department has 2 vendors that it uses for issues of assessment. As it does every year, the department is going back and is essentially rewriting the questions for the test with that vendor. In this case, we have accelerated the process for writing new questions for the test because there is so much change in standards coming down the line. And so next year's assessments, Ms. Beebe, as you know, will be significantly different from this year's, which were different from last year's as we do this steady evolution. This is to produce more questions for next year's test. Now, it comes in the midst of a 15% overall reduction last year, probably a 10% plus reduction this year in the department's budget. It all comes within that, and as a result, it's just about us trying to make the most efficient use as possible, given what are very demanding times on our strategy.
Well, the initial amount was about 47 million, and so
what page are you on, Ms. Beebe?
On page 112, and so there's an increase of approximately $1 million. So, is that for just this year, fiscal year 13, and then what's to prevent them from coming back next year and adding? I mean, is this just a continuous flow of dollars or expenditures?
Well, as you recall, we, from your role as superintendent, we determined to increase the number of questions on this year's tests that were field tested that are aligned with the Common Core State Standards. In particular, while there were always ELA items, and that was long determined that would count on this year's test, we determined to field test items in math, social studies, and science that would then be, Ms. Beebe, ready for next year's tests. We did that actually after a lot of feedback from teachers effectively saying that the current GLEs and their questions would not do well enough to get teachers ready for the Common Core State Standards. So we needed to accelerate the creation of Louisiana-specific Common Core aligned questions. And so that's what this does.
So these will provide the teachers with practice?
Correct. The field test this year, the sample items next year, and then the real items the year after, in a year and a half from now.
But still, it doesn't negate the cost. I mean, or is this the one that...
No, it does, you're right. It doesn't negate the cost. I mean, it costs money. I'm not going to argue that. We're doing it, however, within the confines of a budget limit. In other words, we're shifting dollars to pay for this internally and trying to operate leaner in order to do it. But it is a cost to change assessments.
Well, that initial contract amount, that was 47 million. I mean, it's not all inclusive. I mean, I understand you're saying you're adding to the work required of this agency, but again, that's a significant dollar amount, and you would think, I mean, I just don't. Is there?
This is yes, there's an overall amount set. That's a limit that's set for a 4-year period. It's roughly $12 million a year. And this is our main assessment vendor, the vendor that does the LEAP, for example. what we have said is this year, we're asking the board to allow us to spend an additional 900 and some thousand, because this year we made a determination to accelerate the creation of sample test items and of field tested items in anticipation of next year.
So that I further understand.
Yeah.
Please bear with me. So the contract amount, the initial $47 million, this is an increase, or is it included in the $47 million?
Ms. Ciano, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is included in the overall $47 million amount. This is not an increase in that amount. This is an increase in what is being spent this year from within that $47 million.
We're staying within that
Yes,
contract?
ma'am. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm satisfied with that answer.
Is there any further discussion on the motion?
I have one question. Superintendent White, did I hear correctly that this contract with Schoolworks is replacing NACSA?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any opposition to the motion? Next item.
Your next item is item 6.1 on page 115, consideration of 8G program and budget revisions or progress reports on statewide or block grant programs for this fiscal year. This program regards the early childhood and birth to grade 12 literacy program. Recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion to approve?
I make that motion.
Ms. Bophy, a second. Ms. Bradford? Is there any discussion on this motion? We're on page 115, Mr. Garvey. Ms. Berrios, you have a card to speak to this item. Okay. Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item 8.1 on page 126, consideration of position statements for the 2013 legislative session. The recommendation is to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Second. There's a motion and a second to the motion. Would anybody like to speak to the motion?
This is regarding the organizational chart?
It's on page 127. It's the proposed policy statements, position statements from BESE to the legislature.
Members, just to give you context on this, the board last year created a set of value statements, in essence, statements of principle, that then authorized department staff to testify in front of the legislature to represent BESE's viewpoint on specific issues. Given that bills have not been filed and so on, there's not specific bills that anyone is asking you or the department to react to. Instead, these are statements of principle around which the department staff would be authorized to advocate on behalf of BESE.
Yeah. Ms. Cope, would you like to speak?
Yeah, so this language has been updated and modified, as the superintendent mentioned, and it's about authorizing the executive director and the superintendent to work together to make sure that the board's point of views are carried out throughout session, and then, of course, working with the officers and representing the board throughout session. So that way we can preserve the board's perspective and positions as bills are modified throughout session, as they often are, and being nimble enough so that the board's positions can be relevant as things move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Cope. Ms. Beebe?
No, I'm ready for the vote.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Is there any opposition to the motion?
I oppose.
Ms. Beebe and Ms. Hill oppose. Next item.
Your next item is item 8.2. This is found on page 130. Consideration of the proposed reorganization of the Louisiana Department of Education. The recommendation is to approve.
Do we have a motion? Ms. Maranta. Okay.
May
Yes.
I ask Mr. White to just kind of talk to us about it? I know you need a second.
Yeah. Would you second it, Ms. Beebe?
No. No, thank you.
Mr. Wagisback seconds it. Okay, Mr. White, would you like to speak to this? Superintendent?
Very much. As you know, in order to achieve our mission and the board's stated goals, the department has taken on a new set of priorities. Some of these priorities were handed to us by the legislature. Some of them were priorities that the board generated. In particular, they date back to issues like Act 54, for example, Act 3, Acts 2, et cetera. All of these are pieces of legislation that really establish new priorities and new pieces of work for the department to carry out. The department's former structure was not organized around these things. The department's former structure was not organized around the Common Core state standards. It was not organized around Compass. It was not organized around technology questions or around questions of choice. As a result, we need to reorganize the agency in order to better achieve our mission. And in order to do that, the legislature must approve our organizational structure. It must approve the positions specifically that are to be confirmed by the Senate Governmental Affairs Committee, and it must approve a consideration of the deputy superintendent role. We have in front of you today a structure that essentially puts us on a level playing field with other state agencies, where the organizational structure and the number of appointments that are to be confirmed by the Senate Governmental Affairs Committee are on a par. Specifically, it breaks the department into two large divisions. One, a division of administration and finance. We're calling that the superintendent of management and finance, deputy superintendent. And second, the deputy superintendent of district support. Within those areas are obviously other functions, but you can effectively see how they work together. One is the back of the house, one is the front of the house. Beth Ciano is our deputy superintendent for management and finance. Beth has already been confirmed by the state legislature. I, as superintendent, have already been confirmed by the state legislature, leaving open the position of district support, underneath which are our networks and our academic areas. This structure, again, puts us on a level playing field. All that with other agencies, all that we are asking of the legislature is to approve that this structure and that those managers within this structure are acceptable to them given the priorities of the state. Contingent on this structure being approved by the legislature, which requires a bill, then the legislature, the Senate Governmental Affairs Committee, would confirm any leader within this structure who has not yet him or herself been confirmed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Bradford.
I have a couple of questions for you, Superintendent. One, third big bullet on page 133 provides that Deputy State Superintendent of Education be appointed rather than required, consistent with other agencies.
Ms. Bradford, if you'd speak into the microphone,
I'm sorry.
please.
I need some further explanation on that bullet point, please. The third big one, bottom of the page, 133. And then I have one follow-up.
In the past piece of statutes, that has required that our agency have a deputy state superintendent along with a path of succession, such that when Superintendent Pastorak retired, for example, then Deputy Superintendent Tyler was required by law to become the interim. That's uncommon across any other agency. It creates a kind of vice presidential type position that is uncommon across an agency. It's common within governor's offices to have a lieutenant governor, or in the president to have vice president. It's not common for someone in my position to have one appointed deputy. Our view is that the administrative side, the management side, and the academic side are of equivalent importance. That there is no one manager underneath our position who is necessarily more important than the other, and that having the law lock you into having one person who is the official and appointed deputy is not an appropriate thing. Were I to be no longer vacating or have to vacate this job, that would put a decision in BESE's hands as to appointing an interim. It wouldn't mean that you couldn't have an interim. It would just mean that decision goes to BESE rather than the legislature having ordained one individual to take that job. That's all that we would be proposing to change.
So is this a change in BESE policy or legislative?
It has to be legislated because currently in the law it's required that there be a singular deputy superintendent.
Next is really a request. I would like to see this last page with the organizational chart with names on it. So we are familiar with who is in what position.
Absolutely. We'd be happy to do that.
Ms. Beebe.
And I just want to say, Superintendent White, I'm not going to tell you how to structure your department, but I do want you to know from those within the trenches, there are complaints that we don't know who to call. And just yesterday, I had someone in my office, and I know I have contacts Certainly Ms. Devlin, I was having a conversation with her, and my Director of Curriculum and Instruction walked in, had a question about a bulletin, and Ms. Devlin was able to assist. But this is what I'm hearing, not only from the St. Martin Parish supervisory staff, but others throughout the state, that they don't know who to call. And we are so accustomed from past practice that we had identified individuals, and Mr. Lee, he served as superintendent for 20 years, he knew exactly who to call. And now you can make the call and you don't get an answer. You know, I mean, it's like no one knows. I don't know if they're afraid to give direction, but this is the case. I'm speaking the truth. So I would agree with Ms. Bradford's request that you provide us with the names as well.
Would be happy to. Let me just tell you what our theory is on this. I will tell you, having been a district superintendent here myself, that my experience of the state agency was fairly chaotic in terms of communication before. Anyone in the agency could call you at any time to tell you what they needed you to do. Anyone could send an email to every district if they wanted to. And you went to a state list that listed hundreds of people on it that you could then call. You called one person, you got the wrong person, then they called a bunch of other people and you got bounced around a department until you finally found the right person. And I know that that's very easy to navigate for someone who has the experiences that you or Superintendent Lee have because you know the go-to people, but for the typical person who may be newer to a leadership position, it was very chaotic. Grant you, it's not an easy transition to make, but we made a transition to achieve a couple of things. Number one, to have just one email per week to districts so that we spoke with one voice and so that we didn't have just this scattershot communication. Two, setting up a central call line and removing the list of individuals from the website with their names. I know that doesn't make anything easier when you have personal relationships, but it helps us streamline because now we have a call center where we can route various inquiries. But three, a superintendent deserves a personal contact, not a call center. And so we've set up a network structure whereby that network is charged with getting you the information that you need if you ask them. Now, I grant you, it's new. Probably not everything's perfect. I'm with you on that. And if there's something you think I should change in specific, we just can't have the kind of scatterbrained communication that we had before.
But I want to say again, I recognize this is a paradigm shift, but again, the trust within the district is lacking because we have those. It's all about relationships, Mr. White. It's all about relationships, and you're removing, these recommendations remove that. And until you build the relationships and garner that trust, we're going to continue to have these lengthy discussions.
Also, I'd like to make a request that I would like for myself the breakdown of as far as individuals that are in these positions by gender, race, and age, if that's possible. Well, not if, but I would like that the breakdown of that.
Would be happy to.
Any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? That's the last item.
This concludes your agenda for AF.
I, as the chair, appreciate everyone hanging in here. It's been a long day. We have one more committee meeting. It's academic goals and instructional improvement. Ms. Bradford, you want to? In 10 minutes.